I have kidnapped an alien civilization. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 601. Aim. Lock. 3, 2, 1. Fire. Swoosh. Two Cobra Surface 2 surface missiles, dragging red tails, were fired from the simple launcher placed on the high platform. Boom. Boom. Two huge explosions sounded. A two-story building below the high building was blown into a big pit. Bricks and rubble flew everywhere. Morimoto Kaneo looked at the big pit and licked his lips. Sayuri, no matter what kind of monster that guy is, he will definitely die this time. Humph, please call me Miss Takasugi. Sayuri Takasugi glanced at the cherub soldier standing not far away. Morimoto Kaneo smiled awkwardly and answered repeatedly, yes, it's Miss Takasugi. He regretted it in his heart. If he had known that this seemingly weak woman dared to shoot Hirota Yude, he would definitely respond first. Hirota Yude is the absolute confidant of old Mitsu. It seems that this woman has big plans. However, no matter how powerful she is just a woman, and a woman who once had a relationship with him. Thinking of this, Morimoto Kaneo smiled and said, Miss Takasugi, you have dealt with these two people this time. When you go back, Lord Mitsu will definitely reward you handsomely. When the time comes, don't forget me. Although his face was full of smiles, his tone was very strange, and it made people feel very obviously threatened. Of course, Takasugi Sayuri also noticed it. Her hand could not help but reach inside her clothes. Why, do you want to kill me too? Morimoto Kaneo shook the muzzle of the gun in his hand. Takasugi Sayuri looked at the black muzzle of the gun and smiled brightly. What are you thinking about? How can I bear to kill you? As she said that, she took out a bag of women's items from her clothes and shook it in front of Morimoto Kaneo. My aunt is visiting today. I'll go change. Morimoto Kaneo was stunned for a moment, grinning. There's an abandoned bathroom over there. I'll keep watch for you. After saying that, he turned around, blinked his eyes, and ordered the Chiruji soldiers who were on guard, stay where you are. Wait for Miss Takasugi to solve the big problem, then attack. Ha ha ha. The soldiers laughed knowingly. The two walked to the bathroom next to the stairs one after the other. Entering the bathroom, Takasugi Sayuri closed the shaky wooden door. Her face turned cold. She stretched out her arm and bit it hard, using the severe pain to relieve her anger. Damn Morimoto. You dare to look down on women. I will definitely make you regret it. After a long time, Takasugi Sayuri finally caught her breath and pulled down her clothes. She made sure that the charming smile reappeared on her face, then pushed open the door and walked out. Oops. She stepped on something soft and almost fell. Takasugi Sayuri looked closely and found that the thing was actually the head of Morimoto Makio. The mouth on the head was wide open, with a ridiculous look, lying quietly on the dusty floor. Takasugi Sayuri didn't bother to get up from the ground and looked around in fear. Hundreds of soldiers around all fell to the ground, their heads rolled to the side, and their bodies fell on the ground like wooden stakes. A man in black stood in the middle of the corpses. His face was sickly pale, holding a black dagger, and looking at her with cold eyes. Takasugi Sayuri couldn't help but shudder, and retreated to the wall with his hands and feet. Stop. The black dagger absorbed the blood of hundreds of people at once, and became extremely excited. Wu Sanwei used all his strength to suppress his bloodthirsty emotions. Hearing this voice, that seemed to come from hell, Takasugi Sayuri froze in place. I'm just passing by. I don't even have a weapon. Wu Sanwei looked at her in confusion. Although this pretty woman spoke authentic Kyoto dialect, she did not look like an attacker. Why was she here? The bloodthirsty mood made Wu Sanwei's brain unusually dull. Takasugi Sayuri pretended to be calm. A sincere smile appeared on her face, and she deliberately straightened her chest. Look, I'm a weak woman wearing such thin clothes. How could I hide a weapon? How about I show you? As she said, she began to unbutton her clothes. Wu Sanwei still stood there and stared at her quietly. Takasugi Sayuri touched the small pistol hidden in the clothes, and her heart was happy, but her expression did not change. Suddenly she said in a delicate voice, "Oh, there is someone behind." Although Wu Sanwei did not hear any movement, he could not help but turn his head and take a look. When he saw that there was no one behind him, his chaotic mind also realized that something was wrong. Oops, I was fooled. When he turned around again, Takasuji Sayuri was holding a palm-sized pistol, pointing it at him. The corners of her mouth curved up. "Oh my, TSK. The special agent of the Earth Defense Agency also gets fooled sometimes. What a pity." She pointed the pistol steadily at Wu Sanwei and slowly got up from the ground. Wu Sanwei said nothing. There was no fear on his face, just staring at her with his cold and ruthless eyes. Takasuji Sayuri was a little scared by being looked at and shouted, "Throw away the dagger and kneel on the ground." Although the life of this pale man was in her hands, she still felt something was wrong. After all, the corpses all over the ground fully proved that this guy had extraordinary power. If it weren't for the special identity of this guy and the fear of retaliation from the Earth Defense Agency, Takasuji Sayuri would have shot him long ago. "What's your name?" Wu Sanwei did not throw away the dagger, nor did he kneel on the ground, but suddenly asked with a smile. Takasuji Sayuri had a question mark in her head. She suddenly found herself in an embarrassing situation. "Wu Sanwei, hey, I'm asking you a question." Takasuji Sayuri answered involuntarily. Takasuji Sayuri, the new director of the Churu department. As soon as she finished speaking, she regretted it. Why was she so obedient? Who has the upper hand? She asked unconvincedly. "What about you?" Wu Sanwei, Mr. W, a special investigator of the Earth Defense Agency, is investigating the cannibalism incident in the refugee camp. His mind gradually became clear, and he was able to completely control his body. But Takasuji Sayuri's cooperation made him feel that there was no need to break this harmonious situation. Although he didn't mind capturing this woman and interrogating her severely, it would be best to avoid bloody scenes. Wu Sanwei continued to ask, "You ambushed me to stop us from investigating?" "Gay Ocean's Ayada Bay, of course. This is the order of the head of the Mitsu family." Wu Sanwei, "So, those cannibalism cases were really committed by Sheo Samjing?" "Gay Ocean's Ayada Bay, this? I don't know, but looking at the excited reactions of Sheo Sanjing and Leo Sanjing, it should be him who committed it. But you are still thinking about this issue now. Aren't you thinking too much?" Wu Sanwei, "Anyway, you don't dare to shoot. It's a bit embarrassing to stand here. Let's chat." Gay Ocean's Ayada Bay heard this and bit her lower lip. Damn, he saw through it. However, it seems that she has no obligation to keep Sheo Sanjing secret. It would even be best if Sheo Sanjing died so that she can better take over the entire Mitsu family. Moreover, no matter how powerful this guy is, he can't be more powerful than bullets. His life is in his own hands, and he is not afraid of leaks. So a unique conversation began. "Takasuji Sayuri, don't just talk about me. What's your real name?" "Wu Sanwei. My last name is Wu, and my given name is Sanwei." "How can a woman like you be in charge of the crane department?" "Takasuji Sayuri, can't women be in charge of the crane department? Don't you have many female leaders in your Earth Defense Agency? I remember one named Chen Shuxian. It is rumored that she seems to have a special relationship with Director Liemo, right?" "Wu Sanwei, this is the director's private matter, not something that a small special envoy likes to discuss. Let's talk about Sheo Sanjing's affairs. As far as you know, what kind of person is he?" "Takasuji Sayuri, he is just a demon in human skin. Everyone in Kyoto knows it." "Wu Sanwei, does he have any special hobbies?" "Takasuji Sayuri, torture people. Sheo Sanjing's favorite thing is to make people fall into despair and then stand aside and slowly appreciate it. It is said that there is a basement in his manor which contains many people for him to torture." "Wu Sanwei, where did these people come from?" "Sayuri Takasuji, some of them were slaves he bought from refugee camps, but most of them were caught on the streets by his men. 2 years ago, a major case broke out in Kyoto, and it was said to be related to Sheo Sanjing." "Wu Sanwei, tell me about it." "Sayuri Takasuji, a newlywed couple was preparing to take a bus for their honeymoon. The husband had just bought the ticket when his wife disappeared. He hurriedly reported the case and mobilized relatives and friends. to look for her everywhere, but found nothing. 3 months later, someone found a body in the drainage ditch. It was a female corpse. The whole person had been tortured beyond recognition. All her fingers were broken, and all her teeth were stripped out. She was unrecognizable. But the husband still recognized that this was his newlywed wife from the birthmark on the female corpse's buttocks. Seeing his beloved wife die tragically, he was very angry and vowed to catch the murderer. Someone happened to witness the process of dumping the body and recognized that the person who dumped the body was Xiao Sanjing's man. So the husband rushed to Xiao Sanjing's mansion with a samurai sword. At that time, there were a lot of people watching the excitement. Xiao Sanjing did not do anything to the husband, but handed over the person who dumped the body to take the blame. Although the husband knew that the real murderer was Xiao Sanjing, he could not do anything to him because he had no evidence. He just made a harsh remark on the spot, claiming that he would make him pay the price. 3 days later, the husband's house caught fire and all 8 members of his family were buried in the fire. Wu Sanwei, this case is a bit Kyoto style. Takasuji Sayuri, are you married? Wu Sanwei. Takasuji Sayuri, I see you are not young anymore. Over 30? Are you married? Seeing that she looked like a matchmaker, Wu Sanwei smiled bitterly and shook his head. Okay, the chat is over. You can put down your weapons and surrender. According to the rules of our Earth Defense Agency, confession is leniency and resistance is severity. If you can make up for your crime, I will plead for you. Takasuji Sayuri was stunned for a moment, looked at the gun in her hand, and then at Wu Sanwei, with a confused look on his face. However, the next second, the confusion on her face was replaced by shock. A black shadow flashed by. The gun in Sayuri Takasuji's hand turned into dozens of parts and fell to the ground. A bullet rolled to a place not far away and was stepped on by a pair of sneakers. Sayuri Takasuji looked up along the sneakers and saw Wu Sanwei, who was more than 10 meters away just now, looking at her with a smile. She asked in shock, how did you do it? It only took the pale young man 1 second to not only teleport from more than 10 meters away, but also decompose the gun in her hand. This is not the ability of an ordinary person. What I said just now still counts. Wu Sanwei held the dagger tightly and took a step forward. He was completely without the amiable temperament he had just had when chatting, and became extremely cold, as if he had walked out of hell. Takasuji Sayuri couldn't help but shuddered, swallowed her saliva, and said in a trembling voice, don't come over here, I promise you. As a Kyoto native, she had faced near-death moments several times, and was even shot by old Mitsu once, but she was lucky or old Mitsu's hand was shaking, and the bullet rubbed her scalp and flew out. From that moment on, Takasuji Sayuri thought she would never be afraid of death again. But now, she is really scared. Maybe, in this world, there are things more terrible than death. Wu Sanwei, very good, then come with me. Although he was smiling, Takasuji Sayuri couldn't help but jump in her heart. The two went downstairs together. That pink Maserati is mine. Takasuji Sayuri took the key from her pocket and took the initiative to open the car door. Although the Maserati is a luxury car, the interior space is not spacious, especially the pink interior decoration, which makes Wu Sanwei, who is used to the red flag car, a little uncomfortable. When performing a mission, driving such a car is also crazy. Go over there and pick up a friend. Wu Sanwei pointed to an abandoned building in the distance. Gaoshin Ayanabe turned the steering wheel, stepped on the accelerator, and rushed out with a Maserati. Although this car looks like a fake, it is really fast. When Wu Sanwei's fingers tapped the dashboard for the 60th time, he could already see the red rusty steel bars exposed on the floor. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the bullet was fired less than 1 meter away from the vehicle. Fang Xian, don't shoot, it's me. Wu Sanwei realized that he forgot to inform his comrades. A head appeared in the ruins, but it just flashed and shrank back. This guy is quite cautious. You stay here. If you dare to run away. Wu Sanwei turned his head and his eyes widened. Don't dare. Don't dare. Gaoshin Ayanabe had lost any resistance at this time and was as obedient as a little lamb. Wu Sanwei then opened the car door, walked down, and waved in the open space. Fang Xian, I'm Wu Sanwei. Chapter 602. Fang Xian saw that the person coming was really Wu Sanwei, so he stood up with relief. It was not because he was overly cautious, but because the painting style was really a bit strange. Just now, he saw 2 missiles razing Wu Sanwei's hiding place to the ground and thought that Wu Sanwei had died heroically. But now Wu Sanwei appeared in the ruins filled with smoke and corpses in a pink Maserati. This is incredible. Fang Xian was surprised and said, "You are not injured?" "No, the mission has been completed. Let's pack up." Wu Sanwei opened the car door. "Who is this?" Fang Xian entered the car and saw a woman wearing traditional Kyoto costume sitting in the driver's seat. The woman had exquisite makeup and was spotless, which seemed particularly inconsistent with the ruins, filled with dust everywhere. Before Wu Sanwei introduced, the woman turned around and smiled. "I'm the head of the crane department, Takasuji Sayuri, sir. You can call me Sayuri." This younger young man seemed easier to deal with. "I'd better call you Miss Takasuji. I'm Fang Xian." Fang Xian answered and glanced at Wu Sanwei. It seems that Wu Sanwei has already captured the enemy's female minister. This is a team of hundreds of people, and they are also carrying heavy firepower, but they were all wiped out in just half an hour. How did he do it? "Miss Takasuji is my prisoner. I'll tell you the details when I get back." Wu Sanwei patted the dashboard. "Drive. Destination Sumiyoshike Camp." The pink Maserati sped away. Sumiyoshike Camp. President Matsunaga Hisahide was sitting on the throne and worried. The son of the Chiba family was attacked, and the unreliable guys of the Sumiyoshike escaped without firing a shot. At least you guys should resist a little. Now it seems that the Sumiyoshike deliberately let Mr. W go to his death. Once the Chiba family investigates, the Sumiyoshike will be held responsible. No, they will definitely investigate. Perhaps because the Kyoto Chiba families have committed too many sins, most of their offspring are not prosperous, and many families often have only one successor. This is trouble. President Matsunaga Hisahide couldn't help but stand up and pace back and forth. "President, why don't we kill these deserters?" Aishino Takeo suggested with a sinister smile. "This way, even if they pursue it, there will be no evidence." President Matsunaga Hisahide stopped and nodded slowly. This was the only way. He looked at the trembling deserters in the audience and said loudly, "Come on, drag these guys who violated the rules away and execute them on the spot." The soldiers were shocked when they heard the words. Their faces were terrified, and they begged for mercy loudly. "President, please don't. We won't dare to do it next time." "President, I'm Kitarogura, and I saved your life before." "President, my daughter is serving you." A team of fully armed soldiers rushed in from the door and surrounded them. These deserters saw that the situation was not good and wanted to fight back, but found that their weapons had been confiscated. They could only fight to the death with bare hands. Without any surprise, they were knocked to the ground in a few seconds. The groan of pain filled the whole hall. Their resistance also aroused the anger of President Matsunaga Hisahide. He shouted angrily, "Take them all away. Shoot. Shoot." The soldiers dragged the deserters and were about to walk out of the hall. Suddenly, a thin and pale man walked in from the light. Under the reflection of the sun, his whole body was glowing with golden brilliance. When President Matsunaga Hisahide squinted his eyes and saw the man's face clearly, he couldn't help but take 2 steps back and gasped. The person who came was Mr. W, who was attacked by hundreds of soldiers. He moved freely, without any signs of injury, and even his clothes were clean as new. The deserters who were struggling were also stunned. They saw with their own eyes that the hundreds of bullets fired by the enemy all hit the pickup truck that Mr. W was riding. He actually came back alive. How is this possible? The air in the hall suddenly solidified. The first to react was Aishino Takeo. His eyelids jumped, and he hurried forward and said with a smile, "Mr. W, you are back safely. It's great. The president is punishing these deserters." Wu Sanwei ignored him and walked straight to President Matsunaga Hisahide and said with a smile, "President, I came here to say goodbye to you this time." President Matsunaga Hisahide, who was still immersed in shock, finally came to his senses and asked in a daze, "Farewell. Have you got the evidence?" Wu Sanwei smiled and said, "It can be said, but we still need to verify it." President Matsunaga Hisahide did not ask how they escaped from the attack. After all, it was entirely the responsibility of the Sumiyoshi Association. Instead, he smiled and said, "Then congratulations to you. I will have someone prepare a celebration banquet, and we will not leave until we are drunk." Wu Sanwei smiled and said, "Before that, I have two small requests." President Matsunaga Hisahide, you say. Wu Sanwei, shoot this butler and the captain guarding the door. Shoot. President Matsunaga Hisahide was stunned. Aishino Takeo suddenly fell to his knees, weeping bitterly. "Mr. W, I didn't go with you today because I had a stomachache. If you want to kill me for this, I won't accept it. President, I have worked hard for the Sumiyoshi for more than 10 years and have always been loyal to you. Even if I have no merits, I have worked hard. You just watch me being killed by him?" President Matsunaga Hisahide, "Mr. W, what happened today really has nothing to do with Aishino Takeo. If you want to vent your anger, I will kill all these deserters. How about it?" Aishino Takeo showed a happy expression. The deserters who knelt on the ground looked at him. Wu Sanwei sneered, "Chairman, the reason why I want to kill Aishino Takeo is not for myself, nor to vent my anger, but for you, the chairman." Chairman Matsunaga Hisahide, "Why?" Wu Sanwei, "Aishino Takeo is a spy for the Mitsu family. He leaked our itinerary today to the attackers." Chairman Matsunaga Hisahide, "This is absolutely impossible. Aishino Takeo has followed me for more than 10 years. How could he be a spy?" Wu Sanwei, "Yes, he has followed you for more than 10 years, and you didn't even know that he has a wife and 2 sons in the wealthy area of Kyoto." Chairman Matsunaga Hisahide was shocked all over and looked at Aishino Takeo fiercely and said angrily, "Is what he said true?" Aishino Takeo argued, "I have been in the refugee area. How could I go to the rich area? He is slandering me." Chairman Matsunaga Hisahide turned his head and looked at Wu Sanwei, "Mr. W, although I respect you very much, Aishino Takeo has followed me for more than 10 years and would never do such a thing. Please distinguish." "Really?" Wu Sanwei sneered. Beer clapped his hands. Fang Xian came in with Sayuri Takasugi. When Aishino Takeo saw Sayuri Takasugi, he immediately lowered his head and trembled all over. Chairman Hisahide Matsunaga looked puzzled. "Who is this strange woman?" Wu Sanwei took the initiative to introduce. "This woman is the head of the Chorubu of the Mitsu family. She is also the most trusted person of the old Mitsu, and she is responsible for recruiting spies for him." According to her confession, 5 years ago, Takeo Aishino was dragged into the water by the Mitsu family with beauty and regularly reported the intelligence of the Sumiyoshi society to the old Mitsu. As a person who has been fighting against the Mitsu family for many years, Chairman Hisahide Matsunaga knew that the Chorubu was the strongest fighting force of the Mitsu family. This time, the Mitsu family sent out the Chorubu to attack Mr. W. Not only was the whole army annihilated, but even the head was captured. And Mr. W only had 2 people participating in the battle. 1 against 100. This is terrible. This shock was fleeting in the mind of Chairman Hisahide Matsunaga, and he was even more surprised by Takeo Aishino's betrayal. With Minister Chorubu's testimony, Aishino Takeo must have betrayed. But why did he do this? Haven't I been good to him? Over the years, I have given him hundreds of toys. Why is he still attracted by the beauties of the Mitsu family? A surge of anger instantly spread throughout President Matsunaga Hisahide's body. He gritted his teeth and asked, "Aishino Takeo, why did you do this? Am I not good enough to you?" The first moment Takasugi Sayuri appeared, Aishino Takeo knew that he had been completely exposed and would definitely die. Since he was going to die eventually, why should he be someone else's grandson? Over the years, he has been enough of being a grandson. Aishino Takeo stood up, his face completely free of the cowardice just now, and laughed. "Very good Matsunaga Hisahide, you are very good to me. But that is what I deserve. If it weren't for me, the Sumiyoshi society would have collapsed long ago. Do you think you can buy me off by giving a few fallen women? Old Mitsu not only bought me a mansion in the suburbs of Kyoto, but also personally selected 2 new people for me. Fresh goods are different. They both got pregnant after a few times. The biggest regret of Aishino Takeo is that I have no offspring. When I learned that they were both pregnant, I decided to serve Mitsu-sama until death in this life. With 2 sons, I have no regrets in my death. President Matsunaga Hisahide was shocked when he heard this. He never thought that his most trusted old butler would betray him because of 2 women. His face was livid and he was shaking all over. He took out a pistol and aimed it at Aishino Takeo's head and was about to pull the trigger. Wait. The captive Takasugi Sayuri unexpectedly stepped forward. What is this woman going to do? Wu Sanwei glanced at her. Takasugi Sayuri smiled strangely, as if she was waiting for a good show. She walked up to Aishino Takeo, who was determined to die and was righteous, and teased. Aishino Takeo, are you really sure that the 2 children in the villa are your sons? Aishino Takeo, who closed his eyes and wished to die, opened his eyes, snorted coldly, and said, of course, I'm not a fool. Shortly after the children were born, I took their blood samples and did a DNA test. The results are a perfect match. Takasugi Sayuri said like a devil playing with people's hearts. Is the hospital that did the DNA test called Kyoto Kokurayama Hospital? Yes. Aishino Takeo's eyes widened suddenly, with a look of surprise. How do you know? Could it be that the hospital was opened by the Mitsu family? Impossible. At that time, I had clearly checked the details of the hospital, and it was a small hospital without any background. Sayuri Takasugi shook her head. Of course it's not the Mitsu family's hospital. Old Mitsu has never been interested in such a small hospital. Aishino Takeo was relieved and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Sayuri Takasugi suppressed her excitement and said slowly, but when you stepped into the hospital, the director with a bald spot on his head received a check worth 5 million. 5 million. Just changed 2 words on the DNA test report. Do you think the director who is worried about the salary of his employees will do it? You actually fooled me? This news was like a bolt from the blue, hitting Aishino Takeo directly. His eyes went dark, and he almost fainted. Sayuri Takasugi was very happy to see this scene. She did not intend to miss this opportunity to vent, and said with great interest, do you know that, before sending the 2 newcomers to you, old Mitsu had already tasted them? But modern medicine is advanced, and a small operation is enough to hide it from you. Besides, it was old Mitsu who instructed them to get pregnant. He asked me to hire 2 young and strong guys while you were away. As she said that, she curled her lips and pretended to be surprised. Oh my god, do you really think you still have the ability to get them pregnant? You. Aishino Takeo covered his heart and pointed at Takasugi Sayuri. His lips were bleeding from his teeth. To destroy a person, the most effective way is to destroy all his hopes and destroy his spiritual support. It seems that Takasugi Sayuri is very good at this. Wu Sanwei could no longer bear to watch it and said, Mr. President, do it. Give him a quick death. President Matsunaga Hisahide came to his senses, looked at the old butler with a painful expression, and sighed in his heart. Death may really be a relief for him. Bang. After a gunshot, Chairman Matsunaga Hisahide looked up at Wu Sanwei. Mr. W, is the captain guarding the gate also a spy for the Mitsu family? Even the person he trusted the most was a spy, so it was not surprising that an outsider was bribed by the Mitsu family. Wu Sanwei smiled and shook his head. I'm not sure, but it shouldn't be. Old Mitsu doesn't see his position in his eyes. Chairman Matsunaga Hisahide was surprised. Then why did you ask me to kill him? Wu Sanwei smiled and said, nothing, I just don't like him. The real reason is that this guy likes to pretend to be a samurai, and he is full of language commonly used by the old Kyoto invasion army. This is really unbearable. Chairman Matsunaga Hisahide. Kill him if you don't like him? The idea of this Chibil-san is too weird. Of course, he doesn't care about a small captain, but it is related to the dignity of the Sumiyo Shike, and even more related to the opinions of his subordinates as the president. Seeing that he looked troubled, Wu Sanwei frowned and said, what's the matter? Are you in trouble? Chairman Matsunaga Hisahide was shocked and immediately realized that this guy was a monster who had successfully escaped from the siege of hundreds of people. He laughed and said, how could that be? I'll have someone kill him right away. Wu Sanwei shook his head and said, you do it yourself. What do you think I am? Your lackey? Chairman Matsunaga Hisahide was stunned for a moment and was about to lose his temper, but he trembled all over when he was swept by that cold gaze. When the word came to his lips, they changed to, "Okay, I will do it immediately. Come here, bring Shion-Zekoichi in." Chapter 603. Shion-Zekoichi, who looked confused, was escorted to the hall by 2 soldiers. He was on vacation these days and had no idea what happened in the Sumiyoshike. When he saw Wu Sanwei and others, he thought the deal had been reached and the president wanted to reward them. He licked his face and nodded and bowed. "President, I brought them here. I have made great contributions." President Matsunaga Hisahide looked at him with disgust and pulled out a pistol from his waist. Bang! Shion-Zekoichi fell to the ground. His face was stunned and he didn't seem to understand why things were like this. Of course, President Matsunaga Hisahide didn't understand why Mr. W had to take the life of his subordinate. But he knew that these people could not be offended. "Mr. W, the matter has been settled. Do you have any other instructions?" "Wu Sanwei, we have obtained the evidence. We will go back and report to the head of the family. I hope you can send someone to see us off." President Matsunaga Hisahide was overjoyed when he heard this. "I'm afraid that he will not be able to sleep well if he keeps this killer who can fight against hundreds of people by his side." He quickly agreed. "Young master, you have obtained the evidence of Shio Sanjing's crime, which is a great achievement. I will personally send you off." In order to prevent the attack, President Matsunaga Hisahide mobilized more than half of the troops this time and used the only armored vehicle. Although the outer shell of this armored vehicle was rusty and the chimney was emitting black smoke, it was already at the same level as an interstellar battleship in the refugee camp. What surprised him was that Mr. W also brought Aoyama Yoshiko and Anodora Miki. Of course, he didn't pay much attention to it and thought it was a special hobby of the Chibil-san. With the guards, who were powerful enough to shake the refugee camp, they arrived at the demarcation line and the drainage ditch smoothly. "Young Master W, the subsequent cooperation depends on you. If you encounter any difficulties in the refugee camp in the future, just let me know." After a parting speech full of affection, President Matsunaga Hisahide waved his arms and watched them leave reluctantly until he could no longer see their figures, and then he withdrew his troops back to the camp. The news that Wu Sanwei had left the refugee camp with 3 Kyoto women was immediately passed to Nanzeohua by the scouts, assigned to the periphery. Although Nanzeohua was a little confused, he was very happy in his heart. These days, he had been worried about Wu Sanwei and Fang Xian, who had sneaked into the refugee camp alone, fearing that they would be discovered by others if they were not careful. "It's good to be back. Qiu Yaosheng, you immediately take 2 squads of soldiers to greet them. Landakin, order the logistics department to prepare a table of delicious dishes to welcome Comrade Wu Sanwei, and the cost will be deducted from my salary." The 2 subordinates took the order and left. Nanzeohua couldn't sit still in the office, so he picked up the phone and told Kinbamian the good news. So when Wu Sanwei returned to the station, important staff members of the office and assistant Kinbamian had already been waiting downstairs. "Hello, Comrade Wu." Nanzeohua saluted excitedly. Wu Sanwei was also infected by his excitement and saluted with a click. "Comrade Nanzeohua, Wu Sanwei successfully completed the task and applied to return to the team." "Return to the team?" Nanzeohua's voice was a little trembling. At this time, Kinbamian noticed that there were 3 women and a child in the car. The women were all Kyoto girls, and they were not low in appearance. "Who are they?" "Well, this is the evidence of Shio Sanjing's crime. I will introduce the details at the meeting later." "Well, then follow me." Kinbamian took the initiative to take over the task of keeping evidence without waiting for Wu Sanwei's instructions. Earth Defense Bureau Kyoto Office, Meeting Room. After hearing Wu Sanwei's discovery in the refugee camp, everyone fell silent. They felt sad for the refugees living in hell, and were also shocked by Shio Sanjing's brutality. "Comrade Wu Sanwei, although you have captured the head of the crane department and have eyewitnesses, there is no direct evidence to prove that the murderer of these crimes is Shio Sanjing." Nanzeohua was the first to break the silence. "Once we release the news to the outside world and reveal the truth, He can turn the tables and accuse our Earth Defense Bureau of interfering in the internal affairs of Kyoto. Everyone also had this concern and nodded in agreement. Wu Sanwei smiled and said, "Of course I don't think that I can convict Xiao Sanjing with just a few witnesses, so I have prepared a plan. Take a look." Qin Beimian distributed the plan to everyone. Everyone opened the plan. All of them were surprised and talked about it. Rate Xiao Sanjing's manner? Does this violate the non-interference principle of our Earth Defense Bureau? Director Liemo will definitely not approve such a bold plan. Facing everyone's doubts, Wu Sanwei stood up and said, "Everyone, the main reason why Director Liemo decided not to interfere in Kyoto is that, although these Cheebles in Kyoto are brutal, they do not pose a threat to the whole world. But now the situation is different. Xiao Sanjing dared to commit the crime of cannibalism. If he is not severely punished immediately, it may have an indelible impact on human civilization. And this time, since we have a detailed map and target, I'm capable of raiding Xiao Sanjing's manor alone." Everyone's face changed drastically. Wu Sanwei was actually preparing to go deep into the tiger's den alone. Although he had a record of fighting 1 against 100, it was Xiao Sanjing's manor after all, and there must be many traps and tight defenses inside. Absolutely not. We can't watch the new deputy director of the Earth Defense Agency commit suicide. Everyone expressed opposition. After 2 hours, Wu Sanwei was unable to convince them and had to ask Director Liemo for help through an encrypted mobile phone. After listening to the whole process of the matter, Liemo pondered for a moment, said the word "permitted," and hung up the phone. Everyone looked at each other. How could the director agree to such unreasonable conditions? Wu Sanwei got up and prepared the equipment needed for the night operation. Qin Beimian walked into the room. "Comrade Wu Sanwei, do you really want to go alone?" "Well, more people means more targets." Wu Sanwei changed into night clothes and put the dagger on his waist. "How about I go with you? I have practiced fighting and I'm good at it." Qin Beimian asked proactively. Wu Sanwei shook his head. "You and Comrade Nanzao Hua can just meet outside. This operation cannot expose the Earth Defense Agency before Xiao Sanjing is captured and evidence is found." Qin Beimian nodded worriedly. Late at night, the darkness swallowed the entire Kyoto like a monster. The suburbs were quiet, and the road near Xiao Sanjing's manor was even more empty. The people living nearby knew Xiao Sanjing's special hobby and dared not go out at night. Qin Beimian personally led a team of soldiers to ambush outside the manor to prepare for the meeting. She saw Wu Sanwei climb over the wall nimbly and bit her lip with some worry. Although she knew from the woman who looked like a fairy that this thin man could kill more than 400 Crane soldiers in a row, she still couldn't help worrying. Wu Sanwei jumped over the wall, identified the infrared alarm device installed in the manor through the combat display system worn on his head, and then passed through easily like a light deer. He held the black dagger tightly. After drinking the blood of hundreds of Crane soldiers, the dagger became extremely excited, and the power it transmitted became stronger and stronger. A team of patrol soldiers passed through the corridor, and Wu Sanwei, who was hiding behind the bushes, flashed out and flew past them like a black lightning. All destroyed. Wu Sanwei was not stained with blood. He continued to move forward along the corridor. According to the information provided by Sayuri Takasuji, the place where Xiao Sanjing held the prisoner should be in the basement under the study. At this time, another team of patrol soldiers appeared in front of him. Wu Sanwei did not act rashly, but flashed into the bushes next to him and waited for them to disappear in the darkness before continuing to move forward. The closer he got to the study, the more patrol soldiers there were. Wu Sanwei had to jump onto the roof and jump over from the air. At this moment, his strength and agility were far beyond that of ordinary people, and the absent-minded soldiers below could not find him at all. Continue to move forward along the roof, and not far below is the study. In front of the study, there are 2 guards in black uniforms. There is no escape this time. Wu Sanwei leaped up and killed the guard with 2 slashes. He pushed open the door of the study. He was stunned for a moment. Although this is a study, there are no books. Instead, the walls are hung with various torture instruments, some of which are beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Just one look will make people shudder. Xiao Sanjing, damn it. Wu Sanwei flashed into the room. closed the door, and went straight to the innermost wall, and pressed a switch. Crack, click, a sound of gears turning was heard, and a hole appeared on the floor. In fact, Wu Sanwei had already inspected the furnishings in the room in detail after entering the room. With his keen observation, he did not find any abnormalities on the floor. If it were not for the information from Sayori Takasugi, it would probably take him a lot of time to find this entrance. Wu Sanwei jumped into the hole and went down the ladder to the basement. The basement was large and dim, and the air was filled with the stench of dampness and decay. Wu Sanwei's sensitive sense of smell even smelled a faint smell of blood. Pia Master Shao Sanjing, spare me, I won't dare to do it again. Bitch, if I hadn't rescued you, you would have been sold to the brothel by your gambling father. You dared to go behind my back and flirt with the guards. Master, I didn't. It's just that he was my former neighbor and looked at me a little more. There's really nothing between us. Hahaha, you're still quibbling. Yanida Masao has admitted that you hooked up with him first. Master, spare me. Today is the day you sacrifice yourself. No, Master, no. Hearing the noisy noise coming from the cell in front, Wu Sanwei's heart trembled. Shao Sanjing was about to commit a crime again. He jumped up and rushed out more than 10 meters away, hiding outside the door and watching. In the cell, a young girl was tied to a pillar with an iron chain. She was covered with bruises and her clothes were tattered after being whipped. Shao Sanjing was wearing a grey robe and stood in front of the girl with a ferocious look. His mouth opened to an incredible degree, revealing two sharp fangs. Wu Sanwei pressed the recording button on the tactical helmet and waited quietly. Master Shao Sanjing, don't eat me. I will satisfy you with whatever you ask for. The girl looked terrified, trembling all over, and kept begging. Shao Sanjing's face was full of evil, and he laughed. My request is to eat you and become one with me, just like those 56 women. 56. This guy has harmed so many people. Wu Sanwei couldn't help but clench the black dagger and grit his teeth, wishing to execute this demon immediately. However, he knew that his task was to collect evidence, and now he couldn't convict him with just these few words. He could only endure. The girl's face turned pale and her pants were wet when she heard this. Bitch, it's your honor to be my food. Shao Sanjing frowned and slapped her. The girl's face was tilted to one side by the slap, revealing her tender and white neck. Shao Sanjing couldn't bear it any longer, opened his mouth, and pounced forward fiercely. Two sharp and sinister fangs were about to pierce the girl's neck. The girl felt the stinging pain in her neck, closed her eyes, and prepared to silently accept the reality of death. For a long time, the expected death did not come, and the pain in her neck disappeared. What's going on? Did Shao Sanjing regain his humanity and let me go? The girl secretly opened her eyes and couldn't help but exclaimed. She saw a man in a nightgown, putting Shao Sanjing's head into a plastic bag. Shao Sanjing was killed silently by this man. This man is her lifesaver. The girl came to her senses and quickly covered her mouth. Unfortunately, it was too late. Her screams had alarmed the patrolling soldiers, and a noisy sound of footsteps came from the corridor. Wu Sanwei frowned. Trouble. If the girl is left here, she will definitely be killed by the angry soldiers. If he takes her with him, the target will be too big, and he is not sure he can get away unscathed. Go. It will be too late if you don't leave now. Just as he was hesitating, the girl suddenly said, My name is Fukashi Naoki. Thank you for saving me. I'm satisfied if I don't get eaten. Wu Sanwei looked at her desperate look and sighed in his heart. He swung his knife fiercely. Crack, the iron chain broke with a sound. Go, I'll take you out. Wu Sanwei saw Fukashi Naoki standing there in a daze and urged. Fukashi Naoki nodded heavily. Outside the wall, Kanbamian heard the alarm from the manor and her heart skipped a beat. Wu Sanwei was discovered. She picked up the intercom. 01. Launch rockets. Target the meeting room. She knew that Wu Sanwei's destination this time was the basement under the study, and he would never go to the meeting room. 01. Received. Launch immediately. As soon as the voice fell, Kanbamian had not had time to cover her ears and saw more than 10 rockets fired from a distance. Swoosh. Swoosh. The rockets dragged red tails and rushed into the manor. Boom. Boom. The deafening explosion sounded particularly harsh in the silent night sky. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. A burst of noisy exclamations came from the manor. I hope I can buy some time for Wu Sanwei. Qin Bamian was so nervous that he grabbed his arm and didn't even notice that his mails had cut his skin. Suddenly, two black shadows jumped down from the high wall. One of them was very familiar. It was Wu Sanwei. The other one looked like a girl. This guy rescued another woman. Qin Bamian, who was worried about him just now, was a little angry. Last time he went out on a business trip, he brought back 3 women, and the office hasn't figured out how to place them. This time, he violated the rules again, and brought one back. P.S. The plot in Kyoto is very embarrassing, depressing, boring, and angry, and I will skip it soon. Chapter 604. China, Yanjing, Earth Defense Bureau. It was already late at night when Liemo received the mission report sent back by Wu Sanwei, but considering the importance of the matter, he still convened a high-level meeting of the Earth Defense Bureau overnight. In the large conference room, in addition to Xia King, Zhao Dong, Fang Lanshan, Shento Zixu, the 3 brothers of Yandai, who were from Mozi Technology, there were also several members of the Global Conference Observation Group. When the first global conference was held, not only was the resolution to establish the Earth Defense Bureau passed, but also the Human Observation Group was established. Its members came from all over the world and were all world-renowned figures, responsible for supervising the operation of the Earth Defense Bureau. Of course, this kind of supervision is only nominal supervision. So far, the Human Observation Group has never raised any objections to the decision of the Earth Defense Bureau. Even when Director Liemo issued the incredible order to dismantle the aircraft carrier, they chose to remain silent. In fact, all human observers know that they are just mascots. So, when the mascot was invited to attend an emergency meeting by the Earth Defense Bureau from the warm bed in the middle of the night, it seemed a little confused. Gillanqi Clinton looked at the serious-looking senior officials of the Earth Defense Agency in confusion, lowered his voice, and asked the head of the observation group, Professor Wu, you are holding a meeting in the middle of the night. Do you know what big thing has happened? Professor Wu was also confused and shook his head. I don't know. I haven't heard of anything big recently. Navkobs also came over. Professor Wu, you are Director Liemo's teacher. I haven't heard of anything, which means nothing big has happened. Dmitry Simon nodded. That's right. We humans can't stand any more tossing. Angela Elliott, agree. Savas Shauti, agree +1. There was a lot of discussion in the meeting room. Even the serious-looking senior officials of the Earth Defense Agency exchanged puzzled glances silently. There has been no particularly serious incidents on Earth recently, but there are many good things, such as China's bumper wheat harvest. Due to the use of quantum breeding technology, the yield per mu is as high as 2,000 kilograms, which is enough to meet the food needs of the people of the country for 10 years. For example, flying cars powered by Marxing batteries have been launched. They can soar at an altitude of thousands of meters, which is enough to replace cars as the means of transportation for Chinese people, which will inevitably greatly ease traffic congestion. In addition, the lunar mining project has been launched, and the Natural Resources Department of Mozi Technology has built the first batch of mining bases on the moon. Perhaps within a year, helium-3 in the lunar soil and iron and titanium in the lunar sea basalt will be continuously transported back to the Earth. In addition, there is another good news that excites the human beings all over the world. The alien spacecraft that came with destruction has slowed down again, and this time its speed has dropped to less than 100 km per hour. According to scientists from Mozi Technology, there should be a problem with the propeller. This can at least buy the Earth another half year of preparation time. The chances of the Earth's victory will inevitably be a little greater. Therefore, these senior executives are also deeply puzzled by this emergency meeting that was suddenly held late at night, but they are well trained and carefully hide these doubts in their hearts. Dada! A crisp sound of footsteps came from outside the corridor. The footsteps were very steady and the time interval was almost the same. It can be heard that the person has a steady personality and a firm mind. This is Director Liemo. Everyone stood up straight with a solemn expression. Liemo stepped into the conference room with a briefcase and walked straight to the podium. Please take a seat. The main reason why we summoned everyone here in the middle of the night to attend this emergency meeting is because someone in our human civilization has committed a serious crime that is enough to subvert the foundation of civilization. He swept his cold eyes across the faces of the members of the human observation group. Kyoto is in a special situation. If the Earth Defense Agency acts rashly, it is likely to cause unrest. Therefore, Liemo has to rely on the power of the human observation group. Although the human observation group has no salary, no army, and even no office space, they have the righteousness of humanity, and they represent more than 7 billion people around the world. Subvert the foundation of civilization? Oh my god. What crime is so serious? Is someone planning to detonate a nuclear bomb on the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean? Impossible. The Earth Defense Agency has already confiscated all the nuclear bombs in the world. Is there a traitor on Earth who is planning to contact alien spacecraft and betray humanity? Even more impossible. Director Liemo has already blocked the deep space signals of the solar system. The top leaders of the Earth Defense Agency are still calm, but the members of the human observation group are a little restless. These days, the situation of humanity has finally stabilized, order has gradually been restored around the world, and people have finally returned to a stable life, but this stability is very fragile. At this time, if a major disaster occurs again, human civilization may really collapse. Director Liemo, please make it clear that I would like to express my support for you on behalf of the human observation group. Professor Wu heard this and already understood Director Liemo's intention. He was going to use the human observation group to do a difficult thing. As a teacher, he should express his support for his students. Professor Wu's words also triggered the support of other human observers. That's right. Director Liemo, if you have anything to say, just tell us clearly. We will definitely support you strongly. It is not easy for human civilization to survive until now. I will never allow anyone to subvert and destroy it. Agree +1. Seeing the indignant expressions of the human observation team, Liemo inserted the data storage in his hand into the computer. This is a video taken by an outstanding employee of our Earth Defense Bureau at the risk of his life. On the large screen hanging on the wall, the picture displayed was that Xiao Sanjing was opening his mouth wide, revealing sharp and sinister fangs, and pounced on the weak girl tied to the pillar. Wu Sanwei chose a good angle, recording the hideousness of Xiao Sanjing's face and the extreme fear of the girl. Everyone couldn't help but gasp after watching it. It was obvious that the pervert on the screen was about to bite off the girl's throat. This was cannibalism. They had only seen such scenes in horror movies, and they never thought that such a brutal crime would happen in reality. Beast. Beast. Professor Wu stood up and shouted angrily. He keenly realized that the employee of the Earth Defense Agency in black who took the picture was his son. While he was secretly worried, he also felt a little comforted. Gilanki Clinton couldn't help but stand up and said angrily, Director Liemo, this is a great crime of blasphemy against human civilization. What are you waiting for? Send someone to arrest this guy immediately. Neve Cobbs also stood up and echoed, that's right, this crime must be severely punished immediately. The crime in the picture has exceeded the bottom line of human civilization. In the conference room, the crowd was excited for a while. Liemo pressed his hand slightly, and after everyone quieted down, he said calmly, I naturally cannot tolerate this kind of crime. In fact, the woman in the picture did not die, but was saved by the special agent of the Earth Defense Agency. At the same time, according to the power granted to the Earth Defense Agency by the Earth Conference, the special agent has executed the criminal on the spot in order to prevent crime and save innocent lives. The girl didn't die. The criminal was executed on the spot. The human observers were overjoyed when they heard this and stood up one after another. Well done, this guy deserves to die. The Earth Defense Agency is mighty for getting rid of harm for the people. It's too good for him to die like this. The bottom line of human civilization is that we cannot eat each other. Xiao Sanjing's behavior has seriously violated this bottom line, so they are so angry. Liemo said loudly, this cannibal comes from a big chaebol in Kyoto. Although he has been executed, I seriously suspect that there are other cannibals in the Kyoto area. Everyone should know that the Kyoto chaebol has always been unwilling to accept the supervision of the Earth Defense Agency, so I decided to take action against them. This requires your support. This is the real purpose of Liamo's meeting. The reason why the Kyoto Chibal dared to confront the Earth Defense Agency is that there are countless forces with ulterior motives behind them. Liamo needs to use the name of the Human Observation Team to swing an iron fist at them. Kyoto Chibal? They are the guys who regard Kyoto as their own territory. I didn't expect them to dare to do such a cruel thing. After the moon fell, we should have gotten rid of them. It was only because of the great unity of mankind that we compromised repeatedly. We can't tolerate it this time. The human observers talked about it. They were shocked by the crimes committed by the Kyoto Chibal. Professor Wu took the initiative to stand up, direct to Liamo, for this anti-human crime. All of us humans must immediately crack down on it severely to prevent it from shaking the foundation of human civilization. The human observers stood up one after another. I agree. Agree +1. Agree +2. They are all knowledgeable people among humans. Naturally, they know the seriousness of the crime of cannibalism. Once it spreads, the consequences will be disastrous. No one wants to be someone else's food while walking on the street with his girlfriend and eating skewers. As for the evil Chibals in Kyoto, they should have been severely punished long ago. Liamo smiled and said, very good. I also have this idea, but for the unity of mankind, I also hope that you can issue a statement to the global human beings. Express that our Earth Defense Bureau's action against the Kyoto Chibal is all out of consideration for the overall interests of mankind. Professor Wu, of course, our human observation team has an obligation to do so. Very good. The camera crew for the live TV broadcast is already waiting in the press conference hall. Everyone please come in. Liamo had already arranged everything properly. The human observation team is not a monolithic entity. Some people have the shadow of some ill-intentioned forces behind them. He must not let these guys come to their senses. Kyoto, civilian area. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Nagaoka Hideyoki was awakened by the noise coming from the street. He looked through the window at the gray sky outside, endured the pain in his body, and struggled to get up from the bed. Yesterday in the warehouse of the Mitsu family, he moved 20 tons of goods in a row, and almost died of exhaustion there. With the help of the dim light, Nagaoka Hideyoki looked at his blistered palms and sighed. As a commoner in Kyoto, you work so hard every day, but you can only earn enough to fill your stomach, and you have to endure the beatings from the supervisors. Yesterday, a worker accidentally broke a porcelain from China and was beaten half to death by the supervisor on the spot. It is said that the palm-sized porcelain bottle is worth hundreds of thousands, enough for a family of 3 to live on for 5 years. Everyone knows that they live like slaves and suffer torture, but there is nothing they can do, and they even scramble to be slaves. Because Kyoto has been completely controlled by the Chibals, and all the jobs are provided by them. If you are not tortured by the Mitsu family, you will be beaten by the Ishihara family. Of course, you can also choose to lie in bed and do nothing, and the final result can only be starving to death. This is the miserable Kyoto. In order to save the electricity bill that rises every month, Nagaoka Hideyoki did not turn on the lights and took out a cold rice bowl from the cupboard in the dark. Grass rice balls are a specialty of Kyoto. They are made of sawdust mixed with a small amount of rice. They smell sour and taste like chewing wood, but they are cheap and are the first choice for ordinary people to fill their stomachs. As soon as Nagaoka Hideyoki stuffed the grass rice balls into his mouth, he heard cheers from the street. Something big has happened. Everyone, turn on the TV and tune to the international channel. Big things? In Kyoto, is there anything bigger than filling your stomach? However, considering that most of the international channels broadcast world events, maybe alien spaceships have arrived? Wouldn't that be a relief? He returned to the living room and turned on the broken TV he picked up from the garbage dump. The gray screen gradually lit up. Tuned to the international channel. Dozens of men in mouse suits appeared on the TV screen, and the subtitles below showed that they were members of the Human Observation Group. The Human Observation Group is composed of world-renowned people. It is incredible that they gathered together for a press conference early in the morning. Could something really have happened? He turned up the volume. We, the Human Observation Group, on behalf of all mankind, are extremely shocked by the cannibalism incident in the Kyoto area and have decided to authorize the Earth Defense Agency to launch a crackdown on the Kyoto Chibal. The detailed information of the cannibalism case began to be broadcast on TV, and the names of Shiomitsu and the Mitsu family were constantly mentioned by the host. This is going to happen. The Earth Defense Agency is finally going to take action against the Kyoto Chibal. Nagaoka Hideyoki got excited and turned up the volume. At this time, Director Liemo of the Earth Defense Agency walked to the podium. After discussion, I decided to send a special peacekeeping force to the Kyoto area to carry out the task of eliminating the Chibals. At the same time, I hope that the people of Kyoto can take the initiative to stand up and cooperate with our actions. As soon as the voice fell, the TV screen flickered and lost the signal. Obviously, the Chibal family cut off the signal. However, it was too late, because the cheers of the people of Kyoto were heard on the street. Nagaoka Hideyoki also took a deep breath, unable to suppress his inner excitement, and took out a worn-out shotgun from the bottom of the cabinet. It's time to take revenge. Chapter 605. After receiving the order from Director Liemo, Chen Shuxian quickly mobilized troops. 11 aircraft carrier formations sailed out from the Navy General Base, carrying 500 JL-88 fighter jets newly developed by Mosey Technology. Considering the complicated situation in Kyoto and the fact that the Chibals are likely to bring Kyoto residents to confront, Chen Shuxian specially transferred the 5th Brigade under Han Feng's charge. The 5th Brigade is all elite and has received professional street fighting training, which can play an incomparable role in the city. The East China Sea is turbulent, and the 11 aircraft carrier formations are lined up in a row, stretching for more than 10 kilometers, which is particularly spectacular. In the air, there are dozens of drones, broadcasting the entire process of the war in real time. All mankind is watching this war in front of the TV. The Kyoto Chibals were no exception. They gathered in the Doomsday Fortress set up by the Mitsu family 500 meters underground, watching the mighty aircraft carrier formation on TV, and talking about it. Old Mitsu, this incident started because of you. You should be responsible. That's right, Old Mitsu, I reminded you a long time ago that your precious son was too much, but you didn't listen. Now the Earth Defense Agency has caught the evidence. Old Mitsu, I think you should take the initiative to stand up and surrender to the Earth Defense Agency. There might be a glimmer of hope. Old Mitsu seemed to have aged more than 10 years overnight, with white hair and sagging bags under his eyes. Sitting in a wheelchair, he felt endless sorrow when he heard the accusations of the Chibals. These century-old allies were obviously ready to abandon the Mitsu family and surrender to the Earth Defense Agency. This is absolutely not okay. With the help of the maid, he stood up and sneered. Do you really think that the Earth Defense Agency is coming for this case? For our Mitsu family? No. They have long wanted to catch us all in one fell swoop. The cannibalism case is just an excuse. Even if you tie me up and hand me over to the Earth Defense Agency, the aircraft carrier in the East China Sea will not turn around. The Chibals were silent. They knew that what old Mitsu said was the truth. Then what should we do? Although we have been working hard to accumulate strength and collect advanced weapons and equipment from all over the world over the years, we have no chance of winning against the Earth Defense Agency. That's right. This time they actually dispatched 11 aircraft carrier formations. They think highly of us. Master Fujiwara, you don't understand this. This is the Earth Defense Agency showing its strength to the world. They want to take this opportunity to kill the chicken to scare the monkey. The Earth Defense Agency has long been very dissatisfied with our Kyoto Chibals being semi-independent from the world system. They will definitely take this opportunity to wipe us out. Facing the Earth Defense Agency's attack, the Chibals once again talked about it. The topic was successfully diverted. Seeing that they emphasized again that the Mitsu family should be held accountable, old Mitsu could not help but breathe a sigh of relief and said with a smile, although the Earth Defense Agency is powerful, they have a fatal weakness. The Chibals were surprised and said, weakness? The Earth Defense Agency can uproot the sacred mountain that has been hidden on Earth for decades and can set up a military base on Mars. What weaknesses are there? Old Mitsu snorted coldly and did not keep the suspense and said directly, they care too much about the lives of civilians. And Kyoto currently has at least 10 million civilians. As he said that, the corners of his mouth hooked into an evil laugh, which made people shudder. You mean, we use the lives of these civilians to threaten the Earth Defense Agency? Old Mitsu slammed the table and said sternly, yes. Only in this way can we force the Earth Defense Agency to withdraw its troops, and only in this way can we have a glimmer of hope. The Cheebles stood up one after another. Okay. The old ones are still the best. Only you can come up with such a sinister idea. Ha ha ha. We will trap those civilians in Kyoto, and the Earth Defense Agency will definitely be afraid to use large-scale bombing, so that their aircraft carriers and fighter planes will all become decorations. Once a street battle begins, with our years of operation, we still have a great chance of winning. In their eyes, the civilians of Kyoto are just like livestock in a pen, so they naturally don't care about their lives. Since Kyoto civilian Nagaoka Hideyoki learned that the Earth Defense Agency would take action against the Kyoto Cheebles, he no longer had the heart to work in the Mitsu family's warehouse. He knew that, even if he worked there like a cow or a horse for 100 years, he would not be able to get promoted, and could not get rid of the identity of a slave. And once the war starts, they, the civilians, will be the first to bear the brunt, and become cannon fodder. So finding a refuge is the most critical thing at the moment. Nagaoka Hideyoki put his few savings into a plastic bag and carefully hid it in his underwear pocket, then put a few grass dumplings, old clothes, a kettle and even a pair of leather shoes with worn soles in the cupboard into the suitcase. When he dragged the suitcase out of the door, he returned to the room and took the photo on the bedside table and looked at it for a long time. In the yellowed photo, a couple and a little girl stood under the cherry blossoms of Mount Fuji, smiling happily. Nagaoka Hideyoki's eyes were a little hazy, and he wiped his eyes lightly and put the photo into the suitcase. Then, he pushed open the door and stepped into the light. Of course, there were many people in Kyoto who had the same idea as Nagaoka Hideyoki. They all dragged their families and carried all their property, crowding to the suburbs. There was a big mountain there with dense forests, which could be used as a hiding place. Therefore, when the soldiers sent by the Cheebles began to blockade Kyoto City, they found that it had almost become an empty city, and most of the civilians had already fled. The civilians have all run away. How come these lowly slaves are not so diligent when they work normally? Old Mitsu angrily smashed his treasured purple clay teapot into pieces. What should we do now? The Cheebles also frowned. They originally planned to gather the civilians together to threaten the Earth Defense Agency, but now these damn guys have fled after hearing the news. Old Mitsu gritted his teeth and said, the only way now is to fight the Earth Defense Agency head on. None of you can hide anything, and you must send out all your forces. As long as we can cause damage to the Earth Defense Agency's army, we can get bargaining chips. The Cheebles had already lost their backbone, and they all nodded and handed over the military forces they controlled to Old Mitsu. In the East China Sea, on the Huaxia 01 aircraft carrier, Chen Shuxian, the commander of the Earth Defense Agency's expeditionary force, was in the captain's room, planning military operations with military staff. The intelligence secretary pushed the door open and entered. Commander, good news. According to the information from the secret line in Kyoto, most of the residents in Kyoto have fled after hearing the news that the Earth Defense Agency was going to take action against Kyoto. Chen Shuxian looked up from the electronic screen. Really? That's great. In this Kyoto destruction war, what we fear most is those crazy Kyoto Cheebles using civilians as shields. It seems that the work of the 7th Working Group has been completed well. After the victory of the war, I will definitely ask the Bureau for credit for them. The 7th Group of the Earth Defense Agency is a special department responsible for special tasks such as collecting intelligence and disseminating information. Since there are no civilians in Kyoto, can we bomb Kyoto immediately? Staff Officer Fang Wheezy suggested. Chen Shuxian knew that, although he was good at leading troops to charge, he was still not good at considering the overall situation, so he looked around. What do you think? He wanted to seek advice from the staff. The Kyoto destruction war is related to the dignity of the Earth Defense Agency. It is of great significance, and can only win and not lose. Mr. Commander, I think we should first use the same orbit satellite to conduct a full-scale scan of Kyoto. Because there is intelligence that the Kyoto Cheeble has been secretly collecting various weapons and equipment over the years. When North America was in turmoil, they tried to buy nuclear bombs on the black market. Staff Officer Huo Jiaxu suggested. She was originally Chen Shuxian's favorite general, thoughtful and trusted. For this expedition, Chen Shuxian specially reported to the bureau and transferred her from the military academy. Staff Officer Huo is right. Although our military is strong and the Kyoto Chibal cannot resist at all, in order to avoid unnecessary casualties, I also think that we should conduct a full-scale scan first. Staff Officer Zhang Wenliang also agreed. Chen Shuxian nodded. Then it is decided. Chief of Staff Huo, you are responsible for formulating the bombing plan, and I will submit it to the bureau right away. Dismissed. Watching the staff officers walk out of the command room one after another, Chen Shuxian stopped Staff Officer Huo Jiaxu. Comrade Huo Jiaxu, you are responsible for drawing up the plan this time. Will it be very stressful? A little bit, but I have confidence in myself, and I will complete the task. That's good. Pressure is motivation. I know you have great ambitions. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for you. Chen Shuxian was familiar with Huo Jiaxu's file information. She was an orphan. Because of her intelligence and tenacity, she was absorbed into the Marxing project. After years of training, she became a new generation of power in the Earth Defense Bureau. If she performs well this time, she may be able to go one step further and become a member of the third echelon. Huo Jiaxu understood. Commander, don't worry, I will do my best to ensure that the military facilities of the Kyoto Chibals are blown into ruins at the lowest cost. That's good. Go and draw up a plan. Chen Shuxian saw Huo Jiaxu walk out of the command room, and then he picked up the red confidential phone on the table. Although this phone looks no different from an ordinary landline, its internal structure and functions are very different. It is connected to 13 communication satellites in orbit through the medium-wave radar on the Huaxia-01 aircraft carrier. There are signals in every corner of the Earth, and blockchain quantum encryption is used, so the content of the call is absolutely safe. Director, this is Chen Shuxian. I hope to call the satellite to conduct a full-scale scan of the Kyoto area. The call was connected, and Chen Shuxian directly stated the purpose. Okay, I understand. I will arrange someone to receive the scan results. Chen Shuxian hung up the phone and came to the communication room. Commander, what do you want? Wu Chuyan, the supervisor on duty in the communication room, came up. Chen Shuxian ordered, join the global surveillance network of the Earth Defense Bureau immediately, port 1,236,549, and the password is Huago will win. Join the global surveillance network of the Earth Defense Bureau, port 1,236,549, and the password is Huago will win. Supervisor Wu Chuan crackled in front of the computer. Network access. Access completed. Signal transmission. Transmission completed. As the connection was completed, a blue planet appeared on the computer screen. Zoom in 10,000 times, set the location to Kyoto, and execute immediately. The blue planet gradually enlarged, and the real-time picture of the Kyoto area appeared on the computer screen. Run wide area infrared detection, to screen out suspicious locations. Wu Chuan entered the command. A blue horizontal line swept across Kyoto, and red dots appeared on the computer screen. Scan completed. The system shows that there are more than 5,000 locations where military forces are suspected to exist, and there are 1 million suspected armed personnel. 1 million people. Chen Shuxian frowned. He didn't expect such a large number. Kyoto has a permanent population of only more than 10 million, but there are more than 1 million armed personnel. The ratio of military to civilians is as high as 10:1. No wonder Kyoto civilians are starving. Run the fuzzy computing scanning system. Wu Chuan entered the command. A progress bar appeared on the computer screen. 1%, 5%. The progress is very slow. Commander, please sit down. According to the technical manual provided by the Bureau, using the fuzzy computing scanning system, to scan an area as large as Kyoto will take at least more than an hour. Wu Chuan stood up and poured a cup of hot water. Although they were at sea, they had smooth logistics and sufficient fresh water. Although Chen Shuxian was anxious, he knew that he was telling the truth. A satellite is essentially a large aperture telescope. Due to the wavelength of light and the size of the lens, the telescope has a diffraction limit, and the maximum theoretical resolution is 3.4 centimeters. Moreover, the Earth's atmosphere is not truly transparent. Phenomena such as the cold and hot convection of the atmosphere will change the path of light to varying degrees. Therefore, even the most advanced telescope can only reach a resolution of about 5 centimeters. However, MOSI technology has taken a unique approach. It detects targets simultaneously through more than 10 satellites in the same orbit, and then processes the data through a fuzzy computing system, which can increase the resolution to 1 millimeter. At a resolution of 1 millimeter, even a needle on the ground in Kyoto can be detected. However, the price paid is a huge amount of computing data. If it is calculated with an old electronic supercomputer, it will take at least a year. Fortunately, MOSI technology has built a quantum supercomputer with quantum chips, and the running speed is exponentially increased, so that fuzzy computing can be turned into reality. Chen Shuxian was patient and tasted the tea. 20 minutes later, the calculation was finally completed. A complete picture of Kyoto's armed configuration appeared on the computer screen. In the suburbs of Kyoto, there are more than 5,000 anti-aircraft missiles hidden in the woods. The missile models are very messy, including S-800 Triumph anti-aircraft missiles, MEADS medium-range extended-range anti-aircraft missiles, and S-500 PMU-2 proud surface-to-air missiles. Most of these missile models are old and cannot pose a threat to the advanced combat aircraft of the Earth Defense Agency. Chen Shuxian is not worried. He is worried about the defensive fortifications that surround Kyoto. Chapter 606 Black Bat Fighter. On the edge of Kyoto, the Chaebols had already built a 200-kilometer-long fortification made entirely of reinforced concrete. Inside the fortification, there are all kinds of machine guns and cannons, trenches, material warehouses, power stations, hospitals, factories, etc., with passages extending in all directions. Larger fortifications have entertainment venues such as Kabukicho. According to the data given by fuzzy calculations, there are about 3,800 permanent fortifications of various purposes in the fortifications, with a density of 20 to 25 per kilometer of front. The armor thickness of the armored tower fort is 500 mm, which can withstand at least a dozen direct hits of 600 mm cannon shells. The top cover and wall thickness of the strongest reinforced concrete fortification is 6 meters. What is more worth noting is that the so-called fortification here is not as simple as a machine gun bunker. It has complete military facilities underneath, including a combat command room, ammunition depot and communication center. The most important thing is that there are a large number of high-energy explosives similar to missiles inside the fortifications. According to the fuzzy calculation system, there should be at least 10,000 surface-to-air missiles. Looking at the data displayed on the screen, Chen Shuxian couldn't help but take a breath. It turned out that the Kyoto Chaebols had long anticipated that there would be such a day and used all their financial resources to build this hedgehog-like fortification. However, they still thought too simply about the Earth Defense Bureau and MOSI technology. Chen Shuxian was relieved after confirming that there were no large numbers of citizens and no nuclear weapons in Kyoto. He returned to the command room and immediately convened a combat meeting. During the meeting, Huo Jiaxu proposed a complete set of combat plans. The essence of the plan is to use the high technology of the Earth Defense Bureau to carry out a dimensionality reduction attack on Kyoto. Her plan is very detailed, accurate to which part of Kyoto each plane should bomb. Each tank should appear in the vital position of the street. And according to the different directions of future wars, more than 10 backup plans have been formulated. After the plan was unanimously approved by all combat staff, Chen Shuxian stood up with a solemn expression. Everyone, please pay attention. On behalf of Director Li Mo, I now order the evil eradication operation to begin immediately. On Earth, the Kyoto Zaibatsu is the evil of mankind. The purpose of this war is to remove this evil of mankind, which is like a cancerous tumor, from mankind. Chen Shuxian's order was transformed into electromagnetic waves, transmitted to the communication satellite through medium wave radar, and finally transmitted to the ears of every combat unit of the expeditionary force. The first to start was the aerospace force. On the Huaxia 02 aircraft carrier, the closed cabin slowly opened, revealing 5 strange-looking fighters. The fighter was silver grey, with a flat body, 2 huge wings, and a slightly short tail, a bit like a bat on Earth. In fact, its name is the Black Bat Fighter. The Black Bat Fighter is the first aerospace fighter of mankind. It can fly directly out of the atmosphere, enter the geosynchronous orbit, and bomb ground targets from outer space. It can carry 20,000 TNT units of high-energy explosives at a time, and the super-Earth penetrating bombs it carries can penetrate 500 meters below the surface. The extremely high flight altitude means that any anti-aircraft missiles launched from the ground will be out of reach of it. The super-Earth penetrating bomb can make those rats hiding underground feel what the end of the world is like. This is also Chen Shuxian's reliance on the Kyoto Chibal's defensive fortifications. The pilots of the fighter planes have been on standby for a long time. After receiving the commander's order, the captain Ziziang immediately shouted loudly, "Everyone prepare to board the plane." 10 pilots ran to board the Black Bat fighter plane that had completed the inspection. Fighter number 01 is ready. Fighter number 02 is ready. Fighter number 05 is ready. Ziziang pressed the fighter start button. Let's go. Let those Kyoto Chibals see what high technology is. 5 Black Bat fighter planes, spraying blue beams, turned into 5 black shadows, and flew high into the sky. The black shadows flew out of the atmosphere, and entered the geosynchronous orbit. Captain, every time I see this blue Earth, I have a feeling. What feeling? I want to treat it as a large lollipop, hold it in my mouth, and eat it bit by bit. Point Yuan Zhangzhang, your thoughts are so dirty. That's right, I suggest you have a good chat with Dr. Liu after this operation. Okay, everyone cheer up, we have arrived over Kyoto. Captain Ziziang looked at the radar indication, and reminded the team members to pay attention. 5 Black Bat fighters lined up, and parked accurately above Kyoto. The synchronous orbit is 35,000 kilometers away from the Earth. From here, Kyoto is just a small black block. Thinking that he would throw the super-Earth penetrating bomb into this small black block that is not much bigger than a fingernail, Ziziang felt a little excited. He swallowed his saliva and reported loudly, "Command Center, this is the Black Bat Squadron. We have arrived at the designated location, and are on standby." Black Bat Squadron, according to Earth Conference document number 01, the Earth Defense Agency authorizes you to immediately carry out the bombing mission of Kyoto. I wish you good luck. A friendly Chinese voice came from the intercom. Received. Ziziang hung up the call and ordered, "Everyone prepare, lock onto Kyoto target number 12, and prepare for the first round of bombing." Received. Received. 2 minutes later, more than 50 super-Earth penetrating bombs rushed into the atmosphere with red beams. Kyoto, the underground doomsday fortress of the Mitsu family. Old Mitsu sat upright in a wheelchair, his eyes fixed on the large screen on the wall, his expression tense. Half an hour ago, he had received the declaration of war from the Earth Defense Agency. In the declaration, the Earth Defense Agency recounted all the evil deeds that the Kyoto Chibal had done without omission. On 20th month 20th day of 30 year, Kyoto Chibal not only motto beat a tourist seriously while he was spending money in Ginza. On XX/XX/XXX, Geo Geohu, a tycoon in Kyoto, forcibly abducted a female college student on the street. On XX/XX/XXX, Kazushi Omura, a tycoon in Kyoto, led his men to occupy 2 residential buildings. Finally, the Earth Defense Agency even attached a number, 130,000 cases. We tycoons have committed 130,000 cases in Kyoto. Old Mitsu couldn't help but feel flustered. He knew that with the publication of the crimes, the whole world would not allow the Kyoto tycoons to exist independently as before. What a vicious trick. Half an hour passed, and there was still no movement from the Earth Defense Agency. Information came from the front line that the Earth Defense Agency's aircraft carrier was anchored 50 kilometers from the coast and no longer moved forward, as if waiting. What are they waiting for? Old Mitsu was not dazzled by the calmness in front of him and fell into deep thought. I say, Mitsu, you are worrying too much. For now, the best thing is that nothing happens. That's right. Maybe the Earth Defense Agency is afraid of the defense line we spent a lot of money to build and temporarily back down. Haha, we have deployed more than 10,000 enemy anti-aircraft missiles in the defense line. Let's see how they deal with it. Mitsu, you might as well come and play with us. Today, Hibino sent a new batch of goods. They are very fresh. Mitsu looked at the Cheebles who looked indifferent and sighed in his heart. The disaster is coming, but they don't know it. How sad. As he was sighing, he suddenly felt a tremor, and the dust on the roof fell down puff, and the air was filled with dust. The Cheebles who were singing and dancing just now were all trembling and lying on the ground. Is the Earth Defense Agency here? I want to surrender. I want to donate all my wealth to you. Surrender. They didn't even get here. This is the Doomsday Bunker, which can withstand an atomic bomb explosion. What's going on? Old Mitsu, this Doomsday Bunker is shaking suddenly. What's going on? Did your family cut corners when building it? Old Mitsu was also confused. The solidity of the Doomsday Bunker is beyond doubt. After all, when the moon fell last time, most of Kyoto was destroyed. In the Doomsday Bunker, not even a wine bottle was broken. Was the vibration just now an illusion? No! Exclamation mark. He suddenly saw that all the signals on the big screen disappeared, and his heart trembled immediately. Quickly connect to the Yamata defense line. The Yamata defense line is the iron wall surrounding Kyoto. The name is taken from the monster Yamata no Orochi in Kyoto mythology. It is a ferocious giant snake that can bring disaster. It has a terrible appearance with 8 heads and 8 tails, and a legendary sword is hidden in its body. A short man with a beard ran to the communication room quickly. Mitsu-sama, the call is connected. Hearing that the call was connected, Mitsu-sama breathed a sigh of relief. He took the phone handed over by the bearded man. Koizumi-kun, report the situation. A noisy voice came from the other side. Report to Mitsu-sama. The Yaki defense line was suddenly attacked, and the 05th and 06th sections of the defense line have lost contact. Attack. Mitsu-sama's mood rose again in the air, and he almost sat up from his wheelchair. His exclamation also attracted the attention of the Cheebles. The Cheebles gathered around. Mitsu-sama, where was the attack? Mitsu-sama, is it serious? Do you want to send reinforcement? Or everyone run out and surrender? Mitsu-sama looked at them with disgust and shouted, silence. All the Cheebles kept their mouths shut, gathered around, and pricked up their ears. Old Mitsu picked up the phone. Koizumi-kun, what exactly is going on? Mitsu-sama, we don't know either. You don't know either? Mitsu-sama, our frontline radar didn't find any suspected flying objects. Suddenly, there were violent explosions from the direction of the 05 and 06 sections of the defense line, and then they lost contact. Old Mitsu was shocked when he heard this. How is this possible? The radar I configured for you is the most advanced radar purchased from the black market. Even a sparrow flying by will leave a shadow. How is it possible that we were suddenly attacked without any discovery? The Kyoto Cheebles also changed their faces. The only reason they dared to resist the Earth Defense Agency was a Yaki line of defense, which was the advanced weapon they spent a lot of money to buy from the black market over the years. Unexpectedly, they didn't even see a shadow, and 2 sections were blown up. This is too incredible. On the other side of the phone, don't worry, Mitsu-sama. I have sent people to the 05 and 06 sections to find out the situation. I believe we will find out the cause soon. Koizumi-kun is thoughtful. When we defeat the Earth Defense Agency, I will definitely reward you handsomely. Old Mitsu suppressed his inner shock and comforted him. Mitsu-sama, you are like a reborn parent to me. Koizumi has no way to repay you. I will definitely sacrifice my life. Boom. A loud noise suddenly came from the phone. Beep. Beep. The phone signal was interrupted. Old Mitsu's heart jumped, and he shouted repeatedly, Koizumi-kun, Koizumi-kun, please reply if you hear me, please reply if you hear me. Unfortunately, the answer he got was just a cold and mechanical beep. The faces of the Cheebles were gloomy. They all knew that Koizumi-kun, who had just decided to sacrifice himself to protect old Mitsu, had been killed by the Earth Defense Agency. Several weak Cheebles fell to the floor in fear. Their trouser legs were wet, and the air was filled with a fishy smell. Things happened too strangely, making the Cheebles feel helpless. Usually this feeling only occurs when facing some spider spirits. If the Earth Defense Agency used planes and tanks to break through the defense line, they could still understand. However, without any signs or warning information, the extremely solid Yaqui defense line was suddenly blown up. This really exceeded the cognition of the Cheebles. The scene in the Doomsday bunker suddenly became extremely strange. Dozens of disheveled girls huddled together, looking at the Cheebles in horror. The Cheebles looked at Hen and trembled around the phone. The phone made a monotonous mechanical beep sound. For a long time, old Mitsu came to his senses and smashed the phone heavily. Come on, everyone. Although the Yaqui defense line can't be saved, we still have more than 1 million well-trained elite soldiers. It's not that easy for the Earth Defense Agency to swallow us easily. The Cheebles looked at each other silently after hearing this. The younger Hyuga family stood up and said, Mitsu-sama, I think maybe we can surrender to the Earth Defense Agency. Maybe we can save our lives. The Cheebles all nodded in agreement. The strength displayed by the Earth Defense Agency has deeply shocked them. Perhaps, surrender is the best way. Although they will lose all their property and their Cheeble status, they can save their lives after all. For carbon-based creatures, survival is the first need. Old Mitsu glanced at them with contempt and sneered, save your life. You should have read the war declaration of the Earth Defense Agency, which describes us as the evil of mankind. As he said this, a bitter smile appeared on his face. The evil of mankind means that we have been expelled from the human race. Once we surrender, there is only one way to die. So, we can only fight to the end. The Cheebles nodded again. They knew that what old Mitsu described was the truth. Then I will fight them. Yes, I have ordered the soldiers to hide in high-rise buildings. Once the Earth Defense Agency's troops enter, they will be taught a lesson. Our Hyuga family has already buried high-energy explosives on the road leading to Kyoto. Faced with the threat of death, the Cheebles decided to give it a try. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 607, No Tile Left. Seeing the Cheeble's indignation, old Mitsu nodded with satisfaction. I'm a little tired. I'm going to rest first. You guys relax a little. The short man who had been waiting beside him pushed old Mitsu out of the hall, through the elevator, and came to a room at the bottom of the Doomsday Fortress. Wait for me here first. Old Mitsu took out a black card from his pocket and swiped the door of the room. The room was pitch black. Old Mitsu turned his wheelchair and entered the darkness, and the door behind him slowly fell. When the last ray of light from outside the door disappeared, the whole world became extremely dark. Suddenly, a man's voice came from the darkness. The Earth Defense Agency has broken through your so-called Yaqui line of defense, right? This voice was very strange, and the voice was as childish as a babbling child, but it vaguely revealed an inexplicable sense of vicissitudes. It was like a person who had rejuvenated and was talking. Mr. Envoy, as you expected, the Yaqui line of defense was suddenly attacked mysteriously, and 3 sections of the defense area have been destroyed. Old Mitsu smiled bitterly. Man, I told you long ago that you have no chance of winning against the Earth Defense Agency. Only by launching a riot in advance can you have the possibility of winning by surprise. But you don't think so. If you had followed my plan and sent people to raid the Kyoto office, Wu Sanwei would not have been able to get actual evidence and would not have been so passive. Old Mitsu sighed. It's too late now. If nothing unexpected happens, when all the defense lines are destroyed, the Earth Defense Agency will inevitably use heavy firepower to cover Kyoto. Those brainless guys above are still holding on to the naive idea of defeating the Earth Defense Agency in street fighting. Ridiculous. You once said that I saved your life and would definitely repay you at a critical moment, right? Man, I did say that. Old Mitsu was overjoyed. He picked up this man in a river in North America. At that time, the man was pale, without a trace of blood. His bones were broken, but there was no sign of injury. He floated down from the upper reaches of the river. It just happened to hit old Mitsu's private cruise ship. Seeing this strange man, the bodyguards were all shocked and pulled out their guns. Old Mitsu was overjoyed. Based on the place where the man appeared and the strange characteristics on his body, old Mitsu vaguely guessed his origin at that time. He ordered the bodyguards to carry the man into the cruise ship, return to Kyoto through an underground passage overnight, and then placed the man in the basement of the doomsday bunker. The next day, everyone who had seen the man at that time died in a car accident that was not unexpected. Of course, old Mitsu was not a philanthropist. With the man's guarantee, old Mitsu breathed a sigh of relief. Well, now is the time to repay the favor. I expect that in more than 10 hours, the Earth Defense Agency will bomb Kyoto. Although Kyoto is now surrounded, I believe that with your ability, it should be an easy thing to take me out of here. There was silence in the darkness. Old Mitsu could hear his heartbeat bang bang. Is he going to regret it? For a long time. Have you really thought about it? The man's strange voice came from the darkness like the sound of nature. Old Mitsu suppressed his excitement and nodded repeatedly. He knew that this man could see things in the dark, as if it were daytime. Very good. Close your eyes now. Old Mitsu was puzzled. It was already pitch black here. What was the point of closing his eyes? However, in order to survive, he had to do as he was told. He closed his eyes tightly and fell into darkness completely. Okay, I'll take you away now. The strange voice came from far away. Old Mitsu felt that the man was slowly approaching. He was getting closer and closer. He was already standing in front of him. Old Mitsu suddenly felt a sharp pain in his neck. Old Mitsu tried to call for help, but found that his neck had been bitten off, and he could no longer utter a complete syllable. Old Mitsu felt a cold mouth sticking to his neck and sucking blood crazily. The temperature of his body was getting lower and lower. The brain gradually became cold and his thoughts began to freeze. Young Mitsu has been here. The last thought was completely frozen, and old Mitsu disappeared in the darkness. Ha 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 ha. After a hearty meal, the man let out a cold laugh in the dark. Liemo, you didn't expect that I would be alive again. Old Mitsu, I will fulfill my promise and take you away from Kyoto. He burped contentedly and pushed open the door of the room. Stop, who are you? The little bodyguard was surprised to see him appear and immediately pointed his gun at him. Me. The man scratched his hairless head and frowned, as if this was a difficult question to answer. He pondered for a moment, and a strange smile appeared on his face. What do you think of my name being Woody? This is a madman. The little bodyguard took a step back. He glanced at the blood on the corner of Woody's mouth. His heart tightened, and he suddenly raised the gun and was about to pull the trigger. Woody smiled strangely. The little bodyguard's eyes went dark, and he lost consciousness. 10 minutes later, Woody, wearing a bodyguard uniform, took the elevator to the lobby. In the hall, the Cheebles who felt the end of the world was coming were having fun, and the air was filled with a fishy smell. Woody's mouth was slightly grinning, drawing an evil lark, and he turned into a black shadow and rushed into the revelry crowd. In the geosynchronous orbit, 5 black bat fighters were lined up in a row, waiting for orders. Captain Zziang connected to the satellite to check the results. Just now, the Black Bat Squadron launched a total of 20 super-Earth penetrating bombs, all of which hit the target. The more than 200 kilometers of fortifications surrounding Kyoto have been completely destroyed. On the real-time satellite map, Kyoto was almost bombed into an isolated island. Now the command center is evaluating the situation in Kyoto to decide whether to continue the bombing. In Zziang's view, there is nothing worth evaluating. Anyway, there are no civilians below, so just blow up Kyoto. He turned on the intercom. Old Goose, do you think those Kyoto Cheebles will surrender? Old Goose is a top student at Xi'an University. He has always been interested in international affairs, and often analyzes them very well. I think they shouldn't surrender. I think so too. Ha ha ha. What? The Cheeble troops in Kyoto suddenly decided to surrender. Shen Shuxian was stunned when he received a call from the frontline intelligence commander. Although the Black Bat Squadron blew up the fortifications they had built at great expense, there were still more than 1 million fully armed troops there, and they shouldn't surrender so early. According to the Cheeble officers who came to submit the surrender letter, the Cheebles in Kyoto were wiped out in the doomsday bunker of the Mitsu family. The frontline intelligence officer was also confused, and his tone revealed deep doubts. Destroyed? Chen Shuxian was even more confused. In the information collected by the Earth Defense Agency, the Doomsday Bunker of the Mitsu family is a mysterious existence. The intelligence officers only knew that the old Mitsu relied on the Doomsday Bunker to escape the attack of the moon meteorite, but the location of the bunker and the detailed information of the bunker were unknown. Rumor has it that around the bunker, old Mitsu set up 18 sentries and equipped more than 10,000 elite soldiers to take charge of the defense. Only the people that old Mitsu trusted the most were qualified to enter the Doomsday Bunker. It is hard to imagine that under such a tight defense, the Kyoto Chaebol were wiped out. And who was the one who wiped out the Kyoto Chaebol? Chen Shuxian was very sure that the Earth Defense Agency did not send anyone to sneak into Kyoto to carry out the assassination mission, because under absolute advantage, it was meaningless to use such a conspiracy. But now is not the time to investigate who wiped out the Kyoto Chaebol, because Chen Shuxian immediately realized that he was facing a dilemma. In the original plan, the Black Bat Squadron blew up the Kyoto fortifications and naturally received the information that the Kyoto Chaebol swore to resist to the death, and then naturally blew Kyoto to pieces. But now, the enemy actually surrendered directly. This was not in Chen Shuxian's plan at all. The dozen or so combat plans made by the staff before the war all ended with the bombing of Kyoto. Because Chen Shuxian came here to destroy Kyoto. What should we do now? Chen Shuxian paced back and forth in the command center. The staff officers looked at each other in bewilderment. How about we send ground troops into Kyoto to accept the surrender of the Chaebol troops? A young looking staff officer stood up and suggested. Surrender? Don't you understand what kind of people the Kyoto Chaebol troops are? Another staff officer retorted. They are brutal by nature, ruthless, and have blood on their hands. If they surrender under pressure today, they may rebel tomorrow. If we let this group of people into the human world, it would be irresponsible to the entire human race and a crime against the whole world. The staff officers nodded silently. Chen Shuxian sighed. How about I ask directly Mo how to deal with this matter? That's the only way. The staff officers agreed. Chen Shuxian was about to walk towards the communicator, but was blocked by a heroic figure. Commander-in-Chief, Directly Mo has made it very clear about his attitude towards the Kyoto Zaibatsu army, that is, to kill without mercy, otherwise our combat plan would not be approved. Huo Jiaxu said with a serious expression. Now they have suddenly surrendered, which is beyond everyone's expectations. If you report this to the director, it is equivalent to putting the director on fire. Some things can be done, but they cannot be said. Chen Shuxian understood what she meant, which was also the reason why he had not reported it yet. However, such a major matter, if it is not reported. Chen Shuxian was still undecided. The Kyoto Zaibatsu's army has more than 1 million troops. Is he really going to learn from Baki, the killing god of the Qin dynasty? Huo Jiaxu smiled and said, Commander-in-Chief, the news of the Kyoto Zaibatsu army's surrender is top secret. Only a limited number of people know it, and these people are all Chinese, and are absolutely loyal to the Earth Defense Agency. What do you think we should do if we don't receive the information of their surrender? Chen Shuxian's expression changed drastically. The staff officers were also shocked by this whimsical idea. But after thinking for a while, they all felt that this was the best solution. Chen Shuxian's face changed all kinds of expressions. After a long time, he finally made up his mind, raised his fist fiercely, and roared like an angry bull. Let's do it. We have not received the so-called surrender information. Immediately order the Black Bat Squadron to carry out a no-dead-angle bombing of Kyoto. If the news leaks out later and someone investigates, I will bear the responsibility alone. All the staff stood up. Commander-in-Chief, we will bear it together. In the geosynchronous orbit, Captain Zhixiang on the Black Bat fighter was already waiting anxiously. 10 minutes ago, he had reported the situation to the ground command center, so why didn't he respond now? You know, the battlefield situation changes rapidly. Once the Kyoto Chaebol army is distracted and flees, even though there is a moat barrier, many will escape. Captain, why don't you ask? The voice of Leogus came from the intercom. Yeah. Captain Zhixiang picked up the intercom and was about to adjust the channel. Suddenly, Black Bat Squadron, this is the ground command center, please answer. A familiar Chinese voice came from the intercom. Received. This is Black Bat Squadron Captain Ji Xiang. Please give orders. Ji Xiang was overjoyed and answered quickly. Black Bat Squadron, according to document number 01 of the Earth Conference, the Earth Defense Agency authorizes you to immediately carry out the bombing mission of Kyoto. I wish you good luck. The intercom came with an answer that made Ji Xiang very happy. Received. Hang up the intercom. Ji Xiang was excited and shouted, comrades. Bomb Kyoto. Leave no tiles behind. 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 The members of the Black Bat Squadron responded one after another. Lock on the target. Kyoto Imperial Palace. Lock on the target. Kyoto City Hall. Lock on the target. Number 0215 Military Camp. Lock on the target. Kyoto Chinza. As the target was locked. Fire. Ji Xiang pressed the launch button at the top of his lungs. Super bunker penetrating bombs were launched from the fighter planes one after another, and they pounced on Kyoto like demons. Boom. Boom. Although the explosions could not be heard, the tragic situation on the ground, shown on the radar, could fully make the Black Bat Squadron imagine the earth-shaking roar. Captain, the super bunker penetrating bombs have been launched, and all hit the target. Old Goose reported loudly. Report the results. Report to the captain. The satellite shows that 1/3 of Kyoto has been bombed into a deep pit. Ji Xiang ordered loudly. Return to the aircraft carrier and replenish ammunition. We must blow Kyoto into pieces. The Black Bat Squadron roared back from the geosynchronous orbit. After 3 ammunition replenishments and 3 bombings. Looking at the on-site images sent by the satellite, Ji Xiang finally breathed a sigh of relief. His long-cherished wish for many years has finally come true. Mission accomplished. Withdraw the team. At this time, a place called Kyoto on the Earth had turned into a large pit hundreds of meters deep. Chapter 608. Early in the morning. Although it was just the beginning of autumn, the weather in Yanjing had suddenly turned cold. Liemo came to the office building wearing a thick coat. The heating in the building was turned on very high. When he walked into the office, sweat was already oozing from his forehead. Director, these are today's newspapers from all over the world. The assistant came in with a thick stack of newspapers. Put it there. Make me a cup of tea. Liemo hung his coat on the hanger and sat at his desk to read the newspapers. Eagle Country Times. The Kyoto Zaibatsu has collapsed. Who can resist the Earth Defense Agency? Polar Bear Mirror. It's gratifying that the cancer of the Earth has finally been eradicated. North American Direct Controlled Area Labor News. The Earth Defense Agency has eliminated harm for the people, and the evil Kyoto Zaibatsu deserves to die. Aozao Kyoto News. Exploring the various advanced weapons used by the Earth Defense Agency in the Kyoto Destruction War. After flipping through dozens of newspapers in a row, Liemo breathed a sigh of relief. The contents of the newspapers were similar, basically praising the performance of the Earth Defense Agency in the Kyoto Destruction War. They all despised and accused the Kyoto Chaebols who committed crimes against humanity. This is stable. We can proceed to the next plan. Liemo pressed the call button. The assistant soon appeared in the office. Notify the executives of various countries in the North American Direct Administrative Region to hold the Second Earth Conference in Yanjing. Let Comrade Wu Sanwei be responsible for the preparation of the conference. The assistant took the order and left. Liemo turned his attention to the northwest, where there was also an Earth Human Civilization room, where Gabba Walker, the first civilization recorder of mankind, lived. Since Wu Gushi left the Human Civilization room, Liemo rarely heard from Gabba Walker. He declined the supplies sent by the Earth Defense Agency, claiming that it was to maintain the independence of the civilization recorder. He was also unwilling to contact the locals. Is this stubborn old man still alive? Liemo, who was still in Yanjing in the morning, appeared in the Gobi Desert in the afternoon. The Gobi Desert is still the same, full of coarse sand and gravel, with drought-resistant saxal trees and poplars standing tall, and occasionally there are clusters of dense sedge grass more than 1 meter high, which have been dyed red and yellow by the autumn wind, telling a different kind of bleakness. It is exactly the same as a few years ago. Even though the outside world has undergone earth-shaking changes, time has squatted here and will not move anymore. Yesterday, today, and tomorrow are all solidified together. Liemo was filled with emotions and walked into the bunker-like building and pressed the call button on the wall. There was no response. Liemo scratched his head and had to press the call button again. Still no response. This stubborn old man will not die in the ground. Liemo now regrets why he did not set up a secret door in the civilization room. Should he call Xiaohua for help? He hurriedly dismissed this idea. Xiaohua is now in a semi-frozen state and cannot be used easily. 10 minutes later, Gabo Walker still did not respond. Just when Liemo decided to send someone to pry open the protective door, an old voice came from the intercom hanging on the wall. Who is this? The voice used poor words. I, Liemo, the director of the Earth Defense Bureau. Liemo was afraid that this stubborn old man would reject him, so he deliberately added his official title. Wait a moment. 20 minutes later, the secret door installed on the floor opened silently. Come in. Liemo sighed in his heart. He was obviously the real owner of the civilization room, but now he had to be invited like a guest. It was too strange. He took the elevator and went directly to the civilization room located more than 1,000 meters underground. Gabo Walker had been waiting outside the door. Professor Liemo, what are you doing here? Gabo Walker stopped at the elevator in trance with an expression that kept people away from him. Is he so unwelcome? Liemo was puzzled. I mean, I'm very busy now, and it's not convenient to entertain you. Gabo Walker seemed to feel that his attitude was inappropriate and explained quickly. I understand. Human history is as long as 800,000 years. There are many epic stories worth writing about. I won't delay your work. I'll take a brief tour and leave. Liemo didn't listen to his explanation and walked inside. It's really inconvenient. Gabo Walker turned around and stopped him. His face was red, and he looked flustered, as if he had done something shameful. Liemo's doubts became stronger. Could it be that this Earth civilization recorder appointed by himself had done something bad here? His face gradually became serious, and his sharp eyes looked directly at Gabo Walker. Gabo Walker, with his head full of white hair, lowered his head and dared not make eye contact with him. Gabo, Director Liemo is not an outsider, let him in. The two were in a stalemate, and suddenly a crisp voice came from a distance. Liemo looked up and saw a blonde girl standing at the door of the civilization room, waving and greeting him. Director Liemo, do you remember me? You are Jessica. Liemo remembered that this girl had interviewed him when the navigator returned to Earth. At that time, she was a reporter for NBC TV. But why did she appear here? Liemo's eyes swept across Gabe Walker, whose face was red, and then across Jessica, who exuded a youthful atmosphere, and instantly understood everything. An old man who was about to die. A girl who was blooming like a flower. The two of them were here to learn. Jessica must have hidden in this dark civilization room to learn how to interview from Gabe Walker. Unconsciously, Liemo looked at Jessica with a smile in his eyes. There are not many girls who love learning so much now. Jessica, I'm glad to see you here. You are willing to live in seclusion in this isolated place to ask Gabe Walker, the former chief reporter of NBC, for advice. It is really amazing and worth learning from. Liemo walked forward and greeted Jessica. Jessica was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, no more. Absolutely. Liemo just said. Mom, who is this black-haired uncle? A blonde boy about 2 or 3 years old staggered out, speaking incoherently. The child's tender face vaguely resembled Gabba Walker. How to smooth things over now that he has a child. Old Gabba, you wouldn't have thought, is in good health. Liemo's eyes turned and he smiled. Oh, you also adopted a child. You are so loving. You are worthy of being the recorder of Earth civilization. His eyes slid across the food on the table next to him. 2 steamed buns, a portion of boiled cabbage, and a bowl of rice porridge. It seems that Gabba Walker's life is very hard. It makes sense. Although Gabba Walker is the chief reporter of NBC, he is unwilling to go along with the higher level officials and make money. In addition, after the turmoil in North America, the prices of high-value items such as houses have plummeted, so naturally they cannot be sold at a good price. Now we have to support 2 more people, and it is inevitable that we will be short of money. Liamo's heart moved, and he said, your behavior is very worthy of learning, so when I return to the Earth Defense Agency, I will ask the financial department to allocate a special amount of money as a reward. No, Gabbo Walker refused. Jessica hurriedly stopped him and said with a smile, why not? This is directly Emo's intention. If we don't accept it, it will be unkind. Gabbo Walker had to lower his head. Thank you for your concern, Director. To be honest, our life here is very poor. You also know that Gabbo is a stubborn person. In order to avoid conflicts of interest and affect his fair judgment of history, I'm forbidden to go out to find a job. Jessica is a free and easy person, and she told the whole story. It turned out that after North America fell into chaos, NBC Media Group was destroyed by angry mobs. The group went bankrupt immediately, and the unemployed Jessica took out all her assets and came to China as an illegal worker. She found the location of the civilization room based on the information in the email Gabe Walker sent her last time. Then, she waited outside for 2 months before Gabe Walker, who was out purchasing supplies, came. Then, everything happened naturally. After telling the past, Jessica knew that Liamo must have important things to discuss with Gabe Walker, so she took the children to play in the room. Liamo saw that Gabe Walker was still standing there in shame and smiled. Why, you have guests, and you don't even pour a cup of tea. Gabe Walker came to his senses, took out 2 teacups, and put in large leaf tea. This tea is cheap, not as good as the high mountain mist tea you often drink. Liamo looked at the tea leaves swelling up in the glass and smiled. As for tea, it doesn't matter whether it is good or bad. As long as it is drinkable, it is good tea. Just like food, even monkey head bird's nest will not be like steamed buns in the end. It will be transformed into amino acids, energy, and organic macromolecules. That's the truth. Gabbo Walker nodded repeatedly. Liamo picked up the teacup and took a sip. The large leaf tea was less fragrant, but more bitter. He said slowly, Gabbo Walker, as a recorder of human civilization, you must have studied human history carefully. Tell me, as a wise and civilized creature, in what aspects are we humans unqualified? Talking about history, Gabbo Walker became energetic. Endless desire. Endless desire? Liamo asked in confusion. Gabbo Walker, yes, as the only intelligent creatures on Earth, humans have built a brilliant civilization, but have not yet gotten rid of the bad habits of lower creatures. This bad habit is endless desire. In order to meet their own needs, humans always try to hold everything that is useful and beneficial to themselves tightly in their hands. In ancient times, slave owners who were well dressed and well fed could build mausoleums for their afterlife, but only at the cost of the lives of thousands of slaves. In order to harvest more grains of food, landlords could imitate the crowing of chickens in the middle of the night to trick farmhands into getting up and working. In modern times, with the development of science and technology, humans have entered the industrial age from the agricultural age and no longer have to worry about 3 meals a day. But desire still fills the hearts of most people. In order to make more profits, factory owners secretly discharge sewage into the river, even though they know that these sewage may bring various diseases to residents within 100 miles. In order to gain more money from the financial market, the bankers on Wall Street can fabricate all kinds of insider information to deceive stockholders. In the end, those stockholders who are harvested will become penniless, and some will even end their lives. There are 1.5 million species of animals in the world, and no animal is as good at harming its own kind as humans. And the root of this is the endless desire in the human heart. Liamo nodded slowly. Desire is a double-edged sword. The reason why humans have evolved from primitive people who eat raw meat and drink blood to modern humans who go into space is that desire has played a vital role. Primitive people invented fire because they had a desire for cooked food. Humans invented fertilizers because they had a desire for food. Humans invented aerospace technology because they had a desire for alien planets. It can be said that, if there were no desires, human civilization would be at least hundreds of years behind it. However, desires are also destroying the development of human civilization. The most obvious way to show this is war. The desire for territory, money, and even beauty has filled human history with wars. In the long years of about 4,500 years, there have been 3,000 large-scale wars recorded in human writing. Every war has been a bloody one, destroying a large number of human civilization achievements. If there were no wars, humans might have already stepped out of the solar system. Liemo was filled with emotion. After a long time, he slowly asked, Gabbo Walker, do you have any good ideas on how to solve the endless desires of mankind? Desires are indispensable, but they cannot be allowed to control humans. Gabbo Walker smiled bitterly and said, there is no way. The reason why humans are called humans is because their hearts are full of desires. If you want to eliminate all the desires in the hearts of humans, unless... He stopped talking halfway, because the method he was about to say, although it sounded extremely absurd, would require unimaginable strength to implement. However, the man in front of him was the director of the Earth Defense Agency, and he had the strength to do it. Although Gabbo Walker did not say it, Liemo also understood what this method was. He smiled bitterly and said, I know what you are afraid of, but I'm also a human being. I can't do that kind of thing. Gabbo Walker then breathed a sigh of relief. Survival is the first instinct of living things, and the stubborn Gabbo Walker is no exception. Liemo, who did not get an answer from the first recorder of human civilization, seemed to be uninterested. In Jessica's expectant eyes, he ordered the Earth Defense Agency to immediately allocate a special fund to support their family. Then he visited Gabbo Walker's work results. After several years of uninterrupted efforts, Gabbo Walker has completed the overall framework of the history of human civilization development. What remains is to read ancient books, identify the authenticity of historical events, and then engrave them on stone tablets. The workload is still very large. Liemo did not stay. After receiving a call from Wu Sanwei, he returned to Yanjing, because there was an important meeting waiting for him there. Chapter 609, Inventory of Assets, Proton Collider. The Second Earth Conference of Humankind was successfully held in Yanjing. Leaders from 195 countries and 30 regions around the world attended the conference. The Code of Human Civilization was unanimously passed at the conference. The Code of Human Civilization is the first mandatory human code formulated by the Earth Defense Agency. Its content is very broad, covering all aspects of human life and work. The main purpose is to meet the basic needs of individual survival, regulate individual competition, and meet racial reproduction. The ultimate goal is to promote the rapid development of human civilization. In addition, the Earth Conference also passed a resolution that Wu Sanwei would serve as the Deputy Director of the Earth Defense Agency. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Wu Sanwei was the successor chosen by Director Liemo. At the same time, people all over the world knew that the last battle of mankind was about to come, and Director Liemo was ready to sacrifice. Does it really have to die? On the top of Mount A, Chen Shuxian looked at the slowly rising sun with a lonely expression. The sacred mountain has been eradicated, and the Kyoto Chibal has also been destroyed. Facing the alien spacecraft that is about to arrive, is there really no way to win? She hated herself for not having traveled through the fantasy world, or getting an inexplicable system. In that case, she could just point her finger, and use the supreme magic power, to poke the alien spacecraft into pieces. Instead of living in this world, where everything must follow the rules of the universe, she can only watch Liemo sacrifice his life for all mankind. Even this sacrifice may just be a fearless struggle. Liemo stood on the misty boulder with his hands behind his back. He was silent for a moment, then said slowly, if I can sacrifice myself to save all mankind, it would be a blessing. The difference between level 1 civilization and level 3 civilization is far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Imagine that you return to ancient times with a heavy machine gun in your hand. Those soldiers holding cold weapons and brave generals will definitely not be your opponents. Maybe you can conquer the world with this heavy machine gun. And, the level of ancient human civilization is 0.2, and the current level of human civilization is 1. Chen Shuxian remained silent. She knew that what Liemo said was true, but this fact was too cruel, so cruel that it made people shudder. In this universe, being weak is the greatest original sin. Liemo continued, and the biggest mistake humans have made so far is that they don't think they are weak, but always think they are the protagonists of the universe. Everything in the universe exists because of humans. Without humans, everything will lose its meaning. Don't you know that there are thousands of civilizations in the universe, and civilizations are born and extinct every moment? The universe is the universe. It will not be excited because of the birth of a civilization, nor will it cry because of the demise of a civilization, and it will not take extra care of a civilization because it is weak. Chen Shuxian remained silent. What Liemo said had already surpassed her cognition. The mountain wind blew through the trees on the rock wall, making a rustling sound. The sound sounded so boring and so sad. Are you ready for what I asked you to prepare? Liemo suddenly asked. Chen Shuxian came back to her senses. It's ready, just waiting for your signal to execute it. Liemo once ordered her to install hundreds of nuclear bombs on Marxing in a room full of metal mesh. Very good, you must make sure it is foolproof. Liemo specifically reminded her. It must be foolproof. After the conversation on the top of Mount A, Chen Shuxian, under the escort of her bodyguards, took the P-1888 Special Protection Vehicle to the Gobi Desert Base. The P-1888 Special Protection Vehicle is the latest model developed by MOSI Technology. It uses 20 Marxing batteries as energy. All tires are honeycomb solid tires. The armor is 20 centimeters thick, and all glass is double-layer bulletproof glass. The whole car is enough to withstand a howitzer attack. What's more peculiar is that there is an elliptical device on the top of it, which is equipped with a retractable propeller. When in danger, the driver can turn on the propeller, and then the P-1888 special vehicle will instantly transform into a helicopter. In addition, the car is equipped with an oxygen generator, which can supply passengers with 100 hours of oxygen in an oxygen-deficient environment. Of course, so many configurations will inevitably take up space. Therefore, it looks about the same size as a van, but the space inside is pitifully small, only enough for 3 people. A driver, a bodyguard, and a passenger. Along the way, there is no need to elaborate on the beautiful scenery of China. After arriving at the Gobi Desert Base, passenger Chen Shuxian got off the car under the guidance of the bodyguard. Miss Chen, warm welcome. Professor Zhang Zongliang, the temporary head of the Gobi Desert, came up in a traditional Zhongshan suit. Behind him were dozens of staff members in white robes, some of whom were holding flowers. Professor Wu Zongliang graduated from Yenching University. He is a physics genius. He has won several academic awards at home and abroad, and is known as the most promising physicist in China. At present, Fang Lanshan, the former head of the Gobi Desert, is in charge of the work of MOSI Technology. Therefore, at the suggestion of the president of Yenching University, Professor Wu Zongliang was temporarily in charge of the Gobi Desert. Professor Wu Zongliang, there is no need to mobilize a large number of troops. Chen Shuxian took the flowers presented by the staff and smiled. She is cold by nature and has never liked such lively scenes. Miss Chen is representing Professor Liemo this time. How can we treat her poorly? Professor Wu Zongliang smiled heartily. We have been rehearsing for 3 days and 3 nights to prepare for this welcome ceremony. Chen Shuxian looked at the bouquets and knew that he was joking. She smiled faintly and said, Professor Liemo hopes that I can visit the Gobi Desert Base in detail. You know, the second large-scale science and technology base established by the professor at the Gobi Desert Base is crucial to the development of human civilization. At present, Professor Liemo has 2 scientific research bases. One is the MOSI Technology Headquarters, which was first built in Yanjing. It has full disciplinary scientific research capabilities and more than 100,000 scientific researchers. It is the largest scientific research base in the world. The second scientific research base is the Gobi Desert Base. It mainly studies cutting-edge technology, including some technologies that sound very fantasy, such as black hole annihilation, dark matter, and even parallel time and space. Of course, this base currently consumes a huge amount of funds, but has not produced any actual scientific research results. However, Professor Liemo did not give up, and even increased investment, and selected scientists with rich imagination from all over the country to fill it. Another point is that the scientists, bodyguards, guards, logistics personnel, and even the aunts who cook in the restaurant are all Chinese. Therefore, Chen Shuxian also attaches great importance to the Gobi Desert Base. It's a shame. We have spent tens of billions of funds, but we have not found anything so far. Professor Wu Zhonglian was depressed when he heard this. The tens of billions of funds converted into Chinese currency are enough to build a 100-meter high building, but they are wasted on illusory research. Sometimes, as a beneficiary, Professor Wu Zhonglian also wonders if Professor Liamo's brain is broken. But how is this possible? How can the smartest brain in the world be broken? Professor Wu Zhonglian, you also know the particularity of the scientific research projects in the Gobi Desert Base. Any progress will change the course of human scientific and technological development. Chen Shuxian comforted. I understand. I understand. Professor Wu Zhonglian smiled and said, now, let me be your guide. As he said, he led the way in front. Chen Shuxian walked towards the experimental building surrounded by scientists. The most important equipment in our Gobi Desert Base is this proton collider. It is an upgraded version of the particle collider and can achieve collisions of specific protons. Professor Wu Zhonglian pointed to the large screen in the experimental building and introduced. Of course, the proton collider is not in the building. This is just an information collection terminal, equivalent to a command room. The proton collider is about 300 kilometers long and is in a ring shape. It is buried more than 20 meters underground in the Gobi Desert. It consumes 100 million kilowatt-hours of electricity each time it starts. Fortunately, Professor Liamo built a nuclear fusion power station in the Gobi Desert, so the proton collider can operate. The idea of the proton collider originated from Professor Liamo's parallel space-time theory. Chen Shuxian nodded. The parallel space-time theory is a fantasy theory proposed by Professor Liamo during his time at Yenching University. It should not be Professor Liamo's fantasy, but the fantasy of a patient at the Yenching Mental Hospital. Professor Liamo used to chat with some people at random in order to find inspiration for scientific research. He chats with a wide range of people, including elderly people, college students who have just started working, elementary school students who are busy doing homework, and even children who are just learning to speak. However, more often, he likes to chat with mental patients, especially those who suddenly suffer from mental illness for no apparent reason. Mental illness is often caused by brain damage, or excessive psychological pressure causing partial brain lesions, or congenital genes causing errors in the development of the acquired brain. It is caused by the damage of some parts of the human brain, an extremely precise instrument. So does a person exist? His brain has not been traumatized, his genes are perfect and there are no genetic diseases, he is physically strong, and he is in a respected position. He has a beautiful and loving wife and a smart and obedient child. He lives a happy life and does not have too much pressure at work. Then, one day, he woke up and suddenly claimed that he was not himself and successfully turned from a successful person into a mental patient. Yes, Yu Xiaobei is such a person. When Liamo saw Yu Xiaobei in the room of the director of the mental hospital, he did not see that he had a mental illness at all, because Yu Xiaobei is too normal. At that time, he was sitting in front of the computer, helping the dean to handle daily official business. Of course, it was just simple official business, such as arranging doctors on duty and nurses on duty. In front of Liamo, he arranged a young nurse who snored at night to stay in his room. After doing all this, Yu Xiaobei raised his head. I know you. You are Professor Liamo who discovered Demo Crossing, right? You came here to find inspiration. This guy speaks very logically and is also good at observing people. Liamo gave up his original contemptuous attitude and smiled. Since you already know this, are you willing to cooperate with me? Of course I will cooperate. In fact, I also want to know what happened to me. Yu Xiaobei looked calm. He stood up from the chair, but this is Dean Zhang's office. It seems a bit disrespectful to talk here. Why don't we go to my ward to talk? This guy knows how to consider others. Okay. Liamo followed Yu Xiaobei to his so-called ward. This place should not be called a ward. It is located on the top of the mental illness building and occupies a whole floor of space. There are gyms, swimming pools, gardens, cinemas, and even a small library inside. The conversation took place in the library. Liamo looked at the bookshelves filled with dozens of Chinese and foreign books in silence. Although he knew that this guy was a successful person before, he didn't expect that he could rent a whole floor in a mental hospital. I have read all these books. Aobe pointed at the bookshelf, looking a little proud. I have read them all. There are at least thousands of books on the bookshelf. Even if I read one book a day, it will take decades. This is indeed a mental illness. Liemo was a little disappointed. Of course, I just took a look at the cover of most of them. Aobe had a prank on his face, as if to say, I know what you are thinking. This guy has a high IQ. Fooled Liemo cheered up. The two came to a solid wood round table and sat down. There was a vase on the round table with a bouquet of flowers in it. The bouquet was made up of different flowers. It looked uneven, but it gave people a unique beauty. This is what Ting Ting sent this morning. Aobe also looked at the bouquet, and for the first time, a lonely look appeared on his face. Before, even when Liemo confessed that he needed to talk to mental patients to inspire inspiration, his expression was normal. Ting Ting, whose full name is Zhao Ting Ting, is the chairman of Dachan Foundation and the only daughter of billionaire Zhao Ziyan. She graduated from Cambridge University in the UK and obtained a doctorate in anthropology and a doctorate in classical art. She is Aobe's wife. Obviously, these bouquets have been specially matched and trimmed, but Liemo does not understand the so-called art of flower arrangement. He can only perfunctorily say, well, it looks good. Well, it looks good. It will look better if it is not placed in the psychiatric ward. Aobe said lightly. Liemo felt that this conversation had deviated from the original track. He came here to find inspiration, not to listen to love stories. Liemo took out a notebook from his handbag and reminded, Mr. Aobe, can we start? Aobe then retracted his gaze from the bouquet and nodded. He spoke in a low voice and slowly, I think I'm mentally ill. Liemo couldn't help but draw an X on the notebook. A mentally ill person said that he was mentally ill. This sounds normal and strange. Normal people don't think they are mentally ill. A mentally ill person would not think that he is mentally ill. This has formed a fallacy. Liemo suppressed his inner doubts and asked, can I ask what are the specific manifestations of your so-called mental illness? Chapter 610 to Aobe. I'm not me. Aobe deliberately emphasized his tone, as if to emphasize his point. A person who thinks he is not himself does sound like a mental patient. You are not you. Who are you? Liemo asked. I'm Aobe, but I'm not this Aobe. Aobe smiled bitterly. This is a stubborn statement, but Liemo understood it a little. This guy's indeed a mental patient. Aobe continued. I remember it was a rainy night. I delivered food all day and was so tired that I fell asleep as soon as I got home. At this point, he paused and explained. I forgot to explain that my profession as Aobe is a food delivery man. After graduating from high school, I, like many young people who did not get into college, threw myself into the embrace of society. I started working in an electronics factory with my relatives. The work was not tiring, but it was too exhausting. I worked at least 12 hours a day, especially every other month. I had to change shifts every day, from day shift to night shift. Professor Liemo, you have always been at the top of society. You will not understand what it means to go to work at 6 p.m. and get off work at 6 a.m. every day, nor will you understand that in an electronics factory, eating and going to the toilet are limited in time. In short, after working in the electronics factory for a few years, my health became worse and worse. I was only in my 20s, but my hair began to fall out in clumps. Lee Zhr looked up at the top of his head. It was quite dense and there was no sign of baldness. But he did not raise any questions. After all, it is not easy for a mentally ill patient to open up. Finally, after a conflict with the team leader who was deliberately looking for trouble, I couldn't stand it anymore. If I continued to work like this, I might die on this cold and ruthless assembly line one day, so I just resigned and ran away. Aobe continued. After resigning, I lay in the rental house for several days, playing games all day, and arguing with netizens online. It was called a rental house, but in fact it was a few square meters of compartments separated by wooden boards by sub-landlords in the urban village. There was no kitchen or toilet, and only a bed could be placed. Even so, it cost 1,500 yuan a month. Aobe spoke in detail, with a low expression, as if he was completely immersed in memories. After lying down for a few days, I couldn't stand it anymore. Of course, it wasn't physically that I couldn't stand it, but psychologically. Although I have saved some money in the electronics factory over the years, I have to get married and raise children in the future. How can I go on like this? At this time, a big brother next door caught my attention. He wore a golden suit every day and came back with a box of chicken legs in the evening. He was also generous and sometimes shared the leftover chicken legs with us neighbors. It was obvious that his job was very profitable. So, I humbly asked him for advice. After the big brother drank 2 teals of wine, he told me that he was a delivery man, commonly known as a delivery boy. The golden clothes are the professional clothes issued by the company, and the chicken legs are benefits sent by customers. Of course, it's not always chicken legs. Sometimes customers will give him hot and sour noodles, beef noodles, and even wontons. Especially if you work harder every month, you can earn 8,000 yuan, and you don't have to work overtime all night, and you don't have to be deliberately picked on by the team leader. I was shocked at the time. Dressing like an ancient emperor and eating delicious delicacies every day, this is simply the best job in the world. So, after my repeated requests, the eldest brother reluctantly introduced me. I met the person in charge of the takeaway station. After paying 500 oceans for clothing fees and 5,000 oceans for car rental fees, I became a glorious takeaway boy. My equipment is an electric car with 3 batteries installed, with a speed of 50 km per hour and a range of 100 km. The next day, I installed the takeaway boy app on my mobile phone as required by the station manager. This app is amazing. It will automatically pop up the order. According to the order, you can pick up food from the restaurant and deliver it to the customer address shown on the app to get paid. I can earn 5 yuan for each order I complete. At that time, I thought, if I can complete 2,000 orders a day, I can make more than 10,000 yuan a month. So, I desperately grabbed orders. I didn't even look at any orders, I just grabbed them directly. So, on the first day, when the moon was bright in the sky, I returned to the rental house with a bowl of potato noodles as a gift from the customer. This customer lived on the 8th floor, and there was no elevator, so I couldn't climb the stairs. The customer said that he would not sign for it if he couldn't climb up. But, I was tired after a day of hard work and couldn't climb the stairs. In the evening, I ate potato noodles and counted my income. I completed 20 orders in total, and then 3 orders were overdue, and 1 order was cancelled, and the money for the potato noodles was deducted. I earned a total of 50 yuan that day. I went out at 6 o'clock in the morning, and came back at 8 o'clock in the evening. It took me a total of 14 hours. This is not a good start, but I'm not discouraged. I believe that with my own abilities, I will definitely make a name for myself in the takeaway industry. In this way, I became one of the hundreds of thousands of takeaway brothers in the city. That day, I delivered the takeaway and went home, and fell asleep. Good guy. After a lot of rambling, I finally got back to the point. Liamo's patience was almost exhausted, and he cheered up. Yu Xiaobei went on to say, the next day, I woke up before dawn. Listening to the sound of rain outside the window, I got a little excited, because the delivery fee would be higher on rainy days. I endured the pain in my body and got up from the bed. At this time, his expression suddenly became very strange. His eyes were confused, as if he had encountered something incredible. His voice trembled a little. At this time, the quilt next to me suddenly squirmed, and a woman sat up, looking at me dotingly. She was very beautiful, just like a female star on TV. At that time, I was shocked. I was sleeping in the same bed with a woman, a beautiful woman. I jumped out of bed with a scream and wanted to turn on the light, but touched nothing. The place where the switch was installed was empty. But at this time, even if the light was dim, I could see that this was not the rental house I used to live in. The woman also reacted, and with a click, she turned on the light. I was shocked again. The room was magnificent, with a luxurious bed, a thin satin quilt on the bed, a glass chandelier hanging from the ceiling, a thick carpet on the floor, and a 100-inch TV hanging on the wall. I have only seen such a large TV in shopping malls, and the price seems to be 500,000. Where is this place? I asked the woman. Woman, tell me, this is my home. Woman, tell me, her name is Zhao Tingting, and she is my wife. Woman, tell me, my name is Yu Xiaobei. My name is indeed Uziaobe, but my home is a rental house, and I don't have a wife. Zhao Tingting is a good woman. She saw my abnormality and led me to the next door. Next door is a showroom with photos hanging on the walls. The largest one is a wedding photo. In the wedding photo, Zhao Tingting is wearing a white wedding dress and a pearl crown on her head, and a man in a black suit is hugging her with a happy face. This man is me. Speaking of this, Yu Xiaobei seemed very excited and kept breathing heavily. Liemo stood up and poured him a glass of water. "Mr. Yu, drink some water." Yu Xiaobei did not refuse, raised the glass, and drank it all. His expression eased a little, and he continued, "It's been so long, and I still feel panic when I recall the scene at that time. I was a delivery man, and I woke up and became the president of a big company. Only a domineering president would dare to write such a brainless novel if he fell in love with it. At that time, I was like a real mental patient, smashing everything in the villa. I hoped that maybe in this way, I could find myself again. This guy, even if he is not a mental patient, has a problem with his brain circuit. If others suddenly become a rich man, they will definitely be secretly happy, and they will never be willing to go back to the past." Liemo complained in his heart. "Zhao Tingting is a good woman. She didn't send me to a mental hospital immediately, but found the best psychoanalyst in the world for me. She thought I had psychological problems because of too much stress. However, after a week of earnest talks with me, the world-renowned psychoanalyst didn't even take the check he had written and fled on a plane overnight. Because no matter how he analyzed, I was a normal person." Zhao Tingting, who didn't give up, invited another monk to chant sutras and pray for me, hoping that I could return to normal. Unfortunately, the monk who claimed to have saved countless people in his life broke the wooden fish, but I was still the same. Then there was the Taoist priest. Then there was the shaman. Just after the master Zhao Tingting invited from Thailand returned empty-handed, my son came back. Looking at the child who looked like me, I finally understood it. I really have a mental illness, and the life of that delivery man was just a not so good dream of mine. So, I returned to normal. I became a good father and a good husband again. Of course, I couldn't handle any of the company's affairs. After all, I couldn't even recognize a few English letters, and I knew nothing about financial statements. My momentum couldn't suppress the managers under me. Zhao Tingting is a good woman. She didn't get angry about this, but entrusted the company to a team of professional managers. Then she bought a cruise ship and we started traveling around the world. We went to Antarctica to see the glaciers, to Africa to watch the indigenous people dance, and to Europe to listen to symphony concerts. Of course, I couldn't understand the concerts, and I would never understand what the point was of one person holding chopsticks and directing a large group of people to play musical instruments and sing. It wasn't even as interesting as the temple fair I attended when I was a child. After all, at the temple fair, I saw a live tiger for the first time, and there were clowns walking on a tightrope. But Zhao Tingting is a good woman, and I'm willing to accompany her to do these things. In this way, we lived happily for a few years. Until one night, I had a dream again. In my dream, I returned to my original rental house. It was pouring rain outside. Inside the rental house, there was a man who looked exactly like me. He was squatting on the ground, drinking porridge without any heat. Although he was about the same age as me, his face was full of wrinkles and his hair was grey. For the convenience of explanation, I will call this man the second Yu Xiaobei. Although it was only in a dream, the second Yu Xiaobei still found me. He was not surprised and continued to drink the porridge with his head down. The cold porridge was like the most delicious food in the world. Until he put the last red bean into his mouth with chopsticks. He stood up and said lightly, "You are back." At that time, facing the second Yu Xiaobei, my heart could not help but feel weak, and I just smiled awkwardly. "I'm back." The second Yu Xiaobei hung his wet golden coat on the rope in the house, and then sat on the only place to sit in the rental house, the bed. Then, he just stared at me without saying a word. There was no surprise, no confusion, no anger, no sadness in his eyes, only indifference, as if things were supposed to be this way. After a long time, just when my toes almost rubbed my shoes, he asked, "Are they okay?" I knew who he was asking about. The answer was, very good. Zhao Tingting has rarely suffered from insomnia in recent years. Zhao Fang has already entered elementary school and just won the first place in the school last semester. Zhao Fang is my son, should not be the second Yu Xiaobei's son. Hearing my answer, the second Yu Xiaobei breathed a sigh of relief, took out a glass bottle from under the bed, and took a big gulp. From the smell of alcohol in the air, I knew that he was drinking low quality bulk liquor. This kind of liquor is sold in Somalis. It has a high alcohol content and a low price. It is very popular among people who work hard, but if you drink too much of this kind of liquor, people will easily collapse. I used to know an old man who was a gatekeeper. He always drank 2 teals of bulk liquor every morning, noon, and evening. If he didn't drink it for a day, his hands and feet would tremble. One day, he suddenly had a car accident and fell into a coma. The doctors and family members couldn't wake him up. At this time, an old drinking buddy went to visit him and came up with an idea to let the hospital give the old man an alcohol injection. Sure enough, after 2 bottles of alcohol were injected, the old gatekeeper woke up. I seem to have gone off topic again. Yu Xiaobei felt a little embarrassed. Not only did he go off topic, but he was also talking nonsense. Can a normal person inject alcohol? Li Mo complained in his heart. Yu Xiaobei continued. Second, after Yu Xiaobei drank the liquor, his complexion looked much better, and he was much more energetic. He then asked, how have you been these years? I didn't know how to answer at the time, so I could only perfunctorily answer, it's okay, Zhao Tingting is a good woman. The second Yu Xiaobei was stunned for a moment and smiled bitterly. She is indeed a good woman. If there really is a perfect woman in the world, she must be one of them. At this time, I also boldly asked, how are you doing? The second Yu Xiaobei raised the bottle, took another gulp of wine, and smacked his lips. You have seen it, what can I do? I accept your mess. Delivering food every day can only make a living, and sometimes I have to be fined because of complaints from customers. I was very confused when I heard it, because the second Yu Xiaobei graduated from a prestigious university, obtained several doctoral degrees, has a very strategic vision in the business world, and is considered a business genius by the company's people. How can a business genius deliver food for so many years? Chapter 611. Yu Xiaobei continued. The second Yu Xiaobei saw my confusion and said with a wry smile, when I found myself in this first world and was a delivery man, I thought about starting from scratch with my own abilities. Yu Xiaobei paused here, glanced at Li Mo, and explained, the whole incident is very complicated. For the sake of ease of narration, I will call the second Yu Xiaobei's original world, which is our current world, the second world. And my original world, which is Yu Xiaobei's current world, is called the first world. Wow, that's quite confusing, but Li Mo is the smartest person in the world, so he naturally understood what he meant instantly. Nodding, you continue. Yu Xiaobei continued to narrate. The second Yu Xiaobei took 2 gulps of wine in a row, with a bitter smile on his face. Unfortunately, I was too naive. All my knowledge and skills were based on a huge amount of money. Unfortunately, in the first world, you have nothing except an electric car and less than 5-digit deposits in the bank. How can you start a business without funds? So, I decided to find a company to work for. Although in the second world, I would never work for others, this is the first world, and I'm a person with nothing. So, I bought a set of clothes that looked decent, then trimmed my hair to make myself look like a white-collar worker, and participated in a job fair of a large company. The hours of that company only took a look at my resume and kicked me out. On the resume, I had a high school degree, and my work experience was screwdriver in an electronics factory and a delivery man. I didn't give up. Big companies value academic qualifications, so small companies might give it a try. So, I cheered up again and participated in an interview with a small company, but the result was the same. The hours saw my academic qualifications and didn't give me the opportunity to show my talents at all. In this way, in dozens of interviews, without exception, I didn't get any chance to speak and was immediately kicked out. At this point, your savings of less than 5 figures have been almost spent. I can only put on the golden uniform, ride an electric bike, and continue to be a delivery man. And then, It became like this now. Looking at the miserable state of the second Uzio Bay, I felt extremely guilty. It should have been me who was living in a rental house, running around under the scorching sun every day, and enduring the difficulties of customers and delivery stations. It should have been the second Uzio Bay who lived in a big villa, enjoyed delicious food, traveled around the world, and accompanied the best woman in the world. But there was no anger or resentment on the face of the second Uzio Bay, only calmness, as if things in the world were supposed to be like this. This made me even more uncomfortable. Just when I was about to apologize, the rain stopped, and I woke up. After waking up, I was lying on a cruise ship. I sat there all night looking at the starry sky. The next morning, I confessed everything that had happened to the sleepies outing, including that I was just a delivery man, and the existence of the second Uzio Bay. Zhao was silent for a long time, and made a phone call. Then, I was sent to this mental hospital. After Uzio Bay finished speaking, he stood up, and picked up a book called Sapiens, A Brief History of Humankind, and started reading it. Liemo fell into deep thought. This story is like all stories told by mental patients, full of absurdity. However, truth is often hidden in absurdity. Assuming that Uzio Bay is not mentally ill, and has not lied, then the only explanation is that there are parallel time and space in the universe. Uzio Bay and the second Uzio Bay are two people who look exactly the same, and have the same genetic genes living in parallel time and space. Only in this way, after the two exchanged identities, they were not recognized by others. For an inexplicable reason, they traveled through parallel time and space and exchanged identities. This reminded Liemo of an incident when he was a child. At that time, he was just a rising star in China. Every day, apart from attending classes, he just wanted to go out and have fun. One weekend, he came to his grandmother's house in the suburbs of Mengcheng. The road there was a dirt road with potholes. After the rain, there was mud and water everywhere. Liemo was like Pepper in the cartoon, jumping over the puddles on the road one by one. Every time the muddy water splashed on his body, he would always let out a happy giggle. Children and mud pits go well together. Just like that, he was very happy and joyful. However, an accidental look back frightened him so much that his face changed drastically, and he squatted in the mud pit. Because a well suddenly appeared on the ground not far behind Liemo, and he never saw the well from beginning to end, and he just jumped over it without any danger. It is absolutely impossible for a child to jump over a deep well with a diameter of up to 1 meter with his own ability. So this means that the well did not appear just now, but suddenly appeared on the ground. It is incredible. This incident and Uzio Bay story both illustrate a problem. In this universe, there is a parallel time and space. In the parallel time and space, there is a second Uzio Bay, and there is also a well. After Liemo said goodbye to the mental hospital, he pondered for a week and finally used perfect mathematical theory to construct a mathematical model of parallel time and space. Through model calculation, the difference between parallel time and space and this time and space lies in the different vibration constants between them. At the same time, this parallel space-time theory can also explain why the famous scientist Hawking once did an experiment. In order to verify whether future humans have the ability to travel through time, Hawking wrote a letter to the future, inviting future scientists to return to the present for a banquet. As a result, no one attended. Some scientists speculate that future humans may not have invented technology that can travel through time, or that humans have become extinct in the future. However, according to the parallel space-time theory, there is another explanation. Future humans did receive an invitation from the famous scientist Hawking, but when they traveled through time and returned to the present, they returned to a parallel world. In this parallel world, Hawking may not be a scientist and may not have written a letter, so those humans from the future can only return in disappointment. After studying the mathematical model of parallel space-time and the vibration constant, Liemo discovered that it may be possible to create an artificial space-time gap by changing the vibration frequency of protons. Through the space-time gap, humans will be able to travel to a parallel universe. In a parallel universe, you who were originally a worker may be a tycoon who dominates the business world. You who originally had average academic performance may be a super academic master. You who were originally worried about your mortgage may now own more than 10 luxury villas. In a parallel universe, everything is possible. Therefore, Lee ZHI spent a huge amount of money and a lot of manpower and material resources to build this experimental proton collider at the Gobi Desert Base. He hopes to crack the method of changing the vibration of protons in the collision experiment. Unfortunately, trillions of dollars have been spent and nothing has been achieved so far. Although we have conducted more than 500 experiments after the proton collider was built, we have not found the phenomenon of proton vibration frequency being changed. Professor Wu Zhangliang seemed a little guilty. Chen Shuxian comforted him. This is normal. Humans have existed for millions of years. If the vibration frequency of protons can be easily changed, and gaps in space and time can be seen everywhere, then this world is full of time travelers. Her words attracted the approval of many scientists. That's the reason human beings have existed for so long, and the only suspected time traveler is Wang Mang of the Western Han Dynasty. However, considering that he was overthrown by Liu Xiu, the son of the Plien, when he was in power, his identity as a time traveler is greatly discounted. Alas, if we can create a gap in time and space, it would be great, so that all people can move to a parallel world and avoid being destroyed by alien spacecraft. Yes, I guess Professor Liemo also thought so he built this proton collider. Chen Shuxian remained silent. Liemo had never revealed the whole plan to him. After visiting the proton collider, Professor Wu Zhangliang led Chen Shuxian to a pool, covered by a glass cover. This pool is as large as 50 acres. It is not the common gravel soil, but a kind of black rock. The water in it is neither fresh water nor seawater, but a very turbid liquid. In the pool, there is an exposed artificial volcano that spews lava and bursts of black smoke from time to time. On the top of the glass cover, there is a discharge device installed, and high voltage lightning slides over the pool from time to time. This is the origin of life research pool. Professor Wu Zhangliang introduced. He always felt that it was a bit strange to call a lake a pool, but this was the name chosen by Professor Liemo himself. The liquid in the research pool is the primordial soup of the ancient ocean. The raw materials are CH4, O2, H2 and a small amount of NH3. These inorganic substances are the components of the ocean before the emergence of life on Earth. The air in the glass cover is also similar to the atmospheric composition before the emergence of life on Earth. The main components are carbon monoxide, carbon dioxide, methane, water vapor, and ammonia. Of course, if these simple gas molecules want to become biological molecules, they must become complex enough. The synthesis of complex substances requires energy. So we set up a lightning generator and a volcano in the pool. Electricity is an energy release phenomenon. Volcanic eruptions can release a lot of heat. These are all energy sources that existed on the primitive Earth. This is a life evolution simulator. Chen Shuxian knew that Liemo had always had a doubt. That is, did the first creature on Earth appear naturally on Earth over time, or did it come to Earth with a wandering meteorite, or even the work of a god-level civilization? Life is a magical existence. A bunch of things composed of some elements such as proteins, iron, calcium, etc. become organisms with independent thinking and control of movement after they have life. However, piling up all kinds of materials needed for life together cannot produce life that can think and move. A corpse and a living person have exactly the same organs, but people can think and move. The corpse can only lie there quietly and become nutrients for bacteria to reproduce. In order to study the origin of life and the mystery of the essence of life, Professor Liemo built this life evolution simulator at the Gobi Desert Base. She asked, "How is the current progress of life evolution?" Professor Wu Zhangliang replied, "Nothing. We have installed an intelligent monitoring system in the origin of life pool, which can monitor the changes in the components of the primordial soup at any time, but so far, there are no expected macromolecular organic substances, amino acids and nucleotides. Amino acids and nucleotides are the two most important biological molecules in animals and plants. They are the bricks and stones for building the building of life. When they appear, it means that life begins to originate." Professor Wu Zhangliang seemed a little disappointed. This is the second time today that he has reported nothing. Chen Shuxian nodded and comforted him. This is normal. The origin of life takes hundreds of millions of years and is full of contingencies. In my opinion, Professor Liamo's experiment seems meaningless. Even if the original environment of the Earth is perfectly simulated in the experiment, hundreds of millions of years of experiment time is not something that humans can bear. Professor Wu Zhonglian was stunned when he heard this. This is the first time someone dared to criticize Professor Liamo's plan. Of course, Professor Liamo has never forbidden anyone to criticize him, and sometimes even actively asks scientists for opinions. But his prestige is so high that, even if he says that the sun will explode tomorrow, scientists will believe it without hesitation. Therefore, criticism does not exist. Chen Shuxian is indeed a person of character. Maybe Professor Liamo has other plans for this experiment. Professor Wu Zhonglian felt so weak that he dared not say a word of criticism and could only perfunctorily. Chen Shuxian smiled and said, "You forget it. I won't embarrass you. Continue the introduction. My first task this time is to visit all the important projects in the Gobi Desert Base." Seeing that Chen Shuxian had nothing to force, Professor Wu Zhonglian wiped the sweat from his forehead and smiled. "The next thing we are going to visit is the organ breeding farm." The two took a shuttle bus to a white building. This white building is oval in shape, 20 stories high, and covers an area of about 100 acres. It looks like half an egg upside down on the ground. Since the organ breeding farm is a highly sterile environment, we must first undergo full body disinfection and put on protective clothing. Professor Wu Zhonglian guided Chen Shuxian into the building through the biometric recognition system. Chen Shuxian, who had worked in the laboratory for several years, walked into the disinfection room very skillfully, and a high concentration disinfectant that was enough to kill all bacteria and viruses was sprayed on the roof. The disinfectant instantly covered her whole body. 10 minutes later, the blue indicator light came on and a mechanical voice sounded. "After testing, the bacteria and viruses on your body have reached the safety valve. Please change the protective suit." The protective suit is fully enclosed and can cover the whole person. There is also an oxygen generator at the back. Chen Shuxian put on the protective suit, turned on the oxygen generator, and pressed the blue button on the door. The sealing of the protective suit is being checked. Please wait. After a moment, the sealing of the protective suit is intact. You can enter. A sealed door slid open silently, and outside was the organ breeding farm. Chapter 612. Organ Planting Farm. In the endless hall, there are several rows of light silver cabinets neatly arranged, and countless glassware are placed on top of the cabinets. The tops of these glassware are covered by something similar to the top of the machine, and the tops are connected together by cables. Several staff members who are also wearing protective clothing are standing in front of the cabinet, holding tablets, as if recording the data of the glassware. Chen Shuxian walked to the glassware. It was filled with light blue thick liquid, and a thing similar to a nose could be vaguely seen floating in it. This is a human nose. Professor Wu Zhonglian, who was wearing protective clothing, walked over. The voice coming out through the protective clothing was a bit strange. "You really planted human organs here?" Chen Shuxian was a little stunned. As a highly intelligent creature, humans are extremely fragile. Every year, millions of people have their organs damaged due to various accidents. Some of them are seriously damaged and can only die helplessly in the end. There are also some people who are born in pain because of congenital genetic defects and incomplete organ development. Of course, even a healthy person's organs will slowly age over time. The brain and lungs of a person start to age at the age of 20. The skin, 25. The muscles, 30. The hair, 30. The bones, 35. The eyes, 40. The heart, 40. The teeth, 40. The kidneys, 50. The prostate, 50. The ears, 55. The intestines, 55. The tongue and nose, 60. The bladder, 65. The throat, 65. The liver, 65. When the organs fail to a certain extent, humans will inevitably die. So if humans can replace parts at any time like cars, then can human life be greatly extended? In fact, since the emergence of modern medicine, medical scientists have had this idea and have been working hard. However, human life is more complicated than a space rocket. It is composed of 40 trillion to 60 trillion human cells, and the average diameter of these cells is between 5 and 200 microns. In fact, it is more difficult to artificially create organs than to land on the moon. Then some medical scientists turned their attention to those patients who died in accidents, but whose organs were intact. These patients had no hope of living, but they could donate their organs to save those patients who were facing death due to organ diseases. As a result, organ transplantation technology gradually matured and saved a large number of lives. However, human genes are different. After allogeneic tissue or organ transplantation, foreign tissues or organs are recognized by the recipient's immune system as a foreign component, and the immune system attacks, destroys and removes the transplant. This complex immunological reaction is a very important protective mechanism of the human body, known as rejection. Therefore, although some organ transplant operations are extremely successful, due to rejection, the condition suddenly worsens after the operation, or has to take rejection drugs for life. Moreover, although human civilization continues to develop, and more people are willing to donate organs, it still seems to be a drop in the bucket, compared to the huge group of organ demand. Many patients die in pain during the long wait for organs. So, Professor Liemo proposed a whimsical idea. Humans can grow and graft various crops, so can human organs be grown. In fact, he not only proposed the idea, but also published a technical secret file. This technical secret file records some incredible biotechnologies. Although these technologies do not seem to belong to humans, but to a creature that is much larger than humans. However, the biotechnology team organized by Professor Liemo still summarized the theoretical knowledge required for planting human organs, based on the technical examples in the technical secret files. After several years of development, the theoretical knowledge finally developed into reality. Therefore, Professor Liemo established the first organ planting base of human civilization at the Gobi Desert Base. Chen Shuxian looked at the nose in the culture medium and felt a lot. To some extent, humans have become creators. Professor Wu Zhonglian continued to introduce, in order to avoid rejection, the transplanted organs adopt a customized service method to transplant the required organs. Take this nose for example. Its genes originally came from a girl who lost her nose due to an accidental injury. Scientists at our base collected the girl's human cells and, after a series of operations, turned the human cells into primitive cells that can evolve into various functional organs. Then these primitive cells were placed in the culture medium for specific cultivation. In just 3 weeks, a brand new nose was grown. Since the transplanted nose is consistent with the genes of the injured girl, there will definitely be no so-called rejection reaction, and the entire operation process is extremely simple. At this time, the green indicator light on the glassware lit up. A low alarm sounded in the organ transplantation field. What happened? Is it an enemy attack? Chen Shuxian asked in confusion. Although the world is now peaceful, it is not ruled out that a small number of anti-human and anti-civilization lunatics are secretly launching attacks. Oh, of course not. There is an Earth Defense Agency guard stationed near the Gobi Desert Base, and no one dares to attack. Professor Wu Zhonglian seemed very confident. This is a sign that the nose has matured. He continued to explain, just like crops, organs need to be transplanted to patients in time after they mature. Otherwise, the cells in the organs will continue to divide at a high speed and will age. At this time, 2 staff members in protective clothing ran over with a fresh keeping box. Professor Wu, you are here too. We are preparing to send this mature body to the hospital. Professor Wu Zhonglian asked, have you contacted the patient? Yes, she is waiting for us at the Second People's Hospital of Shanghai. The staff pressed a red button on the cabinet, and a robotic arm extended from the roof. A net-like tool was installed on the top of the robotic arm. The robotic arm waved, and the net bag accurately fished the mature nose out of the glass container. Then, the staff opened the fresh keeping box, and manipulated the robotic arm to put the mature nose into the box. After doing all this, they took out a document from their pockets and handed it over. Professor Wu, this is the organ certificate. Please sign it. Professor Wu Zhonglian took out a pen and wrote a signature on it in a flamboyant manner, explaining, "Every organ in the organ planting farm is related to whether a person's future life will be happy, so we have adopted a method of assigning responsibilities to individuals in the process of allocating organs. Once an unqualified organ appears, it must be destroyed immediately. Once an unqualified organ is lost from here, the responsibility of the relevant responsible person must be investigated." Chen Shuxian nodded continuously after hearing this. Artificially planted organs are a new thing. Humans often have a distrustful mentality towards new things. At this time, if there is an accident caused by unqualified organs, it will inevitably be a serious blow to the development of artificially planted organs. Professor Wu Zhonglian continued, "Ms. Chen, this nose will soon be transplanted to its owner. Are you interested in visiting the whole process?" "Visit?" Chen Shuxian was stunned for a moment, and immediately understood Professor Wu Zhonglian's intention. Compared with the cold introduction, seeing the entire organ transplantation process with one's own eyes can show the importance of the organ planting factory. He should think that the purpose of his trip is to evaluate the importance of these scientific research projects, and then casually cut off a few relatively unimportant projects. It seems that Professor Wu Zhonglian completely misunderstood the purpose of his visit to the Gobi Desert Base. However, Chen Shuxian did not explain, but nodded. In fact, she was really interested in how the implanted organs were installed on the body. After all, this is a power that only the creator has. Considering Chen Shuxian's special status, Professor Wu Zhonglian specially arranged 2 armed helicopters to follow and escort her, and accompanied her personally. When the helicopter with the umbrella shield of the Earth Defense Agency landed on the helipad of the building of the second hospital of the Magic City, a group of doctors and nurses who had been waiting there immediately surrounded it. An old man with grey hair, vigorous spirit, wearing a white coat, and exuding the smell of disinfectant walked in front, and stretched out his hand from a distance. "Professor Wu Zhonglian, after so many times of cooperation, you are finally willing to come to our hospital once. He is Huang Shifu, the director of the second hospital of the Magic City, and a leading organ transplant expert in the country." It is no wonder that Huang Shifu was so excited. Although an organ transplant farm was established in the Gobi Desert Base, where a batch of organs can mature every 3 weeks, the scale has not been able to be expanded due to the difficulty in making the culture medium, and the output is very limited. Under the skeptical eyes of the world, the first organ to be planted was a kidney. It was transplanted into a patient with advanced uremia by Huang Shifu himself at the second hospital of Magic City. As a result, a year later, the patient with uremia not only did not have the common rejection reaction, but became full of energy, and his wife gave birth to a baby. At this time, artificially planted organs became completely popular all over the world. Those patients who lived in pain due to organ diseases came to the second hospital of Magic City for medical treatment, and specified that they wanted to receive transplants of artificially planted organs. Of course, there are many billionaires at home and abroad who waved their huge checks and asked to jump the queue. However, since the second hospital of Magic City had signed a loyalty agreement with the Earth Defense Agency, the agreement requires the hospital to treat all patients equally, and must strictly collect genetic data from patients in the order of their visits, and then transmit them to the Gobi Desert Organ Planting Farm for cultivation. Due to the large number of people seeking medical treatment, the training plan has been scheduled for 5 years. Backed by the Gobi Desert Organ Planting Farm, the second hospital of Shanghai has also become one of the most famous hospitals in the world. No wonder Dean Huang Shifu heard that Professor Wu Zhonglian, the head of the organ planting farm, was visiting the hospital in person this time, and immediately turned down an important academic conference to greet him. Professor Wu Zhonglian laughed and said, "Old Huang, you are also a scientist. You should know that we are busy like rabbits all day long. How can we have time to wander around?" As he said, he let Chen Shuxian come to his front. "Today I'm here to accompany Ms. Chen to visit." Ms. Chen. Dean Huang Shifu was stunned for a moment. Could this Ms. Chen be the legendary Chen Shuxian? She can have Professor Wu Zhonglian accompany her, and there are 2 armed helicopters behind her for protection. It must be her. Although Chen Shuxian has never appeared on television media, according to folk gossip, she is the confidant of Professor Li Emma of the Earth Defense Bureau. Huang Shifu certainly knew this news. His old heart was beating fast. Ms. Chen, welcome. On behalf of all the doctors and nurses of the Second Hospital of Shanghai, I welcome you. I will ask the hospital to organize a grand welcome party right away. Chen Shuxian was already accustomed to such scenes. She smiled and said, President Huang, I'm here only to observe the process of organ transplantation, not to delay your normal work. Okay, Mr. Huang, stop pretending. Ms. Chen is not the kind of person who likes grand occasions. Just arrange the organ transplantation surgery, that's all. Professor Wu Zhonglian had communicated with Huang Shifu through video calls countless times, and they were old friends, so he reminded him intentionally or unintentionally. Understood. I will notify the patient to arrange the surgery. Dean Huang Shifu naturally understood and nodded repeatedly. Old Liu, send someone to do a pre-operative examination for the patient. Dalu, you are ready to go to the operating table. The doctors escorted the fresh keeping box with the nose into the hospital building. On the way, Dean Huang Shifu kept calling to arrange the details of the surgery. Dr. Liu is my direct disciple. He can be said to be the top organ transplant expert in the country. With him in charge, the operation is almost certain to succeed. Dean Huang Shifu explained as he walked. Old Huang, you don't hold the knife now? Professor Wu Zhonglian asked in confusion. Dean Huang Shifu smiled bitterly and shook his head. No, I'm old and my hands have started to shake. I'm just helping a few apprentices to check and arrange things for the hospital. Oh, Professor Wu Zhonglian said with a look of pity. Huang Shifu was a knife in the domestic medical community back then, especially good at difficult operations. Otherwise the Gobi Desert base would not have cooperated with the Second Hospital of Magic City. He looked up and down at Huang Shifu's right hand. Old Wu, what are you thinking? Huang Shifu felt his strange gaze and hid his hand behind his back. Professor Wu Zhonglian smiled strangely and said, Old Huang, how about I ask the organ farm to grow a new hand for you, and I guarantee that you will recover as before. A new hand? No. Huang Shifu was happy at first, then smiled bitterly and shook his head. To be honest, I'm tired. I have done surgeries for so many years and seen so many different kinds of people. I'm tired now. Even if I can still hold the scalpel, I will choose to rest. Professor Wu Zhonglian shook his head in confusion. Chen Shuxian seemed to be thinking about something. The hospital is always full of the breath of death. In the face of death, the human nature that was hidden under the heavy mask in the past is often exposed nakedly. Human nature is dangerous. Chapter 613. Fortunately, the little girl who was about to undergo surgery this time did not seem to have reached the point of facing the real human nature. Her slender body lay on the hospital bed, her face wrapped in gauze, and her appearance could not be seen clearly. A tall boy next to her was using a fruit knife to cut an apple into small pieces. He was wearing a blue short-sleeved t-shirt with thick eyebrows and big eyes, bronze skin and slightly bulging muscles on his arms. He looked like he worked out regularly. Zero, have some fruit. The boy put a small piece of apple with a toothpick to the girl's mouth. The girl shook her head. I can't eat anything. So many days have passed. I don't know if my nose has been planted yet. Don't worry, the organ transplant farm was established by Professor Liemo. It gathers the elite scientists of mankind and will definitely grow a perfect nose for you. The boy smiled and comforted. After your nose is transplanted, mother will definitely agree to our marriage. Hearing this, the girl sighed and looked at the sunlight outside the window. Kinyu, I'm sorry for you. In fact, after I had the accident, you should have listened to your aunt's words and found one from those sweeters. Your family has been a single line family for 3 generations, and there is a huge family business to inherit. I understand your aunt's anxious mood very well. If it were me, I would not let my son marry a girl without a nose. Zero, after so many years, don't you understand my feelings? Can you put the plate of City Defense apples on the bedside table and pretended to be angry? When I first saw you at the military training ground in college, you were wearing a light blue t-shirt and blue jeans on the bottom. Your hair was simply tied behind your back, facing the sun, like a fairy descending to the earth. From that moment on, my heart was filled with you. Although those girls introduced by others are also young and beautiful, with extraordinary family backgrounds, I don't like any of them. The girl's eyes were moist. Alas, I don't know if the transplanted nose is really as magical as the doctors say. At this time, Dean Huang Shifu knocked on the door and interrupted the two people's romantic love. Congratulations, Miss Wang Zero. Your nose has been transplanted. Implanted. Wang Zero was stunned. Really? Where is it? Kinyu jumped up excitedly. Dean Huang Shifu understood their feelings at the moment very well and smiled. The hospital's expert team is conducting a pre-operative examination of the nose and the operation will be ready soon. I came here this time to do a full body examination for you and at the same time introduce two distinguished guests to you. As he said, he pointed to the man and woman behind him and introduced them. This is Professor Wu Zonglian from the Gobi Desert Base. Your nose was planted in the organ transplantation farm he is in charge of. Wang Zero struggled to get down from the bed and bowed deeply. Professor Wu, thank you. Without your organ transplantation farm, my life would be completely ruined. Kinyu also bowed hurriedly. Professor Wu, I can't live without Zero. You are our reborn parents. Professor Wu Zonglian quickly stepped aside and said repeatedly, I don't deserve it. I don't deserve it. The organ transplantation technology was proposed by Professor Liemo, and the Gobi Desert Base is also the hard work of Professor Liemo. I'm at best a gatekeeper and don't deserve such a great gift. If you want to thank someone, thank the lady next to me. The lady next to him? Wang Zero and Kinyu looked up. A girl in a grey uniform was standing at the door. She was beautiful and fair-skinned, with a melon-shaped face and two big watery eyes that were particularly bright. Her long black hair was casually draped over her shoulders, and her light bangs hung on her forehead. Although she looks beautiful, she cannot hide the inexplicable aura that emanates from her body. This aura was seen by Kinyu, a rich kid, in some old men who have been fighting in the business world for decades. In their eyes, all the prosperity of the world loses its hypocritical cover, leaving only the truth. This girl has an extraordinary origin. This is Ms. Chen. Dean Huang Shifu took the initiative to introduce. Since Chen Shuxian did not take the initiative to disclose her identity, he had to introduce her in vague language. Even though the words were vague, Wang Zero and Kinyu immediately understood Chen Shuxian's true identity. Wang Zero's heart skipped a beat, and she said in surprise, Ms. Chen, is it really you? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. I didn't expect that you would come to visit an ordinary patient like me, even though you are so busy. I'm so moved, so moved. Wang Zero was so excited that she was incoherent, and her big tears plop fell on the floor. A few months ago, she thought she was the happiest girl in the world. She had just graduated from a nationally renowned university and received an offer with a high salary. At the same time, she also had a boyfriend who loved her deeply. Her boyfriend's family background is also very good. He owns industries all over the world. According to Fortune magazine, his family industry is worth 10 billion. In the eyes of her classmates and friends, she is the luckiest girl in the world. She lives in a dream paradise all day long. However, this world is always full of malice towards beauty. The day before Wang Zero was about to marry her boyfriend, she went to the most luxurious wedding dress shop in the city to choose a wedding dress accompanied by her best friend. The wedding dress was very beautiful. It was designed by the famous French fashion designer Peter Papert. It was embellished with 13,140 natural pearls and a 20-carat ruby was inlaid on the crown. She was very satisfied with the wedding dress. Thinking that there were still some trivial items to prepare, she drove to the department store with her best friend. As a result, they were crushed by a heavy truck transporting live pigs. The super sports car worth more than 10 million was crushed to pieces like a cartoon toy in front of a heavy truck worth less than 1 million. Her best friend died on the spot. The white wedding dress in the bag was also stained with red marks. Wang Zero was still as lucky as ever. At the moment of the car accident, she was thrown out of the car by the huge impact force. However, after the collision, the super sports car disintegrated instantly, and the parts flew everywhere. By coincidence, a small piece of sharp car body debris passed in front of Wang Zero. She felt her face hot and fainted. When she woke up again, she was already in the hospital. Her nose was gone. The wedding was also cancelled. Although her boyfriend still stayed with her, Wang Zero had already given up. Who would like a woman without a nose? At this moment, Wang Zero was once again favored by the mysterious fate. Professor Liemo successfully invented the human organ planting technology. With the idea of giving it a try, Wang Zero applied to the Gobi Desert base. Then there was a long wait. Waiting is always desperate and always makes people collapse. Fortunately, the nose is finally mature. Wang Zero's mood was like boiling water, steaming violently. Now the legendary Chen Shuxian appeared in front of her, with all kinds of emotions intertwined, such as excitement, nervousness, and excitement. Her hard shell broke, and she could no longer hold back. She broke down and burst into tears. Seeing Wang Zero burst into tears, Chen Shuxian was at a loss for a moment. How did Liemo deal with this situation? She frowned and pretended to be angry. Considering that the recipient is emotionally unstable, there will be serious risks in the transplant at this time. Let's cancel this operation and send the nose back to the base for destruction. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked at the same time. What was going on? Wang Zero stopped crying immediately and kept shouting, "Ms. Chen, I'm not excited. I'm not excited. Don't destroy my nose." Professor Wu saw through her thoughts and pretended to say something nice. "Ms. Chen, considering that this patient has waited for so long, and it's really hard, let's give her some time to calm down. How about that?" Chen Shuxian nodded slowly. "Okay, I'll give her a minute now. If she's still so excited after a minute, the operation will be cancelled." In fact, the reason why Chen Shuxian did this was mainly to punish Wang Zero for being in happiness, but not knowing it. Although she suffered a car accident and lost her nose, she still has a boyfriend who never leaves her, and a new nose is coming soon. What about the girl who accompanied her to try on the wedding dress? In addition to the compensation her family received from the insurance company, Wang Zero has never visited her parents. Now she dares to cry here, as if all the grievances in the world are borne by her alone. This reminded Chen Shuxian of Liemo's words. There is no protagonist in this universe, but stupid humans always fantasize that they are the protagonist of the universe. She used to feel very confused about this sentence. According to the theory of I think, therefore I am, the universe exists because of individuals. If this person dies, then the universe is meaningless to him. Everyone is naturally the protagonist of the universe. Now she understands. Wang Zero in front of her is, because she regards herself as the protagonist of the world, so she is so self-pitying about her not so rough fate. Only when humans realize that there is no protagonist in the universe can they truly accept the upcoming fate calmly. Whether this fate is destruction or survival. 1 minute. Wang Zero heard that she no longer cared about expressing her inner grievances. She picked up a napkin and wiped her tears randomly, then kept breathing in and out. She tried her best to calm her excited emotions. 1 minute later. "Ms. Chen, did I pass the test? Do I need to be checked?" Wang Zero was really scared. She was afraid that her only hope would slip away from her hand, and she was afraid that she would become a monster in the eyes of others from then on. Passed the test. Chen Shuxian just wanted to punish her a little and would not deprive her of the operation. Wow. Wang Zero jumped up in joy. Halfway through, she remembered that this should also be a manifestation of emotional excitement. She immediately froze in place and said timidly, "I was not excited at all just now." Okay, the patient and the nurse go for examination. Dean Huang Shifu was afraid that she would make Chen Shuxian angry again, so he quickly started pre-operative preparations. Chen Shuxian and Professor Wu, accompanied by Huang Shifu, came to the lounge next to the operating room. There was an LCD TV hanging on the wall of the lounge. The TV was broadcasting the real-time scene in the operating room. "Liu, get my treasured tea. I want to entertain the guests." Huang Shifu instructed a doctor behind him. Dr. Liu, who studied clinical medicine for 8 years, then trained for 2 years, and finally became an attending physician after 5 years of experience, did not think that going to the tea shop was a waste of talent, and ran away. In less than a minute, he ran back with a ball of tea wrapped in newspaper. Seeing that the outer packaging of the tea was newspaper, Professor Wu smiled and said, "Old Huang, you are learning from Professor Liemo. It is well known that Professor Liemo has a special hobby for China's traditional beverage tea. He especially likes to use newspapers to package tea. Huang Shifu carefully unwrapped the newspaper, revealing light green melon seed-like tea leaves inside. How dare I compare with Professor Liemo? This tea is not as good as the professor's high mountain cloud tea. It is just an ordinary farm tea. Although he said so. But Chen Shuxian looked at the melon seed-sized tea leaves in the cup stretching their branches and leaves in the boiling water, and the fresh fragrance came to her nose, and she also knew that this tea was not simple. The three of them tasted tea and chatted casually. At this time, the lights in the operating room were turned on. A bald man walked into the operating room with a group of young nurses. His skin was dark and his face was full of flesh. If he was not wearing a white coat, he would definitely be mistaken for a professional butcher. This is my most proud disciple, Lu Xianfang, Huang Shifu said with some boasting. Although this guy has average medical knowledge and is far inferior to several other students who graduated from famous medical schools, he is a natural surgeon. During the operation, his scalpel is extremely accurate and never makes mistakes. Chen Shuxian looked at Lu Xianfang and asked thoughtfully, what does this Dr. Lu's family do? Oh, his great-great-grandfather was an executioner in ancient times, his great-great-grandfather was a hunter, his great-grandfather was a skinner, his grandfather was a butcher, and his father was a butcher. Huang Shifu obviously cared about his proud disciple and memorized the family tree. Even though Chen Shuxian's psychological quality has always been very good, she couldn't help but sneer. Good guy, with this background, it would be a pity if he didn't become a surgeon. Through the TV hanging on the wall, the whole process of the operation can be clearly seen. Wang Zeruo, who was knocked down by the anesthetic, was pushed onto the operating table by the nurses. The gauze on her face, used to cover her ugliness, has been removed, revealing a fair and beautiful face. On the small face, which was the size of a palm, there were a pair of big eyes that were dark and bright, light willow-shaped eyebrows, and a cherry mouth. If she could add a high nose bridge, her appearance would be at least 8 points. Chen Shuxian sighed in her heart. This girl was indeed born lucky. The operation began. Two nurses carefully opened the fresh keeping box, and a nose lay quietly on the medical foam. Dr. Lu Xianfang picked up a bottle of spray and sprayed a light yellow liquid at the position where Wang Zeruo lost her nose. This is a special disinfectant with a sterilization rate of up to 99.9999%. Dean Huang Shifu introduced it on the side. Then, Dr. Lu Xianfang walked to a strange instrument. The instrument had been covered with anti-shielding cloth just now, so Chen Shuxian didn't notice it. The screen of the instrument gradually lit up, and Lu Xianfang shook the joystick on the operating panel. 6 robotic arms extended from the roof of the operating room. The tops of the robotic arms were equipped with scalpels, tweezers, hemostatic forceps, scissors, suture needles, and a pure white towel. Yes, it was indeed a towel. The picture was clear enough that Chen Shuxian could see a tag hanging on the edge of the towel. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 614. What is this towel? Professor Wu asked. Dean Huang Shifu explained. This is a high-precision surgical robot. Doctors can operate it to perform precision surgery on patients. As for the towel, it is Lu Xianfang's special hobby. He sweats easily, but he doesn't like others to wipe his sweat, so he thought of this way. Chen Shuxian. Well, geniuses always have some special hobbies. The whole operation process can be said to be very boring from the outside world. Dr. Lu Xianfang stood in front of the console, pressing the buttons quickly, and then shaking the joystick, and the 6 mechanical arms began to move. They were extremely flexible, just like a real human arm, and completed a difficult organ transplant operation in less than 30 minutes. During the final suturing process, Dr. Lu Xianfang's fingers pressed the button so quickly that it was almost difficult to see with the naked eye. The mechanical arm holding the suture needle, like an ancient sewing machine, clicked, clicked, clicked to sew a circle on Wang Zeruo's nose. During this process, Dr. Lu Xianfang wiped his sweat twice without delaying the use of the mechanical arm. The operation was completed. Lu Xian Fang pressed the blue button on the console. A light green beam shot down from above and scanned along Wang Zero's face. A clear and pleasant voice sounded. The patient's physiological characteristics are all normal. After calculation, the operation score is 1,254,786 points. Rating, S level. Please work hard. This voice can be heard clearly even in the lounge. There is also a postoperative score? Question mark. Is this playing a game? Chen Shuxian looked at Dean Huang Shifu. Old Huang, you also have a rating system? Professor Wu was also very surprised. Dean Huang said with a little pride, this postoperative scoring system can detect the completion of the operation and give doctors a score based on the completion. It was suggested by Dr. Lu Xian Fang. He felt that after each operation, without a little encouragement, it would not be enough to arouse the fighting spirit of the doctors. We commissioned Mozi Technology to develop the system. The postoperative scoring system is interesting. Since ancient times, doctors have been a sacred and mysterious profession. In ancient times, doctors used mysterious herbs and performed some exaggerated dances to relieve the pain of patients. When receiving gratitude, the doctor also invisibly enhances his sense of mystery. Therefore, in some backward and remote areas, doctors have become the spokespersons of gods. In modern times, with the development of science and technology and the rise of modern medicine, people know that the body is sick because a certain organ has a lesion or is infected by viruses, bacteria and other microorganisms. Doctors will wear white coats and use various high-end medical instruments to examine patients. At the same time, they will say some obscure medical terms and use handwriting that normal people cannot distinguish when prescribing. All these make the doctor himself full of mystery. Mystery is absolutely impossible to be questioned. This postoperative scoring system will score the doctor's surgery after the operation and clearly show the doctor's skills to patients and their families in a way that the public can understand. This has also weakened the doctor's sense of mystery to a certain extent, making the doctor's heart full of competition. The final beneficiary is the patient. Chen Shuxian thought about it and nodded. This system is very good. I think it can be promoted. Dean Huang Shifu was overjoyed and said quickly, for patients all over the world, our second hospital is willing to give up all patents of the postoperative scoring system. Very good. Chen Shuxian praised. Although the operation was completed, Wang Zero still needed to stay in the sterile ward for a week to avoid infection. There was no way for everyone to see the effect of the operation with their own eyes. Fortunately, Dr. Lu Xian Fang was smart. He aimed the high-definition camera at Wang Zero's face and projected the picture onto the LCD TV outside. In the picture, Wang Zero's eyes were closed, and it seemed that the anesthesia effect had not yet subsided. She has a perfect face. If there were no traces of stitches on her face, you would not be able to tell that she had lost her nose. The nose transplanted from the organ planting farm is perfectly matched with her face and looks extremely natural. It's so clever. Although I have seen dozens of organ transplants, such a perfect match can only happen with organs grown in the organ planting farm. Dean Huang Shifu couldn't help but sigh. Due to genetic matching, our hospital has used the transplanted organs to perform more than 500 organ transplants so far. The transplanted organs include heart, kidney, lung, stomach, arm, foot, skin, etc., and there has never been a case of postoperative rejection. In other words, the organ transplant farm has directly saved more than 500 patients, so that they no longer have to face death or live in pain. When leaving, Dean Huang Shifu intentionally or unintentionally praised the organ transplant farm. Chen Shuxian naturally understood that he must be like Professor Wu, thinking that his inspection this time was to cut off projects that had no results. However, this kind of thing cannot be explained. Chen Shuxian could only comfort him. Don't worry, Dean Huang. The organ transplant farm will not only not be abolished, but will also expand in scale. In the future, our Gobi Desert base will definitely grow organs that meet the needs of the world. Professor Wu heard this and smiled comfortably. The two flew back to the Gobi Desert base in an armed helicopter. Ms. Chen, the next project we are going to visit is a person. After returning to the base, Professor Wu took a short rest and took Chen Shuxian to a square building. The building is made entirely of metal, and it seems to have no cracks, shining in the sunlight. There is no house number on the door of the metal building, but an X is drawn crookedly with red paint. Before entering, I need to rush oxygen into it. Professor Wu walked to the wall and tapped twice, and a keyboard-like operation panel popped up on the wall. He quickly entered a line of strange code. But there was a noise from the top of the building. Chen Shuxian looked up and saw two huge blowers on the top of the building. There is usually no oxygen in here, Professor Wu explained. Chen Shuxian was very confused. Didn't you just say that this project is a person? How can he survive without oxygen? Professor Wu smiled while looking at the data displayed on the panel. Wait a minute, you will understand when you see X. Could X be the name of that person? It sounds strange. 20 minutes later, Professor Wu saw that the data on the panel showed that the oxygen ratio had reached normal. Then he pressed the blue button. A door slid open silently on the smooth metal panel. Come in, Miss Chen. It was pitch black inside the door. Professor Wu did not turn on the light, but whispered, X, we have guests today. Please turn on the light. Does this X live in darkness all day? Chen Shuxian complained in her heart. Pop. The LED lights arranged in rows on the roof lit up one after another, and the house was suddenly bright. Empty. Chen Shuxian was stunned when she saw the facilities in the house. The area of this room is as high as 1,000 square meters. The walls are made of silver metal, and the floor is also covered with silver metal. There is no trace between these metal plates, as if they were cast as a whole. The key question is, in this room of more than 1,000 square meters, there is only a shopping cart quietly placed in the corner. This shopping cart is almost exactly the same as the common shopping carts in supermarkets, but the stainless steel on it seems to have rusted, and the surface is covered with dark brown rust. Apart from this, there is nothing else. There is no sofa, no bed, no cabinet, no desk. This is not a place where a person should live at all. And, where is the person named X? Is he an invisible man? Chen Shuxian's heart tightened, and she looked at Professor Wu. Professor Wu whispered to the air, X, stop being naughty and come down. Come down. Is X on the roof? Chen Shuxian looked up and saw a silver light shooting at her. She was startled and took a few steps back involuntarily. The silver light fell to the ground silently and turned into a little girl with a ponytail. The little girl had a pink face, a pair of big watery eyes, and was wearing a set of silver tights. The tights fit her body tightly, showing her S-shaped figure to the fullest. Her face looked only in her teens, and her figure was fierce. The little girl looked at Chen Shuxian with doubts, and asked in a clear and pleasant voice, Professor Wu, who is this? Professor Wu looked at the little girl with a kind look in his eyes. X, this is Ms. Chen, you know. Ms. Chen? X frowned, and then looked, as if he suddenly realized, you are the Chen Shuxian. That Chen Shuxian. Are there several Chen Shuxians? Chen Shuxian was a little dissatisfied with this statement, but she still smiled. Hello, I'm Chen Shuxian. Who are you? Me. I'm X. X said proudly, the first cyborg in the human race. Cyborg? Question mark? Could it be an alien? Chen Shuxian was a little confused. Professor Wu explained. Cyborg is also called mechanized person, electronic person, with both mechanical and organic bodies in the body. The difference between it and intelligent robots is that, although cyborg has a mechanical body, its thinking and movement are still controlled by the human brain. Chen Shuxian gradually understood. She had seen in an internal publication of Mosey Technology that in the Martian civilization technology, scientists of Mosey Technology discovered the secret of human mechanization. By implanting fluid mechanical parts, humans can become as powerful as the legendary Wolverine. However, considering ethical issues, the plan to transform humans has not officially entered the experimental stage. Unexpectedly, the Gobi Desert Base actually created a cyborg here quietly. Is Professor Liemo not afraid that this matter will be known to the public and cause an extraordinary uproar in the world? After all, in the eyes of some conservative people, humans are made of flesh and blood, and any attempt to use machinery to increase their own strength is heresy. It is conceivable that once cyborgs appear in the public eye, those conservatives will definitely attack in groups. Liemo is too radical this time. Professor Wu, is this project also approved by Professor Liemo? Chen Shuxian asked. Professor Wu, of course, all projects at the Gobi Desert Base have been approved by Professor Liemo. In fact, it was Professor Liemo who solved the problem of brain signal transmission and mechanical body rejection, so that X could be born. As he said this, he noticed that Chen Shuxian's expression was abnormal, and he immediately understood. Explained, Ms. Chen, don't worry, X is a special case. Even if the outside world knows her existence, it will not cause trouble. Special case. Chen Shuxian was puzzled. What kind of special case can make those conservatives give up their prejudices and allow a human with a body made of metal to appear on the earth? Professor Wu had to continue to explain. X's original name was Zeduo Rangrang. When she was 5 years old, she suddenly suffered from a strange disease. The muscles all over her body began to atrophy, and the nerves gradually withered. Initially, because the symptoms were very similar to ours, the doctor asked Professor Liemo to develop the J antibody for her. As a result, her condition did not improve. As the disease progressed, her limbs lost control, and her breathing could only be maintained by a ventilator. This matter was reported by the hospital layer by layer, and finally Professor Liemo knew about it. He took Zeduo Rangrang to the medical department of Mosi Technology and conducted a detailed examination. The results of the examination were beyond everyone's expectations. Zeduo Rangrang did not suffer from ALS, but there was a problem with her congenital genes. Gene mutation? Genetic disease? Chen Shuxian asked. Mosi Technology has already completed the positioning of human genes. According to the strength of the medical department of Mosi Technology, even diseases caused by gene mutation should be able to be completely cured. Professor Wu smiled bitterly and said, Ms. Chen, you are not a medical professional, and you don't know the complexity of human genes. And the reason why Zeduo Rangrang got sick is not because of a gene mutation. It's because there is a problem with her gene lock. Gene lock. Chen Shuxian heard another new term. Professor Wu nodded. When humans realized the existence of genes, they realized that, excluding the influence of external factors, the reason why humans rarely exceed 3 meters, will not grow as big as dinosaurs, and will not be as small as ants is mainly because there is a lock in the genes. This lock is both a protection and a restriction. For example, the metabolic rate of the human body will decrease during sleep and increase during exercise, but there is also an upper limit to the increase. This upper limit can be simply understood as a lock to restrict your body and reduce possible damage. If this lock is unlocked, then your metabolism will enter a very fast speed. The energy in your body will be quickly consumed, and the energy you can use will also increase rapidly. Typically, you will not feel tired, and your strength will gush out continuously. But the final result is likely to be death from exhaustion. Although the concept of gene lock was proposed very early, no one has ever found the existence of this lock in genes, so medical scientists believe that this is just a fantasy imagination. But after studying Zeduo Rangrang, Professor Liemo found clues. He believed that there was something wrong with Zeduo Rangrang's gene lock, and the gene lock did not exist in a specific position of a specific genetic information, but was composed of the entire genetic information. Chapter 615. Inside the silver metal building, Professor Wu continued to explain. Although the real cause of Zeduo Rangrang's illness has been discovered, the research on the gene lock is still in its initial stages and is not enough to save Zeduo Rangrang's life. So, Professor Liemo came up with a bold idea. Since there is no problem with Zeduo Rangrang's brain development, can we create a new body for her? Even though Chen Shuxian was mentally prepared for the idea of creating a new body, she was still shocked. Professor Wu, because the disease is progressing rapidly, even with the assistance of a ventilator, time is running out. After obtaining the consent of Zeduo Rangrang's family and Zeduo Rangrang, Professor Liemo sent a team of medical experts to use a superpowered laser knife to cut off Zeduo Rangrang's head and preserved it in a special culture medium. Then he organized a large number of scientists to use Martian biotechnology to create a body made of liquid alloy at the Gobi Desert Base. This alloy is a mixture of positive ion fluid and free electron gas. It can adjust its shape according to the voltage and has the ability to transmit human brain nerve signals. The liquid alloy body uses a built-in macronuclear fusion battery to supply energy. Macronuclear fusion battery. Chen Shuxian couldn't close her mouth and looked at X. You mean, this girl has a macronuclear fusion battery in her body? Liemo invented the controlled nuclear fusion technology only more than 10 years ago, but he actually invented a built-in macronuclear fusion battery. This is incredible. Yes, this macronuclear fusion battery can generate up to 100,000 volts and can work continuously for 1,000 years. Professor Wu nodded and continued. Fortunately, due to the protection of the special culture medium, Zhuo Rangrang's head was installed on the liquid alloy body and immediately resumed function. After a period of recovery, she completely accepted her new identity and left the Gobi Desert base, returned to her parents, and returned to human society. But a month later, she reappeared at the gate of the Gobi Desert base. At that time, her clothes had been torn into pieces, and her shoes had several large holes. If it weren't for the security personnel in charge of vigilance who had seen her in the base, they would have thought she was a lost tourist. Zhuo Rangrang was very depressed at the time, and asked us to destroy her immediately. This request far exceeded our authority, so we reported this unexpected situation to Professor Liemo. That night, Professor Liemo came to the base. After he learned the details, he and Zhuo Rangrang chatted for 3 hours in a secret place. 3 hours later, when the people in the base were secretly worried about the professor and hesitated whether to rush in, the professor and Zhuo Rangrang came out together. Zhuo Rangrang's face regained its usual smile, and she had a new name. Professor Liemo then made the research and care of X a project at the Gobi Desert base. Research? Chen Shuxian asked in confusion. Does X have special abilities? X, who had been listening to their conversation quietly, smiled and said, of course, I'm the only cyborg on Earth. If I don't have a little bit of crazy ability, it would be too lame. As she said that, she lifted her feet off the ground and slowly rose into the air. See, I can fly in the air like the legendary immortals. Chen Shuxian's eyes widened. X's feet did not have fuel injection or wires hanging, but he could float in the air. This phenomenon beyond common sense is really incredible. Don't listen to her. The reason why she can stay in the air is because she can eject high energy ions from her body. Although these ions are invisible to the naked eye, they can produce a reaction force when they hit the ground. Professor Wu saw X's mysterious look and explained quickly. He didn't want Professor Liemo to think that the Gobi Desert base had been researching for so long and ended up researching a bunch of metaphysics. When X heard that she was exposed, her little face was full of grievances and her little mouth pouted. I was just joking. You humans have no sense of humor. As she said that, she landed on the ground again. Ms. Chen, do you want to see a magic show? Magic show? Chen Shuxian was a little confused. Yeah. Very exciting. X's face was filled with a weird smile, like a child who was ready to play a prank. Chen Shuxian nodded. Okay. In her opinion, although X's body was like an adult, his mind was like a 5 or 6-year-old child, with his emotions all on his face. She was very willing to fulfill a child's wish. Okay. X jumped into the air excitedly and turned around, then made a magician's opening gesture. He recited in his mouth quickly, the sun sets in the west, and it gets dark. Every household bolts its door. Gentlemen on the road, run to the inn. Birds run to the mountains, and tigers return to the mountains. Birds run to the mountains and forests, and have a place to stay, and tigers return to the mountains in peace. The 7-star glazed tiles are on the head, and the 8-sided purple gold bricks are on the feet. The feet touch the ground, and the head is in the sky. Take big steps, and walk in a chain, and stand firmly on the camp. Set up the incense table to invite the gods. Is this a big dance? Chen Shuxian waited patiently. X's face showed a strange smile, and she shouted loudly, now please enjoy the universe's super magic, the body disappearance technique. As she spoke, her body began to melt. Chen Shuxian was startled and looked closely. That's right, it was melting. X's body was like a candle under the scorching sun, gradually softening, and her legs slowly turned into a pool of silver liquid. Then the upper body, and finally even the clothes on her body, melted into silver liquid. A few minutes later, X completely melted into a pool of silver liquid, with only a head floating on the liquid. The eyes on the head were full of excitement, and the mouth opened and closed. How is it? This magic is amazing. This strange scene made Chen Shuxian shudder and get goosebumps. She kept saying, "It's amazing, amazing. You should recover soon." She was afraid that X would not be able to recover his body if he was not careful, and that would be a big deal. Imagine how terrible it would be if a person only had a head. X was praised and was very happy. She muttered, "Chinese magic girl, crackle, boom, transform." The pool of silver liquid seemed to be summoned by some mysterious power and began to gather and solidify, and then rose little by little to condense into the shape of a human. Suddenly, X's face was full of pain and she screamed "ah," and her body, which had not yet solidified, hoovered and scattered all over the ground. Is this a malfunction? Chen Shuxian was terrified. She had not forgotten that there was a problem with the girl's gene lock. Once this body broke down, she would only have a head left, and she would have to soak in the culture medium all day. Just as she was getting anxious and at a loss, Professor Wu next to her frowned. "X, don't scare Miss Chen. Haha, you got fooled by me." X looked like he had succeeded in his prank. This X was indeed a child. Chen Shuxian was not angry because she was teased. After all, X was a poor person with only a head left. She had done a survey a few years ago. The subjects of the survey were comedians, and clowns who brought joy to mankind. On the stage, they were always full of joy, like a person who would not be sad. So what about them off the stage? Are they as happy as on the stage, or do they have joys, sorrows, anger, and happiness like normal people? The results of the survey surprised her. Among the 100 comedians, clowns, and comedians she followed up, 90 suffered from depression, and 20 of them had depression to the point that their normal lives were endangered. This proportion of illness far exceeded that of normal people. Why did this phenomenon occur? It is said that these people live in joy all day long and should be happier than normal people. Chen Shuxian conducted a systematic analysis of this research report from the perspective of social psychology. In the end, she came up with a theory that sounds absurd. People have 6 basic emotions: happiness, sadness, anger, surprise, fear, and disgust. Under normal circumstances, the proportion of each emotion is roughly fixed. Ordinary people have both happiness and sadness, and will not stay in the same emotion for a long time. But the essential job of comedians is to make the audience happy, which requires them to be in joy most of the time. This causes emotional imbalance. The consequence of emotional imbalance is that it is easy to suffer from depression. The same is true for X's performance. Although she is like a naughty child, Chen Shuxian is sensitive to the sadness hidden behind her smiling face. X was originally a human girl full of youth, but suddenly suffered from a strange disease and had to watch her body die bit by bit. With the help of Mosey technology, she finally escaped the clutches of death, but found that she had turned into a monster. If it were an ordinary person, it is estimated that the emotions would have collapsed long ago. Chen Shuxian, who thought she knew everything, smiled kindly and said, "X, your magic is so good that it almost scared me." "Really? Then I'll show you a scarier one. Have you seen a body torn apart by 5 horses?" X was very happy to be praised and decided to keep trying. "A body torn apart by 5 horses?" Chen Shuxian quickly stopped him. "No, it's probably harmful to your body if you keep splitting your body at will." Although she didn't know the true characteristics of liquid alloy, everything in the world is always in harmony. There is no price that doesn't require strength. Liquid alloy melts and solidifies so casually, it should also require some price. Sure enough, X's expression was gloomy when she heard this, and she curled her lips. "I haven't seen a living person for a long time. I just want to play with my sister." Chen Shuxian saw her lonely expression and felt that this girl was too pitiful. Living alone in this dark and cold metal house, she asked curiously, "Zeduo Rangrong, my name is not Zeduo Rangrong. Please call me X." For the first time, X's face showed a fierce look, and his voice was harsh. She looked like a kitten whose tail was stepped on, with her fur standing on end. Chen Shuxian was startled. It seemed that this was X's weakness. Everyone has weaknesses, but some people hide them well, while others are more exposed. Usually, this weakness is related to everyone's disadvantages. The weakness of the poor is the lack of money. Every time they go to some high-end places with magnificent decorations, they will appear particularly restrained and at a loss for fear that others will see that they do not belong here. The weakness of the Navo-rich is the lack of culture. They wave a lot of money to buy antiques, invest in universities to obtain honorary degrees, and hire painters and literati to paint and write autobiographies for them, just to add cultural atmosphere to them. The aristocrats who have been passed down for hundreds of years also have weaknesses. They are afraid that they will become the same as the masses, so they design all kinds of cumbersome aristocratic rules and all kinds of family emblems without any aesthetic feeling to show their uniqueness. And X's weakness is that she is a cyborg. A cyborg living among humans. She has been emphasizing that she is X, not Zhuorangrang of the past. In fact, it is a rebellious psychology. It shows that she actually cares about her uniqueness. Okay, X. Chen Shuxian would not try to provoke the first cyborg in the human world. X also felt that her emotions were a bit too intense and smiled embarrassedly. You know, I'm not targeting you, but my memories of being human are not pleasant. I understand. But where do you sleep at night? There is no bed, no sofa, nothing here. Chen Shuxian asked. Although X's emotions had calmed down a little, she decided to change the subject. Sleep on the roof. X pointed to the sky and said, every night, I hang myself on that pillar with my braids. As she said that, she flew into the air, skillfully wrapped her ponytail around the stainless steel railing that was suspended in the air, and then swayed. With the white dress that X had just changed into and her pale skin, she looked particularly creepy. Chen Shuxian couldn't help but shudder. X, I understand. Come down quickly. Professor Wu next to him smiled strangely and said nothing. Since X entered this metal house, she seldom talked to anyone. The Gobi Desert base had sent several counselors, but she drove them away in various ways. She had applied several times to chat with Professor Liemo, but the professor was so busy. How could it be possible? Unexpectedly, Chen Shuxian's arrival could make X open up. X floated down with a proud face. How about it? I'm not ordinary. More than ordinary. She can even play a ghost. Chen Shuxian smiled and said, you can sleep like this, X. You are the first person in history. But don't you need oxygen to live here? Although your body is made of liquid alloy, your brain activity also needs oxygen support. No, in fact, when Professor Liemo took my head out of the culture medium, only the brainstem remained active in the brain. So he threw away all the unused things in the brain. So my head is also mechanical, X said, tapping her head with her finger. A small window popped up on her forehead. Chen Shuxian could see the grey-white substance squirming inside through the window. Chapter 616. Is it your brain? Chen Shuxian asked in surprise. Although she was sure that it was brain matter, she always felt that such things should not be easily shown to others. Well, my brain is beautiful, isn't it? X replied disapprovingly. Ahem. Chen Shuxian was so shocked that she almost couldn't breathe. That dark grey walnut-shaped tofu pudding can also be described as beautiful? She said. It's very beautiful, hide it quickly. If someone with bad intentions takes a bite with a spoon, it will be bad. X touched his head lightly, and the small window on his forehead slowly closed. Humph, let's see who dares. X made a kung fu posture. Seeing her fierce look, Chen Shuxian's heart moved and asked, do you know kung fu? Of course. I'm the guardian of the Gobi Desert base. X looked very proud. Guardian? Question mark? Chen Shuxian was a little confused. The Gobi Desert base was one of Professor Liemo's most important scientific research bases, and was heavily guarded. According to her, there are more than 10,000 security personnel nearby, each of whom is a carefully selected elite, and there is also an ultra-high-resolution satellite in the geosynchronous orbit that is always watching here. Once any abnormality is found, the nearby base will immediately send people to reinforce. All kinds of strict protection measures have made this place like an iron road. Is it necessary to be guarded by a girl? Seeing Chen Shuxian's puzzled expression, Professor Wu smiled and explained, X is indeed the guardian of our base, responsible for handling some special affairs. Special affairs? Chen Shuxian was even more confused. Professor Wu was about to continue explaining when the red alarm light on the roof lit up and the alarm sounded. A large screen appeared on the wall not far away. The picture displayed on it was a world map and a city in Europe was shining on the map. The red light looked like an emergency. Special affairs are coming. X jumped in front of the big screen excitedly, and she clicked on it several times with her white and slender fingers. A video call window popped up on the big screen. Opposite the window was a young man wearing the uniform of the Earth Defense Agency. He has thick eyebrows and big eyes, a standard square face, short hair, and an umbrella shield logo on his chest. The young man seemed to be able to see the situation here, and said anxiously, "X, a serious criminal case occurred in Barcelona, the bullfighting country. A group of fully armed gangsters rushed into the Black Flag Bank and robbed 10 million euros and 200 black cards. 200 black cards." Even Chen Shuxian, who was in a high position, couldn't help but take a breath. Black cards are anonymous credit cards issued by Black Flag Bank with unlimited credit limits. The holder can even use it to buy a rocket, and because black cards use blockchain anonymous technology, it is almost impossible to track the user's true identity. Therefore, compared with 10 million euros, these 200 black cards are more important. Because the bank robbers acted meticulously and viciously, and fled to a strange village afterwards, Barcelona officially asked us for help. The young man in the video continued, "Agreed to the request, send the information about the robbery now." X bit his lip excitedly and agreed impatiently. The young man operated the notebook in front of him for a while, and a small window popped up on the big screen. Since all the video surveillance at the crime scene was destroyed by the criminals, and there were no hostages alive at the scene, the city of Barcelona could only obtain this information based on the surveillance information on the road and interviews with surrounding residents. X stared at the big screen excitedly. Chen Shuxian also came over. The text on the information was translated into Chinese, simple and easy to understand. At 8:30 in the morning, Rolando Anderson, a security guard at the Barcelona branch of the Black Flag Bank, used a password to open the bank door. At 9 o'clock in the morning, a silver grey van drove to the door of the bank. The van was affixed with the logo of the Becerro Maintenance Company. Becerro Maintenance Company is a company that specializes in providing maintenance for large commercial companies. Its services include elevator maintenance, circuit repair, sewer dredging, cleaning and sanitation, etc. The Barcelona branch of the Black Flag Bank entrusted this company to be responsible for the daily maintenance work in the bank. A total of 5 gangsters in work clothes got off the van. They all carried tool bags, one carried a ladder, and one carried a bundle of cables. The gangsters showed a certificate to the guard at the door. After a detailed inspection, the security guard let them in. Because the internal surveillance video was damaged, it was unknown what happened to the gangsters when they entered the bank. 30 minutes later, passers-by heard a fierce gunshot in the bank and saw the guard at the door draw the weapon from his waist and rush into the bank. At this time, a passerby called the police. Unfortunately, before the police arrived, the gangsters ran out of the bank carrying several large black handbags. A passerby who had worked in a bag factory recognized that the black handbags used by the gangsters belonged to a brand called Alfred, which was made of fine nylon thread and was very sturdy. When the gangsters saw passers-by watching, they fired a few shots into the air with weapons, then put the bags into the trunk of the van and fled along 2nd Avenue. According to the high-definition camera installed on the traffic light by the traffic department, the silver grey van drove straight to the suburbs after crossing more than 10 blocks in a row and finally disappeared near a village called Adili. Adili is an old closed village in the suburbs of Barcelona, near the only original large forest, with more than 2,000 villagers, almost all of whom are Barcelona people. They have lived here for generations, relying on hunting and cutting trees in the forest for a living, rarely interacting with the outside world, and call themselves Adili people. The city of Basel once sent people to try to enter Adili village to search for the whereabouts of the criminals. No matter how careful they were, they would be discovered by the Adili people and then driven out. Looking at the case information, Chen Shuxian couldn't help but frowned. This Adili village is too strange. Now all mankind has long entered the civilized era. Even the cannibals who lived in seclusion in the primeval forest have entered the city and changed their diet. She was about to remind X. Done. X had already pressed the task acceptance button. Is this girl's brain broken? Why is she so anxious to make a decision? Chen Shuxian reminded X This Adeli village may have some problems. X took an apple from somewhere, took a bite, and said disapprovingly, "What's the problem? If there is a problem, can't we just smash them?" This is completely the rhythm of constant persuasion, and Chen Shuxian had to look at Professor Wu. Professor Wu spread his hands and shrugged his shoulders, looking like he couldn't do anything about it. Crack, crack, crack. X swallowed a big apple in 2 or 3 bites, burped beautifully, and waved her hand. "Boss Wu, prepare the car. This beautiful girl is going to perform the duties of a guardian." The beautiful girl Chen Shuxian looked at this childish girl and smiled. "How about this, X? I'm also curious about how you perform the duties of a guardian. Can you come with me?" If such a childish girl falls into the hands of bad people, the consequences will be disastrous. Professor Wu's face changed drastically when he heard this, and he hurriedly stopped her. "Ms. Chen, this is not allowed. You are of a noble status. How can you easily take risks?" Although the relationship between Chen Shuxian and the director was not made public, everyone in the world knew it. If she encountered an accident, he would never be able to atone for his sins. "Haha, with me X here, nothing can happen. Don't worry, Boss Wu." X seemed particularly excited and flew into the air to take a sword from a beam. The sword is about 1 meter long, the hilt is bronze, inlaid with 5 color gems, the scabbard is light gold, and engraved with strange symbols. X pulled out the sword with a swish, and the snow white sword body flashed cold light under the light, and there was a faint colorful light mixed in it. X waved the sword, made a sword flower, and sneered, "Whoever wants to hurt Miss Chen, ask this moi in my hand first." Moi is a weapon specially made for X at the Gobi Desert base. The sword body is 1.2 meters long and 10 centimeters wide. It is extremely sharp and can cut iron like mud. It is made of meteorite iron from outer space. When it was cast, it was drenched with a special and strange blood, so it was named after the ancient Chinese Moi sword. Seeing her posture, Professor Wu smiled and said, "X, Miss Chen is of noble status. If there is a problem, neither of us can bear the responsibility. This little ancestor has always been a lawless master, and he can't cause trouble here. Don't worry, Professor Wu. I will submit an application to the director right away to save you from embarrassment." Chen Shuxian said, and sent an email to Liemo. Ding. A few minutes after the email was sent, Professor Wu's mobile phone received an official document from the Earth Defense Bureau. The document said, "Ms. Chen Shuxian is not a formal employee of the Earth Defense Bureau and is not under the jurisdiction of the Earth Defense Bureau. There is no need to restrict her personal freedom." Although the document used extremely euphemistic terms, Professor Wu instantly understood the director's intention and had to nod in agreement. However, even if the bureau agreed, he still carefully selected 10 top-notch security personnel to accompany him. These 10 security personnel have all been on the battlefield and seen blood. One of them even faced a second-generation ancestor alone in the battle to destroy Shenshin. X's so-called vehicle is a strange aircraft. It has 2 wings like a normal airplane, but there is also a propeller on the top of the aircraft, which can take off and land on flat ground. The exterior of the aircraft is painted pink, and there are also painted balloons, giant pandas and other cartoon patterns on it. It looks very girly and very dreamy. X also transformed into a pink Lolita dress without knowing when, with white fishnet stockings on her slender calves, and the Moi sword on her back, which made her look weird. Although the aircraft looked small, it was spacious inside. Chen Shuxian and X sat on the sofa and chatted. Chen Shuxian asked curiously, "X, how many missions have you carried out?" "It seems like 17 or 18 times. Well, twice when I arrived at the scene of the incident, the problem had been solved." X frowned and thought for a long time before answering. "Does it need to use force like this time?" X shook his head quickly. "No, Professor Liemo taught me to convince people with reason. I will only use force when the other party does not listen to my advice." Chen Shuxian smiled and asked, "Then how many missions did the other party listen to my advice?" "It seems, not once." X smiled embarrassedly. "Not once. It seems that X is really not good at reasoning." Chen Shuxian complained in her heart. "What about you? I heard that you and Professor Liemo are childhood sweethearts, right?" X changed the subject and asked gossipingly, Chen Shuxian blushed and nodded slightly. We knew each other in kindergarten, and then we were classmates in elementary school, junior high school, and high school. We can really be considered childhood sweethearts. It's great. It's great to have someone like this by your side. X's eyes sparkled, and then he said in a depressed mood, unlike me, I'm a monster. Even my parents don't want me anymore. Chen Shuxian frowned when she heard it. She remembered that, when Professor Wu was talking about X, he mentioned that X had returned home to live for a period of time after becoming a cyborg. Later, I don't know what happened during this period, and X returned to the Gobi Desert base alone. Chen Shuxian lowered her voice and asked, what happened at that time? Her voice was extremely soft, and her face was full of gentleness, making X feel the warmth he had never felt since he became a cyborg. A wry smile emerged on X's face, and he said slowly, when I woke up from the Gobi Desert base, I quickly accepted the fact that I had become a robot. In my opinion, although my body is made of liquid alloy, I will no longer be afraid of heat, cold, or even have physiological reactions such as hunger, but I'm still me. I'm Zeduo Rangrong, a girl from Shanghai. I have a father who loves me, and a mother who likes to nag. With this thought in mind, I returned to my home in Shanghai. When I first arrived home, my parents were very enthusiastic, too enthusiastic. In order to redecorate the room, they covered it with my favorite cartoon pictures, and bought all kinds of dolls from the mall. At that time, I felt that I was the happiest person in the world. When X said this, a trace of happiness emerged on his face, but it was a pity that this look was only short-lived and was soon replaced by sadness. But even though they act very enthusiastic and hold me in their hands, whatever I need is always met at the first time. I still spy a trace of fear from that enthusiasm. Every time I sit at the dining table and pretend to eat, they always peek at me with strange eyes, even though they are concentrating on eating. You know, I have a mini nuclear fusion battery in my body, so I don't need to eat any food at all. But in order to act like a normal person, I would rather swallow those foods that have no taste at all into my stomach one bite at a time, and then wait until they all rest, and then sneak into the bathroom and spit the food into the toilet. X doesn't need to eat food, so why did she eat the apple in the metal house? Was she pretending to? As if seeing Chen Shuxian's confusion, X explained, the apple you saw just now was specially made at the Gobi Desert base. It can neutralize the excess free electrons produced in my body. X emphasized, eating this apple is equivalent to not eating the apple. So that's it. Chen Shuxian nodded as if she understood. Chapter 617. The days passed one by one. Although I knew they were afraid of me, I could only pretend that I knew nothing in order to enjoy the warmth of the family. X continued to recall. At that time, I thought that I could live my whole life like this, in a plain and happy life. Unfortunately, an unexpected incident broke this fantasy. It was a weekend. It rained all night in Shanghai the night before. The sky was rare blue. My birthday was in 2 days, so our family of 3 went to the amusement park to play together. Being able to play happily in the amusement park for a whole day was my wish before I got the strange disease. Unfortunately, my father is an engineer and my mother is a lawyer. They are always busy with work. They even hire a nanny to do housework. How could they accompany me to play crazy? So, on my first birthday after my rebirth, my parents asked me what my wish was. I did not hesitate to ask to go to the amusement park. Although they seemed a little reluctant, after looking at each other, they still turned down their work and agreed to me. The amusement park is located in the suburbs of Shanghai. It is very large and has roller coasters, bungee jumping machines, carousels, pirate ships, Ferris wheels, etc. Because it was the weekend, when we arrived at the amusement park, there was already a long line outside. My father was unwilling on the spot, and his face was very ugly. He said that it would take at least an hour for us to get in line. In an hour, he could conceive a design drawing worth 500,000. My mother was also very unhappy. She kept muttering that in order to accompany me to the amusement park today, she even turned down an important case and ended up standing in the sun waiting. I could only apologize and run to the small supermarket next door to buy iced drinks. I handed them to them with a smile, and then they looked more relaxed. Fortunately, although the line was long, it was moving forward at a fast speed. It was our turn in less than half an hour. Entering the amusement park, I came to the roller coaster first. X paused here and asked, "Have you ever ridden a roller coaster?" "Yes, but it felt too exciting. I didn't like it very much." Chen Shuxian, who was concentrating on listening to the story, answered subconsciously. X raised her little face and smiled. "I like this kind of excitement. On a roller coaster, you can't control yourself. You can only spin along the spiral track at high speed. Maybe the next moment, the roller coaster will derail, and then click, you will fall to the ground and become a puddle of mud. It's exciting just to think about it." X's fair little face turned red, her hands clenched, and her whole body was tense, looking very excited. How can a normal person be excited because of falling into a puddle of mud? This girl has a psychological problem. It should be suggested that the bureau send a psychological counselor to counsel her. Chen Shuxian complained in her heart. Although my parents were reluctant, I still pulled them all onto the roller coaster. When the staff pressed the start button and the roller coaster began to turn slowly, I looked at the rotating scenery and was so excited. At this moment, I was no longer in control of myself. My parents' faces were livid, and they held the handrails tightly with both hands. I advised them to relax a little, but I only got 2 pairs of white eyes in return. When the roller coaster passed the top of the track, the tourists next to them screamed in fear, and only I giggled. Although I heard my mother whispering that I was a monster, I was not angry, but even more excited. My wish since I was a child has finally come true. At this moment, I feel that I'm the happiest girl in the world, happier than the magical Pandora. So I started screaming at the top of my voice. As the tone got higher, the nearby tourists frowned and covered their ears. My father raised his hand and made a gesture to teach me a lesson, but I still kept screaming because I saw fear in his eyes. The pitch became higher and higher, and the sound became more and more piercing. Finally, the pitch reached its climax, and I also reached the peak of happiness. My mood slowly calmed down. Only then did I realize that the tourists nearby, including my parents, all had white eyes and fainted. At this time, the roller coaster was still shuttling on the track at high speed, and the oncoming wind blew away the tears that oozed from the corners of my eyes. Just like that, I rode the roller coaster with a group of unconscious tourists, spinning and spinning, and my mood was unusually calm, as if I was the only one in the world. Soon, the amusement park security personnel on the ground discovered something unusual and screamed to stop the roller coaster. Ambulances with flashing alarm lights drove into the amusement park, and unconscious tourists were sent to the hospital one by one, including my parents, of course. And I was detained by the amusement park security personnel as a culprit. According to them, there were at least 200 people in a coma at the scene, and some of them had physiological disorders and could not control their excretion systems. In their eyes, I was the initiator of all this, so they sent more than a dozen muscular men to guard me. However, after the relevant units retrieved the surveillance video, the amusement park had no choice but to let me go, because I didn't do anything wrong. It's normal for a girl to scream out of fear or excitement, and my scream was just a little loud. After leaving the amusement park, I, as the culprit, went to the hospital to visit the victims. Of course, this was accompanied by comrades from the relevant departments, because they were afraid that the angry families of the victims would make trouble for me. Unfortunately, what I didn't expect was that both the families of the victims and the victims who had just woken up were terrified when they saw me, as if they had seen a demon that had slipped from hell into the world. I apologized to them calmly and politely. They didn't say anything, but just kept shaking. This situation is beyond my control. So, I had to leave the ward and prepare to visit my biological parents. After I left the ward, I heard the victims behind me cursing me in a very low voice, calling me a devil, not a human, but a monster. Obviously, they already knew my identity. I just smiled and walked towards my parents' ward with firm steps. I believe they will understand me. Is it wrong for a girl to be happy? Is it wrong for a girl to scream? I put on a sincere smile on my face and pushed open the door of the ward. I saw my father lying on the bed playing mobile games and my mother using a laptop to process documents. The atmosphere was very beautiful. Unfortunately, this beauty was shattered like a mirror with my appearance, and shattered into thousands of pieces. My mother saw me, and subconsciously closed the notebook with a snap. My father threw away his mobile phone, jumped off the bed, and rushed towards me with a slap in his hand. Is he going to teach me a lesson? I stood there, and closed my eyes. I waited quietly. If slapping me a few times can make them vent their anger, I would rather take a few slaps. Unfortunately, the expected severe pain did not appear. After a long time, I slowly opened my eyes. My father raised his palm high, his face was at 10, his eyes were wide open, and his face was a little hideous, but he dared not slap me. He gritted his teeth, and cursed me fiercely, monster. I was heartbroken at that time. Although they had called me a monster before, this was the first time they called me a monster to my face. My heart seemed to be torn apart. I knew I was indeed a monster, but I didn't want to be a monster! Exclamation mark. At this point, X seemed a little incoherent, and her originally fair face had turned red. Chen Shuxian, who was sitting opposite her, could even clearly hear her rapid breathing. X gritted her teeth and continued. I cast my eyes on my mother. She lowered her head and avoided my gaze. I was completely disappointed. After becoming a mechanical bio man, I wishfully thought that I was still a normal human being. I could live an ordinary life like all ordinary people, and I would not be afraid, even if alien spaceships invaded and the earth was destroyed. But when I thought that I was just a monster living in the human world, I was terrified. There are more than 7 billion people in the world, and I'm the only monster. This is too terrible. When I ran out of the door without hesitation, ran out of the inpatient building, ran out of the hospital, and ran to the street. When the streets were bustling, ordinary people were anxious and hurried, struggling for life. I stood in the endless stream of people, feeling envious. Although they worked hard all day and were reprimanded by their superiors in the company and factory, at least they had a warm home after work. But what about me? I'm a monster. Although the world is big, there is no place for monsters. At this time, the future promotional video of Mosey Technology played on the large LED screen in the square reminded me I should probably go back to the Gobi Desert base where I was born. There, the scientists did not despise me for being a monster. Instead, they praised me as a treasure girl. There was even a guy with only 3 hairs left on his head, saying that I was the future evolution of mankind. But, the last time I went to the Gobi Desert base, I was just a head soaked in a glass bottle. When I returned to the Magic City from the Gobi Desert base, there was a special plane sent by the Earth Defense Agency to send me off. So, I don't know the specific location of the Gobi Desert base, I only know the general direction. And when I ran out of the hospital, I didn't carry my wallet, my cell phone, and I had no way to take public transportation. In this situation, I started walking towards the northwest. Fortunately, because I'm a mechanical biochemical person, my body is powered by nuclear fusion batteries. I don't know fatigue, and don't need food. I only need to drink a little water every day to keep my brain functioning normally. I started from Ujiazu in Modu, walked along Century Avenue to the Huangpu River, and then crossed the river through the tunnel. In the tunnel, I picked up a puppy. It was skinny and had messy fur. It should have been abandoned by its owner. Looking at this puppy, I thought of myself. So, I caught a few mice from the tunnel and fed them to the puppy. After eating and drinking, it followed me with its tail wagging. Although I don't like others following me, thinking that this dog is homeless, I softened my heart again and took the dog with me. This dog is covered with yellow hair, with a pointed mouth, a short mouth, and a flat forehead. In a dimly lit environment, it looks very much like a wolf. Although I don't know much about dogs, I know that it is a Chinese pastoral dog. After 2 days of getting along, this stupid dog ate a total of 10 mice. After thinking about it, I named it Rabbit. Rabbit. Chen Shuxian was stunned for a moment and asked, isn't it a bit strange to give a dog such a name? Besides, what does a dog eating 10 mice have to do with naming? Is there really something wrong with X's brain circuit? Hey, which do you think is weirder, a dog that has always been called Rabbit, or a person with only one head left? X showed a strange smile on his face. Chen Shuxian was speechless for a moment. It seems that X's temperament is no longer the same as that of ordinary people. Just like that, I left the magic city with Rabbit. X seemed unwilling to dwell on this question. Seeing that Chen Shuxian did not answer, he continued, after leaving the magic city, I specifically looked for small paths with no people to walk on. This not only allowed me to avoid other people's strange looks, but my clothes were already torn a lot at that time, and I could also catch some small animals for the rabbits. It seems that X's skill in changing clothes was not innate, but was trained at the Gobi Desert base. Chen Shuxian nodded silently. A girl walking on the street in torn clothes was indeed very eye-catching. X continued, when I came to the countryside, I, a girl who grew up in the city, realized that there were so many wild small animals living in the wilderness in the countryside. I have caught more than 10 kinds of animals such as weasels, foxes, and small grey rabbits on the same day. Alex paused, looked up at Chen Shuxian. To be precise, these animals were not caught by me. I just set traps and let the rabbits go to find food after these small animals fell into the traps. In this case, the cause of death of these animals should be considered a fight between animals, and my behavior would not be considered a violation, right? You know, I always abide by the law, and will never violate the relevant regulations. X looked cautious, and seemed to have been educated. It shouldn't be counted. Chen Shuxian nodded helplessly. Although this girl's brain circuit is a bit problematic, her IQ is not low. She actually came up with a good idea, to let the dog eat buffet. I think so too. X nodded excitedly, after getting a satisfactory answer. In just a few days, the skinny bald man became fat, his yellow hair was shiny and glossy, and he became a happy dog. However, I was a little unhappy, because the rabbit's progress was too slow. It could only walk less than 100 kilometers a day, and needed to rest at night. At this speed, it would take at least a year to reach the Gobi Desert base. So, when passing by a small town, I saw a supermarket shopping cart parked outside the supermarket in the town. The rabbit is a smart dog. It has been running so much every day these days, and it has been exhausted. So, it took the initiative to run to the street and push the shopping cart back. Chapter 618. Having said that, X paused again and raised his little face. Rabbit pushed the shopping cart to the side of the road. I passed by and was surprised to find, oh, there is a shopping cart. So, I decided to find the owner of the shopping cart, but after turning around, I even shouted twice, whose shopping cart is this? Take it back quickly. Unfortunately, no one came out to claim it. I was afraid that the shopping cart might cause a traffic accident on the roadside, so I pushed the shopping cart and continued forward. Of course, if I knew who the owner of the shopping cart was, I would return it immediately. In that case, does my behavior count as a violation? Chen Shuxian was stunned for a long time, took a deep breath, and slowly uttered, it shouldn't count. Well, I don't think it's a violation either. X nodded seriously and said to himself, I'm a law-abiding person and I never do anything against the rules. Seeing that X cared so much about whether it was a violation, Chen Shuxian also had a vague idea in her mind. The Gobi Desert base or Mosey technology must have put forward some basic requirements for X, stipulating what the first cyborg in the human race can and cannot do. Obviously, he must not do anything against the rules. So, I put the rabbit in the shopping cart and pushed it forward, so the speed was much faster, about 80 kilometers per hour. X continued 80 kilometers per hour. Can you run so fast? Chen Shuxian asked in confusion. In the 2009 Berlin World Championships, Bolt set a world record with a score of 9.58 in the final of the 100-meter short cannon. He only took 1.61 seconds to run the 60-meter-80-meter section, with a speed of 12.42 m/s and a speed of 44.72 km/h, which is also the maximum instantaneous speed that humans have ever reached in running. And X can actually run at a speed of 80 kilometers per hour. This is incredible. Even though she already knew that her body was made of liquid alloy, Chen Shuxian was still a little shocked. Of course I can run that fast. 80 kilometers per hour is the speed on the rugged path. On a flat road, I can push the rabbit at 120 kilometers per hour. X nodded confidently. I don't feel tired or painful all over my body. The only disadvantage is that sometimes my body will melt when I run too fast. So every time I find that my clothes start to drip, I will reduce the output current of the nuclear fusion battery in my body and slow down. Cyborg is convenient. With such a fast running speed, I don't need to buy a car, Chen Shuxian complained in her heart. So, I set off along the path to the northwest. In order to arrive as soon as possible, I traveled day and night. I only stop and waste a little time when I look for food for the rabbit. X continued. At night, because the moon had blown up, the sky and the earth were pitch black, but my eyes had been modified to have night vision. So at night, since there were almost no people in the wild, I ran faster. It took me only half a month to cross 2 provinces and reach the Yellow River. I stopped here, of course not because there was no road. There was a magnificent bridge not far from the river. I just wanted to stop and admire the rolling water in the Yellow River. I once read an ancient poem. The Yellow River is 9 bend and thousands of miles of sand, waves, and winds blow from the ends of the earth. I have always been curious, how can there be thousands of miles of sand in the Yellow River? When I saw the Yellow River, I immediately understood. The water in the Yellow River is like mud, surging and rolling. After staying by the Yellow River for 2 full days, I pushed the cart across the Yellow River Bridge and continued on my way to the northwest. Although I avoided people all the way north, I came face to face with them several times. When they saw me, they were all surprised, with undisguised disgust in their eyes. So when I arrived at the last town outside the Gobi Desert in the northwest, I ran to the pond to wash myself. Just as I was about to push the cart with rabbit to the Gobi Desert base, I suddenly realized a problem. I only knew that the Gobi Desert base was located in the Gobi Desert, but I didn't know its exact location. I might have to spend a lot of time searching in the Gobi Desert. As a weirdo, I don't need to eat or drink, so it's naturally no problem. But rabbit is indeed a carbon-based animal. It needs food and water every day to survive, and the most scarce things in the Gobi Desert are food and water. After much hesitation, I decided to leave the rabbit in the town and find a good family for it. I spent 3 days carefully observing the children in the town, and chose a loving little girl as its owner. The little girl lived in a big house. Her father ran a supermarket in the town, and her mother was a teacher who owned 2 cars. Such a family was already first class in the town, and the rabbit would not suffer if she followed her. So, I took advantage of the night to put the rabbit at the door of the little girl's house. The rabbit may have sensed my intention and barked at me desperately. I could only tell it over and over again that I was just leaving it here temporarily and would come to pick it up when I found the Gobi Desert base. Maybe the rabbit understood and stopped struggling and let me put it at the door. I knocked on the door twice and then hid in the bushes next to it. The little girl opened the door and saw the rabbit. She happily held the rabbit in her arms. The rabbit hummed twice very well, then looked back at my hiding place for several times in a row, and was finally taken into the house by the little girl. I stayed in the bushes for a long time, until daybreak. Then I pushed the cart into the Gobi Desert. The Gobi Desert was full of rough gravel and low shrubs. When a strong wind blew, the sky and the earth would become grey and the visibility was very poor, so it didn't take long for me to find myself lost. Everywhere in the Gobi Desert looked the same, so I kept wandering around in it. About 10 days passed, and just when I thought I would spend the rest of my life there, I accidentally found a wheel track. The wheel track was very fresh, and it should have been just rolled out, and had not yet been covered by the yellow sand blown up by the strong wind. So I ran desperately along the wheel track, hoping to follow the wheel track to the Gobi Desert base. As a result, at the end of the wheel track was a road. Obviously, this was the location where the Earth Defense Agency entered the Gobi Desert base. I was running in the wrong direction. So I turned around and ran along the wheel track to the Gobi Desert base. This time, the direction was correct. The end of the wheel track was the Gobi Desert base. When I arrived at the gate, the security guards were already waiting there, and it was obvious that they had already discovered me. In this way, I returned to the Gobi Desert base again. X said, and took out a bottle of red wine from the small refrigerator next to him, swish swish and drank it, and then burped without changing his face. That point X, red wine contains alcohol. After drinking it, your face will turn red, and you will be drunk. Chen Shuxian reminded. X said oh, and her originally fair little face turned red in an instant, and she began to sway from side to side, just like she was really drunk. This guy's too good at pretending. Chen Shuxian suddenly thought of a question. Then, after you settled down in the base, did you take the rabbit back? She had a deep memory of this dog with a strange mane. One person and one dog wandered across most of China, and the relationship between them must be very deep. X smiled bitterly and said, after I fully adapted to the life in the base, I specially applied to Professor Wu. Professor Wu was a very nice person. He immediately ordered someone to go to the town with me. It happened to be the weekend, and the girl didn't have to go to school. She took the rabbit to play in the garden. I hid in the distance and watched. I hadn't seen it for half a month. The rabbit had grown a lot and was much more lively. In the past, it always lay lazily in the shopping cart, but in the garden, it had learned to play the game of throwing frisbees with the girl. The girl threw the frisbee out, and the rabbit ran like a real rabbit and held the frisbee back. The rabbit brought the frisbee back for the girl. Its little tail kept wagging, and it stood on its hind legs, looking very excited. The girl was also cheering and jumping for joy. She took out a fat chicken leg from her backpack and said with a smile, "Potato, you are awesome. Potato. This is the rabbit's new name." X's eyes were silent, and he said in a low voice, the rabbit who got the reward was even more excited. It kept rolling on the ground with a chicken leg in its mouth, and a happy hum came out of its throat. Seeing it so happy, I suddenly changed my mind. Maybe it would be better for the rabbit to follow this girl. So, I left quietly. After X finished speaking, Chen Shuxian found that there were tears flickering in her eyes, but she didn't know how to comfort her. Fortunately, the aircraft had arrived in Barcelona, the country of bullfighting. "Ms. X, we are here." The flight attendant came over to remind her. X stood up, put the sword behind her back, and shouted, "Let's start rocking." She was no longer sad, and her eyes were shining. Chen Shuxian got off the plane. 3 black luxury cars were already waiting on the tarmac, and 2 staff members in the uniforms of the Earth Defense Agency came up to greet them. "Ms. X, Assistant Chen, I'm Arsalan Mori, welcome to Barcelona." After the staff walked in, Chen Shuxian realized that they were all Chinese with blonde hair, blue eyes and high noses. These should be the non-staff employees of the Earth Defense Agency. Chen Shuxian moved her eyes downward, and sure enough, she saw that there was an extra small golden star on the umbrella and shield logo they wore on their chests. The Earth Defense Agency originally only recruited Chinese people, but later, because it needed to deal with affairs of various countries, and considering that it would be more convenient to communicate with local people, Professor Liemo held a world-shaking job fair on a global scale. The targets of recruitment are foreigners aged 19 to 35. They must have a clean background, a doctorate degree, be proficient in Chinese, and first of all, they need to pass the character test of Mosey technology. However, the salary of non-staff employees is only half of that of regular employees of the Earth Defense Agency, and they do not enjoy the various benefits of regular employees. Moreover, the Earth Defense Agency can terminate the contract with them at any time without making any compensation. The recruitment conditions are extremely harsh, and the salary and benefits are average, but young people from all countries who meet the conditions are flocking to it. In order to practice Chinese well, they spent a huge amount of money to hire Chinese teachers. In order to pass the interview, most of them went to the etiquette training center to receive the baptism of Chinese culture. From dressing to speech and behavior, they must be very similar to Chinese people. Only in this way can they pass the interview. According to statistics from relevant agencies, there are more than 1 million people from all over the world who have signed up, but in the end, less than 50,000 people successfully became non-staff employees of the Earth Defense Agency. For these new non-staff employees, salary and benefits are secondary. As long as they can wear the uniform of the Earth Defense Agency, they are already the greatest pride, so they always like to wear it, whether they are working or resting. The same is true for Arsalan Mori. He comes from a famous family. His family owns the largest vineyard in the country of bullfighting. He is a doctor of mathematics at the University of Barcelona in the country of bullfighting. He admires Professor Liemo very much and knows that in the face of the world-destroying crisis brought by alien spacecraft, only if the whole world is twisted into a rope and works together can there be hope of survival. Therefore, with the support of his family, he gave up the family business and joined the Earth Defense Agency. Yesterday, when Arslan Mori learned that the Guardian sent by the Earth Defense Agency was about to come to Barcelona to arrest the bank robber, he was so excited that he didn't sleep well all night, so that his girlfriend thought he had a new love. Guardian is a respectful title given to a Chinese girl by the whole world. Legend has it that she can fly over eaves and walls and is invulnerable to swords and guns. She has repeatedly solved major cases, and even the murderer Sanjay Mir, who had been hiding in the African savannah for 10 years, was captured by her. In Arslan Mori's heart, the Guardian is like a superhero. So when he saw X in a Lalita skirt, his legs actually trembled a little. As for Assistant Chen who was traveling with him, according to the information sent by the Earth Defense Agency, he was just an on-staff employee like himself, and Arslan Mori didn't take it seriously. Is the car ready? Let's go to the scene. X has become extremely cold and expressionless since he got off the plane. I'm ready, but the leaders of Barcelona have organized a grand welcome ceremony for you. The venue is in the most famous 5-star hotel in Barcelona. Do you want to go to the banquet first? Arslan Mori bent down with an extremely humble attitude. He reminded, I heard that the dinner also specially invited several football players from the Barcelona football team to participate. Barcelona's Barcelona football team is famous all over the world and has the most famous football players in the world. One of them even won 6 Golden Ball awards, 6 World Footballer of the Year awards, 6 European Golden Boot awards, and 8 La Liga Golden Boots, all of which are the most records in history. At the same time, he also became the first football player in history to win the Lawrence Best Male Athlete Award. This football player is usually busy with training and rarely participates in social activities. This time, he agreed to attend the dinner after hearing that the Guardian Ms. X would appear at the banquet. No need, it's a waste of time. Let's go to survey the scene first, X said as she walked towards the black luxury car. She was here for only one purpose, which was to bring the criminals who robbed the bank to justice as soon as possible. Chapter 619. Inside the black luxury car, X. Didn't the investigators in Barcelona already determine that the bank robbers had fled to a village called Adili? Chen Shuxian asked in confusion. In this case, it seemed like a waste of time to reinvestigate the scene. Based on my many years of experience in investigating cases, foreign investigators are often unreliable. Let's do it ourselves. X showed a hint of disdain at the corner of his mouth. Chen Shuxian nodded silently, pulled open the black satin curtain of the car window, and looked out. The buildings on the street all have small arches, cultural stone exterior walls, red sloping roofs, archives and other Barcelona architectural element. The colors are all simple and warm, making the facades of the buildings bright and eye-catching without being too ostentatious, giving people a sense of solidity. The golden sunlight fell on the buildings and reflected on the faces of the pedestrians on the street, looking scorching. Perhaps the black luxury car was too conspicuous, and pedestrians stopped and cast their eyes over. Although she knew that the car could not be seen from outside, Chen Shuxian still pulled the black satin curtain. She has a natural resistance to being noticed by others. The black luxury car drove straight to the Black Flag Bank building. The building had been sealed off long ago. The ground was covered with broken glass and the walls were riddled with bullet holes. X bent down to pick up a shell from the ground, looked at it in the sunlight, and said, "This is a .45 ACP pistol bullet. It can only be used in the Chris Vector submachine gun developed and produced by Chris. Chris Vector is a submachine gun with a super sci-fi appearance and is extremely cool. Due to its extremely complex mechanism, this gun is expensive and unreliable, and the recoil is too large. Few people would choose this submachine gun. Why would bank robbers use such a flashy weapon? Isn't AK more popular? It's cheap and has a wide range of sources that are difficult to trace." X frowned, threw the bullet into the air, and walked into the bank. Chen Shuxian followed behind her. The bank was in a mess. The snow-white walls were stained with red marks, and the luxurious crystal chandelier hanging on the ceiling was mostly broken, probably because it was shot. Tables and chairs were overturned on the ground, and there were also sundries left by customers on the ground, laptops, books, red handbags, and even a pair of underwear. X looked around and frowned. There are no valuable clues here. Take me to the safe, please. Arsalan Mori hurriedly led the way. The second underground floor of the only bank building in the safe was blocked from the outside world by a 50 centimeters thick stainless steel door. Now, a hole the size of an arm was cut in the lock of this extremely sturdy door. X frowned. This specially made anti-theft door is made entirely of stainless steel and needs 2 keys to be inserted at the same time to open it. On the day of the incident, the deputy manager of the bank who carried one of the keys was late due to traffic jam, so the robbers could not use the key to open the anti-theft door. Arsalan Mori explained. He looked at the arm-sized hole with a confused look on his face. According to expert analysis, the robbers may have used a high-temperature flame to dissolve a hole in the steel door. High-temperature flame? This door is 50 centimeter thick. What kind of flame can cause such an effect? Red Lotus Karma fire? X retorted mercilessly. Arsalan Mori was speechless and could only smile. Chen Shuxian found that X, who was in working state, had lost a little bit of the flavor of a pink girl, but had a bit more vigorous and resolute temperament. X bent down, and his big eyes carefully observed the hole, his face full of confusion. After a long time, just when Chen Shuxian was a little impatient, X seemed to have discovered something, frowned, and said to himself, could it be like this? She stretched out her arm and slowly inserted it into the hole. Although there was a gap between the hole and X's arm, it didn't fit so well, but if this white and slender arm was a little thicker, no way. Could it be that this hole was really made by someone using his arm directly? Chen Shuxian was shocked and exclaimed. This is absolutely impossible. The temperature required to melt a steel plate is 15 degrees Celsius. This stainless steel security door must be made of an alloy with a melting point of at least 3000 degrees Celsius. A human arm cannot even withstand a temperature of 100 degrees Celsius, so how could such a hole be made in a stainless steel security door? X did not say anything, but just squatted on the ground, frowning and thinking for a long time. After a long time, she slowly stood up, and her face became serious. This is troublesome. Chen Shuxian's heart jumped when she heard this. It was obvious that X meant that this hole was indeed made by a person's arm. Then this person must be able to withstand high temperatures and even emit extremely high temperatures from his body. Is this still a human? Chen Shuxian looked at X and her heart sank. This was indeed troublesome. Apart from 10 million euros and 200 black cards, is there anything else missing from the safe? X walked into the safe and found piles of banknotes scattered on the ground. In some open drawers, the light emitted by gold and jewelry could be vaguely seen, and he frowned again. Chen Shuxian was also shocked. Although she didn't make an accurate calculation, it seemed that the remaining property here was more than 1 billion. It was obvious that the property taken away by the robbers was only a small part. According to the brief introduction of the case, the robbers had enough time and ability to take all the banknotes and gold, silver and jewelry here. Could it be that their real purpose was not for money? Chen Shuxian came to an incredible conclusion. Well, it seems that nothing was lost. Arsalan Mori took a step back unconsciously, lowered his head, and answered in a low voice. X turned around and looked at him directly. Arsalan Mori, have you forgotten the rules of the Earth Defense Agency? Deliberately deceiving superiors is a violation of the rules and will be fired by the Earth Defense Agency. Fired. I joined the Earth Defense Agency after going through 5 levels and 6 generals among millions of applicants. I must not be fired. Arsalan Mori trembled all over. A bean-sized drop of sweat oozed from his forehead, and he stammered, Guardian, I didn't deliberately deceive. The bank insisted that except for 10 million euros and 200 black cards, no other financial items were lost here. He looked guilty, and even Chen Shuxian could see that there was something else going on. What do you think? X had a strange smile on his face. Arsalan Mori opened his mouth several times, with a complicated expression on his face, as if he was struggling in his heart. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, I heard a rumor at a gathering of upper-class people. The source of the news was a senior executive of the Black Flag Bank. According to him, a sword was also lost in the safe. Sword? Could it be the sword in the stone? X asked doubtfully. There are far fewer famous swords in foreign countries than in China. After all, when the famous swords in China began to be forged, they were still hiding in shacks and using firewood to make fire. So X knew very little about famous swords in foreign countries. It's not the sword in the stone, it's the sword grammar in Norse mythology. Arslan Mori was a little ashamed to say this. Compared with the famous Chinese swords that had specific casters, users, and detailed historical records, the sword grammar is actually more like something made up by the ancients, more like a legend. However, facing the curious Guardian X, he had to explain. According to the legend, the god Odin inserted this sword into a tree, and it was pulled out by Sigmund. Later, Sigmund's clan was almost exterminated by King Sigurd, and in order to continue the bloodline, he gave birth to a child with his sister Sieglinde. The god Odin was very angry about this act of inbreeding, and he smashed the sword grammar on the battlefield. Later, the famous dragon slaying hero legend collected the fragments of the sword grammar and successfully recast it. It sounds like a boring story. X blinked and pouted. It's quite boring. According to the bank executive, the sword has been in the vault of the Black Flag Bank for more than 100 years. It is said that the original owner seemed to have met with an accident, and his heirs did not know the existence of the sword. Arslan Mori continued to explain. Since the original owner has paid the 500-year storage fee for the sword, the Black Flag Bank did not go to any trouble to find the original owner's heirs. After all, in their view, this sword is actually an antique. If no one comes to claim it after 500 years, the bank can take the sword for themselves and auction it off. X seemed to be uninterested in such trivial matters. He shook his head and said, "The question now is, why the robbers want to steal this sword? Is there anything special about this sword?" Chen Shuxian asked with a move in her heart. She had studied human history in detail and knew that in history, legends are not necessarily all false. In the myth, the sword grammar is indestructible because it hides a demon from hell. While it gives power to the user, it also corrodes the user's mind and makes him fall into darkness. After Sigmund got the sword grammar, he became extremely powerful and avenged his people. But he became completely corrupted. He even married his cousin and gave birth to a child. The god Odin saw the abnormality of the sword and broke it. Arslan Mori explained with a strange expression. In his opinion, this is just a myth and legend, which should not be taken seriously. There is a high probability that the sword stolen from the bank vault is just a replica made by later generations. Chen Shuxian's face darkened when she heard this. The sword grammar can corrode the user's mind, which sounds very similar to the black dagger that Liemo gave to Wu Sanwei. The black dagger can turn Wu Sanwei, a mortal, into a second generation ancestor. Wu Sanwei holding the black dagger will become extremely fast, and his strength will far exceed that of ordinary people. However, Wu Sanwei was not fooled by the black dagger because of his strong mind. Even so, after the destruction of Kyoto, Wu Sanwei sent the black dagger to Mozi Technology and asked Fang Lanshan to organize a group of scientists to conduct detailed tests on it to discover the secrets hidden in the dagger. However, after more than 3 months of research, scientists used electromagnetic analyzers, high-temperature molecular melting equipment, cryo-optical microscopes and other high-precision equipment, but did not find anything. Just when they were about to throw the black dagger into the collider, hoping to discover the secret of the black dagger in the collision of high-speed particles, the experiment was stopped by Professor Liemo. The black dagger returned to Wu Sanwei's hands. Could it be that the sword grammar is the same as the black dagger? Chen Shuxian was full of uneasiness. X seemed to realize that something was wrong, but she didn't show it. Instead, she circled the bank vault and found no new abnormal points. Then she turned around and said, "Arslan Mori, prepare the car immediately. We will go to a Dali village now." That, Miss Guardian, although you don't need to eat, this assistant Chen must be hungry. Let's have a quick meal nearby before we set off. Arslan Mori's stomach had already started to growl, and he suggested timidly. X then remembered that she was not an ordinary person, but Chen Shuxian was a standard carbon-based creature. If she starved, she didn't have to go back. She should run to Jupiter as soon as possible. Okay, let's eat first. X nodded. China's breakfast is very rich and can be salty or sweet. In the north, there are soy milk, tofu brain, and big fruits. In the south, there are all kinds of noodles, and intestines. Barcelona's breakfast is also very rich, but only sweet. Chen Shuxian was a little speechless looking at the table full of croissants, small cakes, donuts, milk, coffee and oranges. All of them were high-calorie foods. No wonder girls in Barcelona started to gain weight after the age of 25, and their waists began to evolve into buckets. She couldn't eat much. Arsalan Mori, who was well versed in Chinese catering culture, asked the chef to send a plate of Iberian black pig ham, and said with a smile, "Assistant Chen, this is not like China. You just have to make do with a little." Chen Shuxian made do with a breakfast of ham sandwiched between bread slices. After breakfast, the Earth Defense Agency's office in Barcelona had already sent an armed convoy to wait outside the restaurant for a long time. The convoy consisted of 3 armored vehicles and more than 10 pickup trucks. The armored vehicles were all painted with the logo of the Earth Defense Agency, which meant that these heavy firepower vehicles belonged to the Earth Defense Agency. In the back of the pickup truck stood the white SAE soldiers holding heavy machine guns. These 3 armored vehicles were specially dispatched by the Bureau to cooperate with our operations. Arsalan Mori explained, according to the agreement reached at the Second Earth Conference, European countries are not allowed to equip armored vehicles, fighter jets and other advanced military weapons. If they need to be used for special matters, they need to apply to the Earth Defense Bureau. Chen Shuxian nodded. The Second Earth Conference is actually an enhanced version of the First Earth Conference. All countries unanimously passed dozens of resolutions to strengthen the authority of the Earth Defense Bureau. The equipment restriction order is the most important one among them. It can effectively prevent the internal circulation of European countries. P.S. I recommend a few young books. Top luck. I have been staying at home for 1,000 years and I'm invincible when I go out. Weird script. The Chanter Walking in Tokyo Midnight. Chapter 620. The environment of Barcelona is well protected, and the suburbs are full of towering ancient trees. The convoy sped under the shade of the trees, and there were 2 motorcycles with blaring lights in front of them to clear the way. Vehicles and pedestrians on the road avoided them one after another. Isn't this too conspicuous? What if the bank robbers hiding in a Dili village sense our arrival and escape in advance? Although separated by bulletproof glass, Chen Shuxian could still hear the shrill sirens, and she asked in confusion, just let them not escape in advance." X smiled mysteriously and asked, "Compared to a Dili village, which no one has entered for hundreds of years, I would rather deal with those robbers outside. So that's it. It seems that X not only has military power, but also has a high IQ. Chen Shuxian nodded silently. The name of a Dili village sounds like a village, but in fact, if it is strictly distinguished, it should be regarded as a tribe hidden in the dense primeval forest. The houses are not brick and tile structures, but are built with wooden boards on the branches of tall trees, more than 20 meters above the ground, and look like bird nests from a distance. In the center of the bird's nest, there is a wooden house painted bright red. This is the residence of the chief of a Dili village. The chief of a Dili village is a hereditary position that has been passed down for hundreds of years. In this isolated village, he is the only emperor. The chief of this generation is Bert Dennison. He has 5 daughters-in-law and 10 children, as well as absolute control over all people and things in the village. But Bert Dennison seems a little unhappy today. He is sitting on a wooden chair with a frown on his face, and the cigar between his teeth is emitting white smoke. Although a Dili village is isolated and never allows outsiders to enter or villagers to go out, there are several secret trading channels and secret. They collect a plant called gilido in the forest and make a good medicine for men through ancestral secret methods. This medicine is very popular among the upper class with empty bodies because of its good effect and no side effects, so it can be sold at a high price. Through the herbal medicine trade, a Dili village has obtained a lot of scarce resources, such as food, salt, cigars, cloth, etc. There is even a 100-inch LCD TV hanging on the wall of Bert Dennison's bedroom. The source of electricity is a diesel engine hidden in the underground warehouse. Thinking of the underground warehouse, Bert Dennison felt melancholy and took a few puffs of cigar. In addition to the generator and some daily necessities, there are also several troubles in the underground warehouse. Damn trouble. Bert Dennison cursed in a low voice. At this time, a red-haired young man wandered over from the next door wooden house with a long vine. He was wearing a black tights, his feet were bare, and he fell on the wooden board without making a sound. This red-haired young man was Bert Dennison's eldest son Redhair. Because of the large number of children and Bert Dennison's lazy nature, he named his 7 sons red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and purple, and his 3 daughters Big Girl, Second Girl, and Third Girl. In order to make it easier to identify, Bert Dennison asked his sons to dye their hair according to their names. Redhead, have you found anything? Bert Dennison stood up and asked when he saw Redhead coming in. Redhead was the smartest of the children. Yesterday, a message that frightened Bert Dennison came from the city. The official of Barcelona City has officially asked the Earth Defense Bureau for help. Bert Dennison was naturally very clear about the strength of the Earth Defense Bureau. Once it intervened, this ancient village that had existed for hundreds of years might no longer exist. So Bert Dennison sent Redhead out early in the morning. On the road 20 kilometers away from us, a convoy was found, and there were armored vehicles in the convoy. Redhead reported with an ugly face. The Earth Defense Bureau really intervened. Bert Dennison sat back in his chair in despair. He had hoped that the Earth Defense Bureau would not notice a dilly village because of such a small matter and then find an opportunity to drive those troubles out of the village. But now it seems too late. Father, we are not involved in the bank robbery. Why don't we hand over the people in the underground warehouse to the Earth Defense Bureau? Maybe we can get a chance to turn things around. Seeing that his father was at a loss, Redhair took the initiative to suggest. Half a month ago, Orangehair, the second brother who was in charge of the outer perimeter alert, found several men in strange clothes outside the primeval forest. They looked embarrassed and panicked, and they all carried a samurai sword behind them. The leader was a pale-skinned man wearing a straight dress, which was a formal dress for male samurai in the Heian period of ancient Japan. After entering the new era, only Kyoto Chiballs would wear such flashy clothes. However, Kyoto has not been destroyed by the Earth Defense Bureau. All Kyoto Chiballs died in the devastating bombing. What happened to these people? Orangehair used his ancestral blow needle to attack without any hesitation. The blow needle is a hidden weapon made of bamboo tubes with a range of up to 500 meters. The needle is coated with VIP venom. This venom can destroy red blood cells and cause death 10 minutes after entering the human body. It has been used by a dilly village for hunting and defense. Unexpectedly, the blow needles fired silently were blocked by the pale-skinned man with a samurai sword. Orangehair was shocked and quickly fired more blow needles. Unexpectedly, all these blow needles were blocked by this strange man. Orangehair was not even his opponent. He was ready to escape with the cover of the trees. Just as he grabbed the vines and was about to swing into the depths of the forest, the strange man suddenly appeared in front of him. With a swish, a white light flashed, the vines were cut off, and Orangehair fell from the tree more than 10 meters high to the ground. Fortunately, the people in a dilly village were gifted with thick skin and flesh like wild beasts in the mountains, so they did not die on the spot, but only felt a sharp pain. But when he was about to struggle to stand up, the strange man suddenly appeared in front of him again. The two faced each other, and Orangehair realized that the man's eyes were very strange. There was no white in his eyes, and they were all occupied by black pupils. This guy is a monster. The orange-haired man was trembling with fear, but he did not beg for mercy, because according to the rules of a dilly village, if one died in the hands of the enemy, he could return to the embrace of the ancestors and live in a happy paradise from then on. Once he surrendered to the enemy, he would fall into hell and wander in the void of nothingness forever. The monster's mouth curled slightly, drawing an evil laugh, and raised the samurai sword high. Is this going to die? Well, I hope the legend of the ancestors is true. The orange-haired man closed his eyes and waited for death. He felt a gust of cold wind and couldn't help shrinking his neck. For a long time, the orange-haired man did not feel severe pain. He felt that his heart was still beating and his lungs were still breathing. He couldn't help but open his eyes and found that the monster had put the samurai sword on his back and was looking at him with contempt. On the ground, there was a piece of hair scattered. Even if the orange-haired man was slow, he realized that the weirdo did not kill him, but cut off a piece of his hair instead. He struggled to stand up and thanked him repeatedly. The weird man made a request that embarrassed him. The strange man wanted to meet the chief of a Dili village. According to the rules of a Dili village, outsiders are not allowed to enter the village, so it is impossible for them to meet the chief. In fact, the chief of a Dili village has only met with a few leaders of the trading channels with the outside world for decades. Apart from that, he has never met outsiders. Although the orange-haired man was grateful for the strange man's life-saving grace, he still shook his head and refused. The strange man was not angry, but instead said a long string of strange words. This language did not belong to the language of any race on earth, but the orange-haired man understood one of them, Gilu Gilu. All the people in a Dili village have to recite a special language, since they were young. This language is composed entirely of monosyllables and sounds very strange. The village chief has never revealed the meaning of this language, but only said that it is the language of the gods, and requires them to recite it proficiently. Therefore, all the people in a Dili village know this language, but none of them know the meaning of what they are reciting. The language used by the strange man is very similar to the language of the gods. Although it is not exactly the same, the pronunciation of the monosyllables is almost exactly the same. Orange-haired realized that something was wrong. After hesitating for a while, he asked the weirdo to wait there, and then returned to the village, to report to the village chief. The village chief heard Orange-haired's call and hurriedly ran out of Madam Five's wooden house. Madam Five was the village chief's new concubine, named Agudo. She had just come of age, and was the most beautiful girl in a Dili village. She had long black hair, a beautiful face like a full moon, and a slender waist that always swayed when she walked. She had long been in Orange-haired's heart. He had planned to ask the village chief's father to marry Agudo the day after Agudo came of age. Unexpectedly, at Agudo's coming of age ceremony, his white-haired father actually walked down from the treehouse with Agudo. When Orange-haired saw Agudo's walking posture, he knew it was too late. He could only grit his teeth and swallow the blood that was about to spurt out. This time, Orange-hair was very angry when he saw his father hiding in Agudo's room in broad daylight. At that time, the pressure for many years forced him to tell the story of the strange man who appeared outside the primeval forest and the man who could speak the language of God. The village chief's expression changed immediately after hearing this. He paced back and forth in the forest barefoot, and he didn't know that the thorns pierced his feet. After a long time, he finally made up his mind, sighed and walked out of the forest with Orange-hair. When they arrived at the edge of the forest, the village chief ordered Orange-hair to wait here, and then went to negotiate alone. Orange-hair secretly climbed a big tree and looked from a high place. He saw the village chief came to the outside of the primeval forest and walked in front of the strange man. The two talked for a few words, and the village chief knelt down with all his limbs on the ground. Orange-hair was so scared that he almost fell off the tree, because this kind of etiquette of kneeling and worshipping, the village chief only passed the wooden stick symbolizing the god when the village worshipped the ancestors. He calmed his mind and continued to look. The weirdo reached out and helped the village chief up, then patted the village chief on the shoulder and told him a few words. The village chief nodded obediently and led the weirdo and his companions into the forest. Orange-hair immediately climbed down from the tree and stood in the bushes, pretending to be waiting for a long time. The village chief really didn't realize that Orange-hair had seen everything that happened just now. He just told Orange-hair that the weirdo was called Woody and was a distinguished guest of the village. Because he encountered some trouble outside, he needed to hide here for a while. The village chief ordered Orange-hair to lead Woody and his companions to the underground warehouse where the village stored supplies, and told him to keep this matter secret from ordinary villagers. Orange-hair and Red-hair are brothers. They have a good relationship since childhood. Even during the trial, Red-hair saved Orange-hair from the mouth of a deep forest python. So, Orange-hair secretly told Red-hair about Woody. As the eldest son of the village chief, Red-hair is the next village chief in the stipulated time. Over the years, he has gradually begun to take charge of the daily affairs of a Dili village. When strange people appear in the village, Orange-hair will naturally tell Red-hair as soon as possible. He also hopes that Red-hair will assign Agudo to him after he succeeds as the village chief. After learning the news, Red-hair began to pay attention to the strange people hiding in the warehouse. They don't seem to need ordinary food, but human blood. Where can a Dili village have such things? Even if there is, it can't be given. So the village chief imported some plasma of unknown origin from outsiders through a secret trading route. What's even more strange is that the day before yesterday, these people suddenly left the village under the cover of night. Red Hair was worried and sent his men to secretly follow them. They found that they actually sneaked into Barcelona city and robbed a bank. Red Hair immediately felt that things were not good. Now is not the past. In the past, a Dili village could make that kind of magical medicine and bribed many high-level officials in Barcelona city. In addition, apart from not communicating with the outside world, it did not cause trouble to Barcelona city, so it could become an independent existence. But now, there is an office of the Earth Defense Bureau in Barcelona, and the old contacts have retired one after another, and most of the new ones are supporters of the Earth Defense Bureau. Naturally, they will not give a Dili village a break. In this case, if these weirdos are allowed to escape to a Dili village again, it will inevitably bring disaster to the village. So, regardless of the exposure of his secret supervision of the weirdos, he found his father, the village chief, and stated the pros and cons, hoping that his father would send people to stop the weirdos from returning to the village for the stability of the village. But this proposal was rejected mercilessly. Not only did his father let the weirdos re-enter the underground warehouse, he also sent people to clear the traces left by the weirdos along the way. Sure enough, the Earth Defense Bureau came. Red Hair looked at his father, the village chief, who was frowning, and thousands of doubts arose in his heart. For hundreds of years, a Dili village has always pursued a phalanx of seclusion. No matter what happens in the outside world, it does not interfere or participate, so it can continue for so many years. My father should fully understand this truth. So why should he make an exception for a few weirdos? Are these weirdos special? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 621. In the treehouse, the village chief of Adili, Bert Dennison, was smoking a cigar, and the white smoke completely covered his face. On the side, the red-haired man finally couldn't help but wonder, and asked, "Village chief, what are the identities of these weirdos? Why is it worth it for our Adili village to risk being destroyed by the Earth Defense Agency to provide them with shelter?" Village Chief Bert Dennison took a deep puff of the cigar and coughed violently for a while. Cough, cough, cough. His face was red, as if even his lungs were about to be coughed out. The red-haired man stood up, took a bowl of water from the table, and handed it over. Village Chief Bert Dennison took the water, raised his head, and drank it all. He ignored the water drops on his beard and whispered, "Alas, I don't want to cause such a big trouble for our village, but the leader Woody is the spokesperson of the gods on earth." God? Spokesperson? The red-haired man was stunned. The Adili village does believe in a god, and this god is a stick engraved with blood-red eyes, and it also has a strange name, Zuling. In the legend, passed down by word of mouth, the ancestral spirit is the true ruler of the universe, with the ability to cross the stars and the power to move mountains and seas. The villagers of Adili village are all descendants of the ancestral spirit. Once the time is right, the ancestral spirit will appear on the earth and send all the villagers of Adili village to heaven. Moreover, as long as the dead villagers are touched by the stick, they can automatically ascend to heaven. Although the villagers of Adili village rarely communicate with the outside world, they have learned a lot of knowledge through communication with the outside world over the years. Some villagers who have made special contributions even have private mobile phones that can connect to the internet at fixed times. As the next village chief, Red Hair naturally has a private mobile phone. He knows through the internet that the ancestral spirit does not exist. It is just a fiction of the ancestors. But now the village chief says that the weirdo is actually the spokesperson of the gods on earth. This is incredible. That's right. The wrinkles on the forehead of the village chief Bert Dennison bulged like the bark of an ancient tree that has lived in the forest for hundreds of years. He took a long puff of his cigar and continued to speak while the smoke was strong. Every village chief will tell his successor a secret that has never been revealed when he dies. Today may be the day of the destruction of a Dili village. I will tell you in advance. Come with me. Red Hair was shocked when he heard this. There is an ancient custom in a Dili village, that is, the village chief never dies of natural causes. Whenever the old village chief is about to die, the villagers will send him to the tree hole of an ancient tree according to the rules of their ancestors. Then the next village chief will enter the tree hole with a dagger in hand and end his life after the old village chief has explained the funeral affairs. Red Hair originally thought that this custom was just to prevent the old village chief from enduring the torture brought by death, but now it seems that there is another hidden reason. Red Hair followed the village chief Bert Dennison to an ancient tree not far from the village. The old tree was very thick, and 10 people holding hands could not hug it. There was a kind of small white flower blooming on the branches of the old tree, which seemed to indicate that it could live for many years. The entrance of the tree hole was more than 1 meter high. A normal person could enter by bending over. It was pitch black inside. Redhead felt a little timid, as if there were poisonous snakes hidden in the darkness. Coming quickly, village chief Bert Dennison saw Redhead standing there in a daze and whispered to him. Redhead had to take a deep breath and muster up the courage to follow him in. After entering the tree hole, Redhead first smelled a strange smell, which smelled like both the fragrance of flowers and the stench of decay. The tree hole was not big, and a wooden bed occupied most of the space. Next to the wooden bed was a crooked bedside table with uneven legs, as if it was made casually by the worst carpenter. A vase was placed on the bedside table, with a purple flower the size of a human head in it. The strange smell was emitted by this flower. This is what we Dili people brought from the ancestral land. Our ancestors called it the ghost face flower. Village chief Bert Dennison took the initiative to explain as Redhead stared at the purple flower with fear on his face. Ghost face flower. Red Hair was even more timid. Although this ghost face flower looks strange, it has nothing special, except that it can stay in a vase for hundreds of years without withering. Village chief Bert Dennison continued to explain. How could a flower that has not withered for hundreds of years and a scary ghost face on the stamen not have any special features? Red Hair complained in his heart. He had already begun to think about quitting, but he resisted it when he thought about inheriting the village chief. A Dili village is a closed village. The village chief is a local emperor. He can enjoy the most delicious food, marry the most beautiful wife, and do whatever he wants in the name of the gods. Becoming the village chief is Red Hair's first and biggest dream after he grew up, but he knew that, as long as the old village chief was alive, he, the next village chief, would never be the real village chief. And although he was the eldest son and the legal next village chief, the old village chief had the power to replace the heir at any time. So over the years, Red Hair has been submissive and docile. Even if he is dissatisfied with some of the old village chief's actions, he does not show it and agrees with them with both hands. On the other hand, he secretly builds up relationships with several other brothers, because although these brothers do not have the right of inheritance, they hold the actual power of a Dili village. The second brother, Orange Hair, is responsible for the defense of a Dili village and controls a village guard team of up to 100 people. The third brother, Yellow Hair, is responsible for the liaison work with the outside world's trading channels and can be regarded as the money bag of a Dili village. The fourth brother, Green Hair, is responsible for the distribution of food and is deeply trusted by the villagers. The fifth brother, Blue Hair, is brave and can lift a 200-pound hammer. He is his father's personal guard. The sixth brother, Indigo Hair, and the seventh brother, Purple Hair, are responsible for the construction of the village and are in charge of hundreds of workers. After years of deliberately maintaining relationships, Red Hair has a very good relationship with several brothers. These brothers have expressed their support for him to become the next village chief. Of course, the premise is that the old village chief has passed away. Unfortunately, although the old village chief is nearly 70 years old and his hair has long been grey, he looks lively and energetic. He even has the energy to marry a fifth concubine. There is no sign that he will return to the embrace of the ancestors. This makes the patient red-haired man secretly anxious. He is already 40 years old. If he can hold on for a few more years, He may return to the embrace of the ancestors before he takes over. And now the opportunity has finally come! Exclamation mark. Redhead clenched his fists tightly. Back then, my father was lying here and told me the history of our Adili village. Village Chief Bert Dennison naturally didn't know that his eldest son, who he had high hopes for, had already changed his mind. He lay on the wooden bed like the previous dying village chief, his eyes full of sadness. Looking at his appearance, the next village chief, red-haired, was a little hesitant whether he should go back and bring a dagger. However, Redhead knew that this seemingly old village chief could knock down at least 100 strong young men with his bare hands. He has a power that ordinary people don't have. This is the ability that only a Dili village chief has. Redhead knew that, even if he attacked secretly with a dagger, he would never be a match for the village chief's father, so he could only pretend to be docile, with his eyes wide open and nodding frequently. Village Chief Bert Dennison was very satisfied with his son's performance. He had 7 sons. Although the eldest son was not as smart as the second son, and not as strong as the third son, the eldest son was the son who listened to him the most. Every time Village Chief Bert Dennison proposed a plan or idea, the eldest son Redhead never objected. There were even some ideas that the village chief himself thought were a bit outrageous. For example, when Village Chief Bert Dennison decided to marry a Gudo, the most beautiful woman in the village, he knew that, although he was the village chief and had supreme authority in the village, it was a civilized era after all. A white-haired old man wanted to marry a young girl, and many people would definitely raise objections. Although these objections were useless, they might affect his image in the hearts of the villagers. But a Gudo was so beautiful. She had a pair of bright eyes, clear and bright like stars, eyebrows like the moon, a straight and beautiful nose, slightly flushed cheeks, and a breath like orchid. A Gudo's slender waist always swayed from side to side when she walked, swaying into the heart of the village chief Bert Dennison, and could never be pulled out. Therefore, the village chief Bert Dennison decided to be willful for once. He did not make it public, but found his most trusted eldest son Redhair, and asked for his opinion. Sure enough, Redhair praised the village chief Bert Dennison's old man talking about the youth's madness, and said that, if a Gudo married the village chief, it would be like a beauty matching a hero. This proverb from the east calmed the uneasy mood of the village chief Bert Dennison a little. And Redhair also used the wisdom learned from the east to come up with a good idea, cooking the rice before it is done, and acting first and reporting later. Village Chief Bert Dennison could have married a Gudo first, and then announced the matter to all the villagers. Even if there were people who were dissatisfied, they would be helpless, because the matter was already settled. The time was chosen on the day when a Gudo came of age, because according to the customs of the village, marrying an underage girl would be cursed by the ancestors. Even the village chief was no exception. Village Chief Bert Dennison followed Redhair's advice and successfully took a concubine. When he and a Gudo appeared in front of the villagers, none of the villagers who were surprised dared to raise any objections. Even after the villagers came to their senses, they stood up and congratulated Village Chief Bert Dennison and a Gudo. Although Village Chief Bert Dennison knew that such congratulations were probably against the will of the villagers, it was enough. From then on, he trusted Redhair more, so when Adili village suffered an unprecedented crisis, he told Redhair the secret that only the previous village chiefs knew. Village Chief Bert Dennison sighed and said, "We Adili people are not actually from Earth." This short sentence was like a thunderbolt that made Redhair lose his mind. He looked dazed and full of endless doubts. Since Redhair came into contact with the outside world, he knew that the Adili people had different customs from those humans outside. Those outside lived in high-rise buildings made of cement and concrete, but the Adili people lived in tree houses. Those outside can watch TV, movies, go shopping, and some even have a rich nightlife, but the Adili people's usual entertainment is to recite those gods whose meanings they don't understand. But the difference is limited to different living habits. The Adili villagers are like the people outside, with flesh and blood, limbs, and need to eat and breathe. How could they not be from Earth? However, the caution he had developed over a long period of time made Redhair choose to keep silent and just look at the village chief's father with a puzzled look. Village Chief Bert Dennison continued, in the history of the Adderley people passed down by successive village chiefs, we are the orphans of aliens on Earth. Back then, our ancestors came to Earth on a spaceship and planned to colonize the Earth. As a result, the Earth was hit by a huge asteroid and the environment became extremely harsh. Our ancestors relied on the severely damaged spaceship to survive on Earth. Later, humans appeared. In order to avoid being discovered by humans, our ancestors used alien technology to make their appearance exactly like humans. At the same time, they sent some people to infiltrate the human world to prepare for the future colonization of the Earth. This group of people is us, the Adderley people. The story of aliens and spaceships sounds ridiculous. The red-haired man could no longer bear the doubts in his heart and asked, "Father, are you upset today? Although we have different customs from the outsiders, our appearance and body structure are exactly the same. How can we be aliens? Besides, which planet is this alien? After so many years, our ancestors are fully capable of repairing the spacecraft. Why don't they return to the mother planet? Besides, if our ancestors are capable of building alien spacecraft, it means that their technology is far superior to that of humans on Earth. Then why don't they just destroy humans on Earth and occupy the entire Earth?" The red-haired man spoke out all his doubts in one breath. Hearing this, the village chief Bert Dennison could not help but look at him. The red-haired man's doubts were all pearls, which showed that he was very smart and could keenly find the problem. When the former village chief told the village chief Bert Dennison the secret, the village chief Bert Dennison was only excited and did not think about these questions. However, after succeeding the village chief Bert Dennison also came to his senses and thought about these questions. In order to answer his doubts, he searched through the few ancient books preserved in the village and got some vague answers from them. Although these answers could not completely answer the doubts, they could prove that the Adderley people were indeed not from Earth. Village Chief Bert Dennison looked at the red-haired man who was deeply confused and said, "Our ancestors became our ancestors. They were originally Martians. They had 3 eyes. Chapter 622. Martian. 3 eyes. This reminded the redhead of a god in Oriental mythology. He was called Erlang Shen, who also had 3 eyes, held a trident, and depended on a dog for survival. The redhead suddenly thought of a strange question and asked, "Is the 3rd eye of the ancestors single or double eyelid?" When he read Oriental mythology, his biggest doubt was whether Erlang Shen's 3rd eye was double eyelid. Unfortunately, he looked through all the Oriental mythology and did not get the answer. Village Chief Bert Dennison was stunned when he heard this. He had indeed not thought about this question, but there was a portrait of the ancestor in the ancient books. The portrait used an oval to represent the ancestor's 3rd eye. Village Chief Bert Dennison timidly answered, "It should be single eyelids." Well, single eyelids are good. It is not easy to get wrinkles around the eyes and bags under the eyes, the redhead said subconsciously. He also wondered in his heart why he asked such a boring question. Was it to ease the shock brought by the village chief's absurd story? Okay, don't worry about the eyelid problem. Village Chief Bert Dennison frowned and continued. After the ancestors came to Earth, a disaster broke out on Earth and many people died. So many technologies were lost, and they could not rule the Earth. Although the technology was lost, the blood of the ancestors was passed down. We only need to take a secret medicine to awaken the dormant power in our bodies. The dormant power. The red-haired man was shocked. Could this be the biggest secret of the village chief? The reason why the successive village chiefs could rule the entire village was not only because of their high prestige, but also because they had all kinds of incredible abilities. According to the history passed down by word of mouth by the villagers, the previous village chief could spray out fire that melted steel. The previous village chief could float in the air, and the previous village chief could run faster than a cheetah. Village Chief Bert Dennison was so powerful that he could fight a bull weighing 1 ton without losing. According to the village chief, as long as they take the secret medicine, every Adderley person can awaken such superpowers. Then I can too. The red-haired man's heart pounded when he thought about the superpowers he would have, expecting the village chief to continue talking about the details of the secret medicine. Unfortunately, the village chief, Bert Dennison, only mentioned the secret medicine and changed the subject to the mysterious man named Woody. He said in a heavy tone, only the village chiefs of all generations know that we, the Adili people, are actually an ale driven by our ancestors into the human world. Our biggest task is to hide ourselves. Once a messenger from God comes, we must unconditionally obey the orders of the messenger from God and fulfill our mission. This mission is to cooperate with the ancestral army to subvert the human rule over the world, but we have waited for so many years and have not received any information from our ancestors. I thought our ancestors had given up this plan and forgotten about us, but it's okay this way. We can completely rely on the prescriptions we got from our ancestors' ancient books to build a Dili village into a paradise. Until that man named Woody suddenly appeared outside the village, I knew it was time for us Adili people to fulfill our duties. It turned out that the medicine that was good for men was the formula that the village chief got from ancient books. The red-haired man's excitement gradually cooled down, and he asked in a deep voice, is that mysterious man the so-called messenger from God? Does he have any evidence? Red hair is a young man who likes to read historical stories. In historical stories, fake identities are common. There is a well-known monk in the East. His father was a high official, but he was killed by a robber on his way to take office. The robber not only used the official seal to impersonate his identity and became a high official, but also took the monk's mother into his pocket. Later, the monk grew up and avenged his father. In ancient times, you need to rob the official seal to impersonate your identity. In modern times, it is not so troublesome because the counterfeiting technicians are very superb. It is rumored that in the mysterious East, some experienced antique counterfeiters can actually make antiques that can deceive carbon-14 identification. If the certificate of the messenger of God is just an antique, it is completely unreliable. Red hair is ready to persuade the village chief. A story. The village chief only used 4 words to make him give up this idea. A story? Red hair was puzzled. Could it be that this ancestor also likes to read various stories like himself? The village chief's cloudy eyes suddenly burst into a brilliant light, and his expression became serious. This is a story that only the real ancestors can know. The content of the story is the life of our ancestors on the mother planet. Then how do you identify the truth of this story? Red hair frowned. Good guy, the evidence is actually a story. And stories are the easiest to fake because they themselves may be untrue. Woody told a story about the 5th elder, and this story happened to be recorded in the sacred book that we recite every day. The village chief explained. Red hair's heart jumped. The sacred book is a 200-page parchment scroll with bright red symbols printed on it. The biggest task of Adili people in life is to recite these symbols. These symbols have only pronunciation, no meaning. Adili people can recite the sacred book backwards, but they cannot understand the meaning. Moreover, the village chief only asked the villagers to recite, but never explained the meaning of these symbols, so that all the villagers thought that these symbols themselves were meaningless, just a kind of prayer text similar to that of offering sacrifices to gods. Unexpectedly, the meaningless symbols in this sacred book actually recorded the history of the ancestors. Red hair was filled with emotion. The successive village chiefs of Adili were really amazing. They knew so many secrets, but they hid them from all the villagers and made them live like fools. It must be nice to be such a village chief. Red hair's eyes were full of eagerness. The elders are the supreme rulers of the mother planet, and the 5th elder is the elder who implemented the colonization plan. She came to Earth in a spaceship. She is the ancestor of our Adili people. When the village chief talked about the elders, a bright light appeared on his face, and his eyes were full of reverence. What mission did the messenger of God prepare for us to perform? Red hair asked. He was not interested in the history of his ancestors, the great 5th elder, or even the divine book. In Red hair's view, the Adili people are the Adili people. They have lived peacefully in the primeval forest for so many years, and now this peace is about to be broken. The envoy of God claimed that he was seriously injured in a war and asked me to collect blood to help him recover his strength. I had no choice but to order the hunting team in the village to go into the forest to catch wild animals and fill a basin with blood to send to the envoy of God. But the envoy of God kicked the basin over on the spot, saying that only human blood would do. I had no choice but to spend a high price to buy human blood from outsiders and send it to him. The village chief said indignantly. It makes sense. The village chief is a local emperor in a Delhi village. Normally, the villagers would step back and bow to the village chief, even if they saw him on the road. He was kicked over in front of him. You can imagine how angry he was. The red-haired man looked at the angry expression of the village chief, his eyes turned, and a grand plan emerged in his mind. He lowered his voice and said, "Village chief, the envoy of God came to our Delhi village. Why did he go out to rob a bank? Alas, it's all because of the willfulness of the envoy of God. He heard from the 3 people who were traveling with him that there was an ancient famous sword in the safe of the Black Flag Bank, so he decided to get it. At that time, I persuaded him that, now that base city is under the supervision of the Earth Defense Bureau, it would attract the attention of the Earth Defense Bureau if he was not careful, but he didn't listen. He even scolded me for being a waste and said that the people of our Delhi village had betrayed their ancestors." The village chief said very angrily, and both his expression and tone were completely different from the cervix when he mentioned the 5th elder just now. The village chief took a deep breath and added angrily, "Although he is a envoy of God, we Delhi people are all descendants of our ancestors. He shouldn't treat me with such a bad attitude." It seems that the village chief does not have special respect for the envoy of God, and the red-haired man has already made up his mind. "Village chief, now that the Earth Defense Bureau is about to come, do you have any way to deal with them?" he said in a voice that only the 2 of them could hear. The village chief's face suddenly turned pale upon hearing this. He frowned and thought for a long time. Finally, he could only sigh, "Alas, although I have supernatural powers and the village has a guard team of hundreds of people, I don't think I have any chance of winning against the Earth Defense Agency. Alas, I hate myself." Red Hair suddenly stood up and punched his chest with both fists, making a bang 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 sound. His face was full of sorrow and hatred, and a few tears burst out of the corners of his eyes. His movements, expressions, and voice at this moment made people understand at a glance that this guy was regretting deeply. This textbook level performance was learned by Red Hair from the actor's self-cultivation written by the dramatist Stanislavski. If a Hollywood internationally renowned director who was not afraid of death happened to pass by a Delhi village at this moment, he would definitely be deeply impressed by his acting skills and offer him a superstar contract to bring him back to Hollywood. The village chief, who rarely watched TV dramas, naturally didn't know that there would be such realistic performances in the world. In his opinion, Red Hair was in deep regret and might end his life in the next moment. The village chief quickly stood up to stop Red Hair from self-harming and asked in confusion, "What's wrong, son?" Red Hair suppressed his smile and said in tears, "A Delhi village is my home. Now that foreign enemies have invaded, as a villager, I don't have the ability to defend the village. I might as well die." As he said that, he held his head and pretended to rush towards the wall. Of course, Red Hair had already calculated that, because the wall was made of wooden boards, even if the village chief didn't stop him, he wouldn't really get hurt if he really hit the wall. Seeing that Red Hair was emotional and ready to self-harm again, the village chief naturally protected him tightly. Since the village chief has awakened superpowers and has great strength, Red Hair is naturally no match for him and can only cry loudly, "Village chief, I have decided. When the armored vehicles of the Earth Defense Agency arrive outside the village, I will be the first to rush up and use my flesh and blood to block the armored vehicles and protect the village." The village chief was moved when he heard this. Although Red Hair had long been regarded as his successor, he had been making things difficult for Red Hair out of fear over the years. Under the instruction of the village chief, Red Hair's daily welfare treatment was even worse than that of ordinary villagers, but Red Hair did not complain, but actively maintained the authority of the village chief and completed the work assigned to him. Now Red Hair is actually ready to stop the armored vehicles of the Earth Defense Agency with his bare hands. This is a true lover of the village. The village chief was moved. He gritted his teeth and made a decision. "Red Hair, how can I watch you go to die?" As he said this, he took out a purple-black wooden box from under the bed, on which strange symbols were carved. The box was locked with a copper lock with green rust. The village chief took out a bronze key from his neck and poked it into the keyhole. The copper lock was poked open with a click. This contains the prepared secret medicine that can unlock the superpowers of our Delhi people. The village chief looked serious, his mouth trembling a little, and he slowly opened the box. Acting should be done in full. The red-haired man wiped his eyes with his hands while sneaking a peek at the box. As the box was opened, he smelled a rotten stench, which was like 100 dead mice stuffed in the refrigerator for a summer. The red-haired man almost vomited on the spot. However, he knew that this was a critical moment and he must not do anything that would affect the plan. The red-haired man bit his tongue and suppressed the urge to vomit. The village chief did not seem to be affected by the stench. He took out a glass reagent bottle from the box with his trembling right hand. The reagent bottle was sealed with a rubber stopper, and the stopper was coated with a waxy substance. The bottle was filled with dark green liquid, which looked like dead water polluted by algae in a stinky ditch. This secret medicine was given to us by our ancestors when we left. It can awaken a superpower of the Adili people. Each one is extremely precious. Only when the village chief changes, the new village chief will take it on the spot. The village chief looked at the reagent bottle with shining eyes, and his tone was reluctant. Red Hair peeked over and saw that there were 7 or 8 reagent bottles in the box. However, seeing the village chief's reluctance, he sneered in his heart and then suddenly cried loudly, "Village chief, I can't let you break the rules of our ancestors. I won't take this secret medicine. I will rush directly to the armored vehicle and sacrifice myself for the village." As he said, he tore his shirt to expose his chest, looking fearless of life and death. "I want the people of the Earth Defense Agency to see what the Adili spirit is." Adili spirit? The village chief was shocked. Alas, now it has come to the moment of life and death, and Red Hair is going to fight for his life, but he is still hesitating. This is too unreasonable. Do you really want to watch your son Red Hair fight against the steel monster with his flesh and blood? The village chief quickly dodged to stop Red Hair and handed him the reagent bottle. "Anyway, I have already regarded you as the next village chief. Taking the secret medicine in advance is to fight against the Earth Defense Agency. I think the ancestors will not blame you. However, after taking this secret medicine, it will be extremely painful and you may fall into madness on the spot. You must be mentally prepared." Chapter 623. The secret medicine has the potential to drive people crazy. This is simply too perfect. It is prepared for me. The redhead took the reagent bottle and screwed the cap to seal it. The stench of 100 dead mice hit his nose, but he did not hesitate at all, pointed the reagent bottle at his mouth, and poured it down. The dark green liquid smelled very bad, but when the first drop of liquid touched the taste buds, the redhead felt that the stench immediately dissipated, replaced by a strange and rich aroma. Sure enough, it is not an ordinary thing. The redhead was delighted and suddenly stood up the reagent bottle and took all the secret medicine in the bottle into his mouth. As the secret medicine was poured in, he felt his body gradually began to heat up, as if a furnace was lit inside his body. The high temperature burned his body from the inside out, making him unable to help but tear his clothes into pieces. But this was obviously not enough, because his consciousness gradually blurred, and in a trance, the whole person stepped into a dark starry sky. The dark starry sky was extremely empty, and the redhead found himself suspended in midair, with billions of stars twinkling around him. Where is this? Did I die after taking the secret medicine? Red Hair clearly remembered that his last memory was that his whole body was burning hot, as if he was roasted on a fire. This starry sky is too similar to the ancestral land that is passed down by word of mouth in the village. According to the legend, as long as every Adili person keeps praying to the ancestral spirits during his lifetime, and does not violate the rules set by the ancestral spirits, he will enter the ancestral land after death. The ancestral land is a void land with only stars. If you continue to pray to the ancestral spirits here for 10,000 years, you will be reincarnated. And this time you will be reborn into a good family, such as the son of a billionaire, the heir of a chaebol, or the descendant of a high-ranking official. But Red Hair has never believed in this legend. In his opinion, people are like animals. When they die and become nothingness. They will never be reincarnated. Just like the poultry raised by humans, they bravely sacrifice their lives to satisfy the appetite of humans. Will they be reincarnated as humans in the next life? Red Hair believes in science. There must be a relatively scientific explanation for the strange scene in front of him. He gradually came to his senses and tried to move his body. Fortunately, he found that he could control his body movement with his mind. In this dark space, the only thing that attracted attention was the stars. These stars must be strange. Thinking so, the red-haired man flew towards the brightest star. After a while, the red-haired man floated next to the star. The star was not a real planet, but a palm-sized 5-pointed star-shaped luminous body. It emitted a pale yellow light in the dark starry sky. An absurd idea suddenly emerged in the red-haired man's mind. Each star here represents a superpower. Maybe by swallowing these stars, you can gain superpowers and leave this weird space at the same time. According to the village chief, each Adali who took the secret medicine obtained different superpowers, which means that they must have eaten different stars. The red-haired man looked at the billions of stars floating in the starry sky and scratched his head in his heart. This is troublesome. Which star should I eat to get the strongest superpower? According to the village chief, the power of superpowers varies. Just like the superpower of being able to spit out fire, it must be more suitable for fighting than the superpower of being extremely strong. Spraying fire can burn everything in front of it to ashes, while being extremely strong is just being able to lift a stone weighing thousands of pounds and throw it at the enemy. If you swallow 2 stars at the same time, wouldn't you be able to gain 2 superpowers at the same time? 2 superpowers are definitely more powerful than 1 superpower. The red-haired man was greedy, and he gave up the star in front of him, and continued to wander in the dark starry sky, starting to look for the 2 closest stars. Although he didn't know what would happen after swallowing the stars, according to the village chief's introduction, there had never been a village chief with 2 superpowers in history. This means that at the moment of swallowing a star, it is very likely that he will be kicked out of the dark starry sky. This requires finding 2 stars that are almost next to each other, and then rushing to the other one at the moment of swallowing one. Maybe he can swallow 2 stars at the same time, before being kicked out of the dark starry sky. The red-haired man began to wander in the starry sky. Finally, after wandering for an unknown period of time, his hard work paid off, and he finally found 2 stars that were very close. Although the 2 stars were not big, only the size of a child's fist, they were almost close together, so Redhead decided to swallow them. He took a deep breath, adjusted his body to the most agile state, and then rushed to the first star. The pale yellow star seemed to be not a solid body, and it melted in his mouth, so it was easy to swallow. After swallowing the first star, Redhead felt a strong force behind him pulling him back. Redhead tried his best to break free from the force behind him, and rushed to the second star. Fortunately, when he just bit the second star into his mouth, his eyes suddenly blurred, and he felt that thousands of stars were spinning and rushing towards him. He couldn't help but close his eyes. Immediately, he felt his legs standing on the ground, and the village chief's urgent call rang in his ears. Redhead, after entering the starry sky, just choose a star to swallow at random, and you will gain superpowers. Redhead, why are you still not awake? If you stay in the starry sky for too long, you may become a vegetable. Good guy, you are telling me the precautions of the starry sky now. Redhair remembered that he had been wandering in the starry sky for so long in search of 2 stars, and he could not help but feel a little scared. He almost couldn't come back. He listened to the urgent call of the village chief, but did not choose to open his eyes immediately, but closed his eyes to examine the 2 stars that appeared in his mind. That's right, since Redhair returned to the real world, he found that there were 2 stars spinning in his mind. He tried to touch the 2 stars with his consciousness, and immediately got a response. The pale yellow light emitted by the stars intertwined into a manual. The first star, Diamond Ability. Those with this ability can make any part of the body turn into diamonds, which can be used for attack and defense. The second star, Carry a Well with You. Those with this ability can carry a well with them, and use this well to fight. The diamond ability is easy to understand. Diamond is the hardest substance in the natural world of the earth. If you become a diamond man, you will not be afraid of the attack of swords and guns in battle. This ability is not bad and Redhair is very satisfied. But when he saw the second ability, he was speechless. What kind of ability is it to carry a well with you and use this well in battle? What use is a well in a battle? Can it make the enemy jump into the well and drown? Or let the thirsty enemy drink a mouthful of well water to restore their fighting power? Redhead has already made up his mind that this is a completely rubbish superpower. It seems that we still have to rely on the diamond power to solve the problem. Thinking of this, he started to perform again, but this time the object of the performance was not a heartbroken village lover, but a crazy person who was out of control. Ha 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 ha. Redhead opened his eyes and immediately laughed crazily. His facial muscles were hideous, and people could tell at a glance that he was a madman. Ha ha ha, I'm the supreme ancestor spirit, you white-haired old man, why don't you kneel down and worship? Redhead pointed at the village chief with a crazy tone. Seeing this, the village chief was startled and shouted, "Oh no, Redhead is out of control." In the divine book, the ancestors recorded in detail what would happen after taking the secret medicine. The secret medicine can put people in a strange space with stars all over the sky. The person who takes the medicine only needs to choose a star at random and swallow it to gain superpowers. However, after superpowers enter the human body, the superpower is likely to make people lose control and become out of control. And out of control people will lose their wisdom and become a madman. Red Hair has become a madman. Grief and anger rose from the heart of the village chief, and he couldn't help but get closer to see if there was any chance of saving him. At this moment, he only saw Red Hair waving his arms seemingly unintentionally, and a white light flashed in front of him. The next moment, the village chief felt a sharp pain in his neck, and then a stream of warm liquid flowed out. Oops, he was attacked. The village chief instinctively wanted to use his infinite superpower to fight back, but the strength of his whole body seemed to be fading, and he couldn't even use any strength. Haha, village chief, although you have infinite power, you are just an ordinary person, so don't struggle in vain. The cold voice of Red Hair came from his ears. The village chief covered his neck and looked up, only to see that the originally crazy Red Hair was staring at him coldly, and the corners of Red Hair's mouth even hooked an evil arc. Why? The village chief used all his strength to let out a weak roar. Red Hair was not only the next village chief, but also his biological son. He had always been docile and well behaved. How could he do such an unjust thing? The village chief, who knew he was doomed, just wanted to understand why things were like this. Ha ha ha. Red Hair raised his head and laughed. Over the years, the village chief had been like a mountain pressing down on his heart. Now this mountain collapsed, and he no longer had to worry. The sudden happiness made it difficult for the always cautious and rational Red Hair to suppress his excitement. He looked at the village chief, as if he was looking at a dying prey, and smiled. "Old man, do you really not understand, or are you pretending not to understand? You know, since I was sensible, I have never been happy, because I'm the successor to the village chief, because I can always see a kind of fear in your casual eyes. You are afraid that I will replace you when I grow up, right?" Although the village chief was reluctant to admit it, he had to nod. In fact, he didn't think there was anything wrong with this kind of fear. In a dilly village, there can only be one village chief. The red-haired man sneered. "I have been careful all these years, so even if the welfare I receive is not as good as that of ordinary villagers, I pretend to have no complaints, because I know that once I show any dissatisfaction, you may find an excuse to kill me, just like killing the white-haired man." The village chief was shocked when he heard this and stared at the red-haired man with his eyes wide open in disbelief. "You actually know the white-haired man? Who told you?" Ha ha ha. Seeing his shocked expression, the red-haired man was in a very good mood and continued. "Everyone in a Dili village knows that this village chief is strong and made women give birth to 7 sons in one breath. But they don't know that when the village chief was the heir, he made a woman who came to trade pregnant. The woman's name is Ida Maggot, and she was originally the woman of Josie Tomba Bay, a big food merchant in Barcelona. She came to a Dili village to trade drugs for Josie Tomba Bay, but unexpectedly she became a drug tester. When you found out that Ida Maggot was pregnant, you were terrified, because according to the rules of a Dili village, people in the village cannot have inappropriate relationships with women from outside. Once the villagers found out that you had an affair with an outside woman and made her pregnant, the village chief at that time would definitely deprive you of your heir qualifications. So, in order to avoid the scandal, you gave Josie Tomba Bay a large sum of money. Let this cuckolded man help you take care of the pregnant Ida Magath. Not long after Ida Magath returned to Base City, she gave birth to a white-haired child in the hospital. This is your first son, right? The dying village chief blushed. How did you know? Ha ha ha. Years of forbearance broke out completely at this moment, making it difficult for the red-haired man to suppress the excitement in his heart. He sneered. There is an Eastern saying that goes, if you don't want people to know, don't do it. Do you really think money can buy everything? Under the care of Ida Magath, Bafer grew up day by day and gradually understood his own life experience. Bafer was certainly unwilling to be a bastard, and he wanted to come back to inherit your position as village chief. But you know, once the villagers know about the bastard, it will definitely arouse public anger. The villagers, whose heads are already stiff, may even execute you according to the rules of their ancestors. You panicked, so you pretended to meet Bafer and his son, and tricked him into the primeval forest outside the village. There, you killed the defenseless Bafer with your own hands, and then went to Basel City overnight to kill Ida Magath and the greedy businessman together. On the way back, you even killed a passerby who might have seen your true face. You thought that all these things you did were perfect, but you didn't know that they had been seen clearly by the secret lines I had arranged. It's just that, in order to paralyze you, I can only pretend to be a well-behaved child. You. The village chief hesitated twice, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body stiffened. Is he dead now? The red-haired man put his hand in front of his nose to test, and after confirming that he was not breathing, he pushed him to the ground. Then, the red-haired man used his fingers, that turned into diamonds, to draw several bloody marks on his body, walked to the center of the village, and rang the dusk bell. The low bell sound instantly spread throughout the village, and reached the ears of every villager. The villagers who were reciting the sacred book closed their books, the villagers who were collecting herbs put down their medicine baskets, and the villagers who were on guard climbed down from the big tree. All the villagers walked towards the inheritance wooden house with puzzled expressions. When they met, they silently asked each other with their eyes, and then shook their heads at the same time. Chapter 624. Soon, the inheritance tree house was full of villagers, including Red Hair's brothers. The villagers felt something was wrong when they didn't see the village chief. The dusk bell can only be rung when an emergency occurs in the village, and it can only be rung by the village chief himself. This time, after the bell rang, the village chief did not show up. The villagers were all confused and uneasy. Just then, they saw a man dragging a corpse out of the inheritance wooden house. This man was Red Hair, the successor of the village chief. The corpse was the village chief. What happened? Did Red Hair kill his father, the village chief? The village chief of a Dali village has always been regarded as the spokesperson of God by the villagers. Now he was killed. The villagers were angry and took out the daggers on their waists. Even those villagers who had a good relationship with Red Hair surrounded him with others. Red Hair, you killed the village chief. An elderly villager walked up and asked angrily. Red Hair nodded. Beast. The old villager waved the dagger in his hand. The villagers were also angry, and they all waved their daggers, ready to chop the young man who committed a serious crime into pieces. Wait, everyone, listen to me. Red Hair calmly put the village chief down, and his arm turned into a shining diamond. Oh my god, Red Hair, you have already received the inheritance. The village chief has not yet reached the end of death. How could he give the inheritance to you? You must have coerced the village chief, right? Although the villagers were still angry and looked like they wanted to pounce on him, they all took a step back. They knew that Red Hair, who had superpowers, was not their match. Red Hair looked at the diamond arm eagerly. Superpowers were indeed a good thing. He was sure that he could use this arm to wipe out all the thousands of villagers present, but he didn't plan to do so. If all the villagers died, there would be no point in being a village chief. Red Hair pretended to be sad. The village chief suddenly ordered me to come to the tree house this morning to receive the inheritance. I was also very shocked at the time, but I had to accept the village chief's order. When I arrived at the tree house, the village chief said that he was dying and asked me to accept the inheritance. As the next village chief, I had to accept it. But during the inheritance ceremony, I was appreciated by the ancestors and the power I got was too strong. I couldn't control myself and accidentally touched the village chief's neck with my fingers. That's the result. Although Red Hair looked extremely sad, there was a sense of whether you believe it or not in his tone. The villagers were stunned, and the scene fell silent. This story is too ridiculous. Everyone in the village knows that although the village chief is nearly 70 years old, he has always been in good health. Otherwise he would not have stayed with a Gudo every night these days. How could he suddenly die soon? But the superpowers that red hair possesses are enough to show that he has inherited the village chief and become the official village chief. What's going on? At this moment, the orange-haired man who was hiding in the crowd could not hold back his excitement and jumped up with his arms waving. The one who gets the inheritance is the new village chief. Why don't you kneel down? Are you going to go against the will of the ancestors? As he said that, he was the first to kneel down on the ground. His heart was pounding with excitement. This day has finally come. Once the old village chief dies, he and Agudo can live together. This is also what the red-haired man had promised him a long time ago. Although the villagers hesitated for a moment after hearing this, they could only kneel down and shout, "Welcome the new village chief to take over." In their minds, the red-haired man has always been fair and just, and rarely scares people with the ancestors. In fact, he is more suitable to be the village chief than the old village chief. Seeing that the general situation has been determined, the red-haired man clenched his fists and said, "Now our Adili village is facing an unprecedented crisis, because the old village chief has taken in a criminal on his own. People from the Earth Defense Agency are on their way to Adili village." Earth Defense Agency. Criminal. The villagers were in an uproar. The old village chief had never informed them of these things. They had heard of the Earth Defense Bureau and knew they were no match for it. What should we do? The orange-haired man stood up first and asked anxiously. He had just seen the hope of being with Agudo, but this hope was like a dim flame that might be extinguished by the coming storm. He naturally couldn't stand it. The red-haired man was secretly glad that the old village chief had not revealed the matter of the messenger to the villagers in order to maintain his own rule. Otherwise these loyal believers of the ancestors would not be easily convinced. He said with a serious expression, "Since the people from the Earth Defense Bureau want to catch criminals, we, as humans on Earth, naturally have the obligation to cooperate. Don't you think so?" "Right." The villagers hesitated and replied. The consistent purpose of Adili village is not to cooperate with the outside world. Why did the new village chief change his temper? However, thinking of the upcoming army of the Earth Defense Bureau, they were relieved. "I'm going to send those criminals to the Earth Defense Bureau." Red Hair continued, "Of course, we won't send them directly to them, as that would be a loss of our identity as Adili people. Instead, we'll let the people from the Earth Defense Bureau go into the village and catch them in person." Red Hair, who had received education in human civilization, was not interested in the legends of his ancestors. In his opinion, he was born on Earth, so he was an Earthling, not a Martian. So he had no respect for the so-called messenger of God. Since the Earth Defense Bureau wanted to catch these people, let them do it. As long as it didn't delay Red Hair from becoming the village chief, everything would be fine. Village chief, is it against the ancestral rules to let outsiders enter our Adili village? That's not good. Several older villagers said hesitantly, "Since we Adili people came to this forest and built this village, no outsiders have ever come in." "No outsiders have come in? Then where did the bread you eat come from? Is it grown on a big tree?" Red Hair was about to refute them. Then he saw Orange Hair stand up. Orange Hair waved his arms. "Since you think it's inappropriate to let the Earth Defense Bureau enter the village, then you go and resist them. Anyway, I don't think I'm their opponent." Orange Hair was in charge of the village's security work, and his words represented the attitude of the guard team. This was the rhythm of giving up. The elderly villagers laughed and said, "Well, we are just making suggestions. Everything is subject to the order of the village chief." Red Hair also understood at this time that these old guys were not against the Earth Defense Bureau entering the village, but were showing their presence. He smiled and said, "Don't worry, I will personally negotiate with the Earth Defense Bureau and ask them not to wander around in the village." The villagers nodded one after another. A large convoy was driving on the road from Base City to Adili village. In the black luxury car in the middle of the convoy, Chen Shuxian curiously looked at the customs of the bullfighting country through the car window. The convoy turned into a small road at a fork in the road. Arsalan Mori, who was sitting in the co-pilot seat, opened the satellite map. "Guardian, we will reach Adili village in less than 10 kilometers. X, who was a little sleepy, nodded vaguely. Chen Shuxian looked at her dazed expression and felt funny in her heart. She had supervised the students of Marxing School to perform tasks several times. Every time a mission was about to begin, the students were highly focused. How could they almost fall asleep like X? Cheer up, we are almost there. Chen Shuxian thought about it and felt that it would be better to wake her up. Although according to common sense, ordinary bank robbers would never be the opponents of the 2 armored vehicles and more than 500 special forces members. But what if they are not ordinary? What's more, the robbers are hiding in the mysterious Adili village. X stretched comfortably and held the moist sword. We are almost there. I can't wait. The two were chatting, and they heard a click and the car suddenly braked. Something happened? Chen Shuxian looked outside subconsciously. X's pink face was suddenly full of excitement, and she held the scabbard tightly in her right hand. What's going on with the car in front? Arslan Mori, who was sitting in the co-pilot, contacted the car in front through the intercom. A reply came from the intercom, and Arslan Mori turned his head with a puzzled look. There are several people with colorful hair blocking the road ahead. They said they want to talk to the leaders of the Earth Defense Bureau. Chen Shuxian frowned. These people with colorful hair should be the sons of Adili, the village chief. There are a few records of them in the archives of the Earth Defense Bureau. Of course, in these records, their performance is not very good. But why are they here? Is it to stop the convoy from entering the village? Chen Shuxian was still thinking, and X had already opened the car door and walked out, and she didn't forget to carry the moist sword on her back. This guy's really a child, and he has no patience at all. Chen Shuxian had no choice but to get out of the car. Arslan Mori quickly asked the special forces in front to prepare for the escort, and then he got off the car. When they came to the front of the convoy, they saw 5 or 6 young men standing in the middle of the road. They were wearing black robes and had pale skin. They looked almost normal, but there was a red dot in the center of their foreheads. They were all unarmed, and there was no sign of ambushes nearby. At this time, the soldiers on the armored vehicle had aimed their heavy machine guns at them. The soldiers' fingers were already on the trigger, ready to fire at any time. Several people were aimed at by dozens of heavy machine guns, but they looked calm. Either they were crazy, or they had something to rely on. Chen Shuxian thought and followed X, and walked in front of these young people. At this time, the young man with red hair saw the 2 people coming out and immediately came to greet them. He first looked at Chen Shuxian and X with sharp eyes, then smiled and said, "You two are the leaders of the Earth Defense Bureau. I'm Red Hair, the village chief of Adili village." Chen Shuxian frowned. In the file, the village chief of Adili was an old man in his 70s. How did he become a young man? She asked. Where is the old village chief? Red Hair's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. The Earth Defense Bureau was indeed well prepared and knew the old village chief. He smiled and said, "The old village chief is old. I'm the new village chief. Now Adili village is under my jurisdiction." Although his tone was humble, he clearly wanted to tell the Earth Defense Bureau that Adili village was a secluded place and was not subject to the jurisdiction of the outside world. Chen Shuxian was naturally not interested in the small village. She just wanted to catch the bank robbers as soon as possible and let X go back as soon as possible. She said, "Then, red-haired village chief, we have evidence that several robbers who robbed the Black Flag Bank are hiding in your village. Are you going to hand them over, or let us go into the village to search?" As she spoke, her tone became tougher. "Or are you going to stop us here so that the robbers can escape?" "Oh, you misunderstood." Red-haired laughed. "There are indeed a few strangers in our village, but we didn't know they were robbers at the beginning, so we let them stay in the village. Since you are now sending so many people to catch them, I will naturally not stop them. In fact, I will personally lead the way to find their hiding place." Red-haired's cooperation stunned Chen Shuxian. In the files of the Earth Defense Bureau, Adili village has always refused to cooperate with the authorities. In history, they have provided shelter for many evil criminals for money. Why did they change their nature today? Chen Shuxian couldn't help but be alert. At this time, X, who had been looking at red-haired, suddenly said, "Red-haired boy, why do you look so strange? Not like a normal person. This can be seen!" Exclamation mark. Redhead, who had just acquired superpowers and was a descendant of the ancestors, naturally could not be considered a normal person, but he thought that his appearance was exactly the same as that of a human. Unexpectedly, this little girl in a Lolita skirt saw through him at a glance. Redhead sighed in his heart. When the little girl came up, he thought it was a junior high school student who had gone to the wrong place, and he had never paid attention to it. It seems that the Earth Defense Agency is indeed full of hidden talents. Even a little girl is so extraordinary. Redhead secretly praised his wise choice. He smiled and said, "Little girl, of course I'm a normal person, but I have lived in the big forest all year round and rarely contacted the outside world, so I look a little strange. Don't be afraid. By the way, what's your name?" "X. My name is X, the guardian of the Earth Defense Agency." She didn't believe what Redhead said at all, because she had scanned Redhead with X-ray eyes and found that there was a mass of things that kept wriggling in his abdomen. This thing is called a seed, which is recorded in the archives of the Earth Defense Agency. Only ancestors and second-generation ancestors have it. It can give a normal human superpowers. Redhead was stunned again when he heard it. This little girl turned out to be the famous Guardian. The Guardian who wiped out tens of thousands of pirates in Somali with just one sword? He couldn't help rubbing his ears and looked at the sword behind X. He was even more shocked. This sword that had cut off thousands of heads looked very ordinary. X felt a little uncomfortable under his strange gaze and said coldly, "What, monster, do you want to try my big sword?" Chapter 625. Don't dare. Don't dare. The red-haired man could only retreat in front of the fierce X. He came here to reconcile with the Earth Defense Bureau, not to cause trouble. No matter how powerful this guardian is, as long as it does not violate the rules of the Earth Defense Bureau, can she still kill people by force? At this time, Chen Shuxian also stood in front of X and said with a smile, "Red-haired village chief, since you are so sincere, then lead the way. You can believe that we are just trying to catch those bank robbers and are not interested in breaking the status quo of a Delhi village. Okay. The leader of the Earth Defense Bureau will not lie. Those bank robbers are hiding in the warehouse where a Delhi village stores supplies. It is daytime now, and they should be sleeping. I will lead the way," the red-haired man said, and led a few brothers to the village. "X, let's get in the car and follow." Chen Shuxian saw that X seemed a little angry and quickly pulled her into the car. The convoy set off again, moving along the rugged road to a Delhi village in the primeval forest. The screaming alarm had been turned off long ago, and the special forces had also given up their concentration and alertness, and the surroundings suddenly became quiet. The Delhi people have lived here for hundreds of years and have long opened up a road in the forest. Although the road is bumpy and full of puddles in some places, the vehicles in the convoy are all field vehicles, so they can pass easily. When Chen Shuxian saw a row of wooden houses on a tree that several people could not hug, she knew that she had entered the Delhi village. From time to time, she could see villagers wearing robes lying in ambush on the trees, but she didn't care. Because those villagers had obviously received the order from the red-haired village chief, they just looked at the convoy with vigilant eyes and did not make any additional moves. The red-haired man led the convoy through the village and came to the depths of the primeval forest. He stopped under a dead tree. The dead tree was more than 20 meters tall and 7 or 8 meters thick. Chen Shuxian felt that 10 of her could not hug it. The dead tree had completely dried up, and a crack more than one person high appeared on the trunk. In the wet area below the crack, some red mushrooms the size of a fingertip grew. The crack was very deep, as if the entire trunk had been hollowed out, and it looked pitch black from the outside. This is the entrance to the warehouse, but I want to remind you that those bank robbers seem to be very powerful, so be careful. Red Hair pointed at the crack and reminded. When Red Hair led the convoy into the village, he knew that he had completely betrayed the ancestral spirit. If the Earth Defense Agency failed, his fate would also be tragic. Although he had the ability to turn into a diamond and carry a well on his back, the man named Woody could become the messenger of the ancestral spirit, so he must also have superpowers, and it is very likely that these superpowers are very strong. What surprised Ursula and Mori was that it was not X who commanded this battle, but her assistant, Ms. Chen. When Ms. Chen came to Barcelona with X, Arsalan Mori thought that Ms. Chen was just X's assistant, responsible for taking care of X's daily life. Now it seems that he was wrong. The entrance to the warehouse was in the dead tree. At Red Hair's suggestion, everyone had cut down the dead tree, revealing a steel door at the root of the tree. Chen Shuxian did not order anyone to blow the door open immediately, but instead had several armored vehicles surround the tree and ordered the gunners to be ready to fire at any time. Then she asked the special forces to set up machine guns around the area, filled the machine guns with bullets, and aimed the muzzles at the iron door to prepare for battle. At this time, Red Hair's brothers had quietly withdrawn to the village, leaving only the people from the Earth Defense Bureau and the village chief Red Hair. After making all preparations, Chen Shuxian ordered the special forces to install high-energy explosives on the iron door and then remotely detonate it. Boom. A loud noise broke the tranquility of the primeval forest. The extremely solid iron door was vulnerable to high-energy explosives and was blown into pieces like tofu. The thick black smoke produced by the explosion dissipated with the wind, revealing a dark hole. Chen Shuxian leaned over to look under the protection of the special forces. The light inside was very poor, and she could not see the bottom. This warehouse is where our Ridley village stores supplies. It is about 20 meters deep and half the size of a football field. There are only 3 or 4 robbers. You can go in directly, just be careful. Red Hair also came over and took the initiative to suggest, "I'll go in first." X was about to jump into the cave in trance when he heard this, but was stopped by Chen Shuxian. She looked at Red Hair and frowned. "No need to go down. If you don't go down, how can you catch the robbers? Are you going to kill them here? If you really have such a plan, you will miscalculate. The food and water stored in the warehouse are enough for 4 people to live happily down there for 500 years. Red Hair was puzzled. Chen Shuxian did not answer him, but turned to look at the special forces next to him and ordered, "Bring all the tear gas we prepared in advance." Yes. Several special forces ran to a truck at the back of the convoy and soon ran over with more than 10 boxes of tear gas. The boxes were made of wooden strips, dark green in color, with skulls painted red on them. The team members carefully placed the boxes at the entrance of the cave. Chen Shuxian, "Open it." A special forces member took out a small crowbar from his waist and gently pried open the box, revealing a cylindrical iron can. Tear gas is a type of ammunition with tear gas as its payload. After being released, it can spread quickly and over a large area. It is a non-lethal weapon. It can cause strong irritation to the eyes, facial skin, and respiratory tract of people, like burning. The eyes cannot be opened, and sneezing and coughing are continuous. Chen Shuxian saw that X had been staring at these iron cans with curiosity, so she introduced them specially. Biological weapons. But if the people inside don't breathe, won't it be fine? X asked in confusion. Who cannot breathe? Monster. X's ridiculous words made the red-haired man jump in his heart. He deliberately concealed the fact that the bank robber might be a monster. Did asterisk notice it? Although X looks like a child, he must have something extraordinary to be able to become a guardian. Chen Shuxian naturally didn't know what the red-haired man was thinking, so she smiled and said, "It's useless even if you don't breathe. This batch of tear gas has been specially added with ochlorobenzylmalonitrile, also known as ZUS, which will cause strong irritation to the skin, and in severe cases, it will cause blisters and ulcers. So that's how it is. Then let's let those rats underground have a taste." As he said that, X picked up a can of tear gas, pulled the ring, and threw it down. Chen Shuxian shook her head helplessly and ordered the special forces next to her, "Throw all these tear gas down." There were more than 1,000 cans of tear gas in more than 10 boxes, and the special forces took a full minute to throw them all. At this time, a thick smoke was already coming out of the hole. Chen Shuxian, who had already retreated 100 meters away, could smell a pungent smell in the air. She ordered again, "Seal the hole with a sealing film. Don't let the tear gas go to waste." The special forces took out another roll of transparent sealing film and wrapped the hole. Due to the isolation of the film, there was no trace of smoke coming out of the hole. Chen Shuxian asked someone to bring a chair. She sat on the chair calmly, took out a counter, and said to X, "How long do you think they can hold out down there?" The down there is now completely filled with smoke. If this tear gas is really as magical as you say, I think it will take about 30 minutes. X gave an answer casually. I think 10 minutes is enough. How about we bet on a lollipop? Chen Shuxian stared at the counter and smiled. When X heard about the bet, he smiled. Okay, I want the biggest one. Okay, it's a deal. Red hair, who had been watching quietly at the side, couldn't help but shudder as he watched everything happen. In his impression, the image of the Earth Defense Agency has always been very positive. They always like to convince people with reason, and they are well known among the people of the world. When the cave entrance was bombed, Red Hair thought that the Earth Defense Agency would first shout something like surrender your guns and you won't be killed, and your sentence will be halved if you surrender. Unexpectedly, they actually threw thousands of tear gas directly. They even sealed it with a sealing film. Red Hair couldn't help but complain for the messenger hiding underground. Tick, tick. The surroundings suddenly became quiet, and only the sound of the timer could be heard. The Special Forces members held their weapons and stared at the cave entrance. The black muzzle of the armored vehicle was aimed at the cave entrance. Red Hair stared at the cave entrance, and even X, who was always playful, stared at the cave entrance. Tick, tick. 10 minutes are almost up. X was excited, and she seemed to have tasted the sweet taste of the lollipop. At this moment, boom. There was a loud noise at the cave entrance, and 4 black shadows jumped out from inside. They were wearing black robes, and their pale faces were covered with red ulcers and looked disgusting. The black-robed man flew into the air and groaned in pain from time to time. It's so soon that I can't bear it anymore! Exclamation mark. X's mood plummeted to the bottom. I'm going to tear you into pieces. Before she could do anything, the Special Forces who had been waiting by her side had already pulled the trigger. Da-da-da-da-da, the machine gun roared. Boom. 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 The armored vehicle fired continuously. It was obvious that the Special Forces had implemented the combat rules of the Earth Defense Agency very well. They pulled the trigger desperately and did not stop until they had used up all the bullets. The legendary human service officer of the Earth Defense Agency, Zixu, once said a world-famous saying: when you encounter an enemy, the first thing you have to do is to blast the motherfuckers. Don't ask so many whys, just blast the motherfuckers. If you win, hold a celebration party. If you lose, see you in the next life. This vulgar saying was printed on the cover of the combat manual at the instruction of Director Liemo, and became the combat rule of countless soldiers. Under the fierce attack, the entrance of the cave had long been flattened, and the big tree was blown into pieces. Did we win? The Special Forces changed their bullets and began to check the results of the battle, but no matter how they looked, they could not find the shadows of the 4 black robes just now. Were they blown into slag? Chen Shuxian had realized that something was wrong at this time, because she had just seen a grey-robed man dodge the bombardment of the shells in the air. The speed he showed at that time had surpassed ordinary people, a bit like an ancestor. Although the ancestors had been destroyed by the Earth Defense Agency, their superpowers left a deep impression on all the people on Earth. For the first time, humans knew that there were creatures on Earth that could withstand bullets with their flesh and blood, move mountains and seas, and fly in the sky. As a non-staff senior executive of the Earth Defense Agency, Chen Shuxian had naturally conducted systematic research on the ancestors, and knew that conventional firepower was difficult to deal with these monsters. She sometimes even wondered if X was specially developed by Liemo to deal with creatures similar to the ancestors. Although Liemo has always been soft-hearted and can't stand the tragic things in the world, but at the critical moment, when the Earth was about to be destroyed, he took out his precious time to create a new body for a little girl and set up a project team for her at the Gobi Desert Base. Chen Shuxian didn't believe that Liemo had no other plans. Her thoughts were fleeting, and she suddenly pointed to the ground and shouted, "There, the enemy is there." On the ground next to the cave entrance, 4 people covered in dust slowly stood up. Their clothes were tattered, and their hair was burnt, but they didn't seem to have suffered any external injuries. "This is a group of monsters," Chen Shuxian exclaimed. The Special Forces members were shocked and pulled the trigger again. The 4 monsters slowly walked forward in the rain of bullets. The bullets hit them like children firing from toy guns. The shells hitting them only made them stagger a little. They walked towards Chen Shuxian step by step. The red-haired man standing behind Chen Shuxian shouted in his heart, "What the hell is this?" Although he has obtained the inheritance of the village chief and can transform into a diamond man, he has no confidence that he can withstand so much heavy firepower. As for the ability to carry a well on his back, it is just to make up the numbers, the kind of napkins that come with buying a Rolls Royce. His calves trembled a little, and he couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Chen Shuxian, who was sitting on the chair, also looked gloomy. In the records of the Earth Defense Bureau, although the ancestors can withstand firepower weapons, they have never seen these 4 people perform so easily. Even the ancestors as powerful as the ancestors in the old house will involuntarily dodge when facing shells. Chen, it's my turn now. X licked his lips and pulled out the moist sword from his back. The more than 1 meter long sword flashed a cold and eerie light in the sun. This cold light made Chen Shuxian squint her eyes, and she was about to issue an order. Hehehe. The weirdo in the lead laughed eerily in the hail of bullets. Isn't this Miss Chen Shuxian? I really made a fortune today. Chen Shuxian waved her hand, and the special forces who received the ceasefire signal stopped pulling the trigger instantly. They felt powerless. They had seen the scene of the Earth Defense Agency attacking the sacred mountain on TV, and they thought it was a bit wasteful to use a bug-level weapon like an interstellar battleship to deal with a few ancestors. Now they understand how wise Directly Mo was at that time. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.